She hasn't! Elithiamel screamed and ran forward, pushing the other boy hard in the back. Shiradinin yelled and fell off the carved bulwark. His head struck the stonework as he fell. The two girls screamed. Elithiamel leant over the parapet and saw Shiradinin splash into the centre of his many-layered circle of waves. He disappeared, came back up again, and floated, face down. D'Arcance screamed. "Oh, Ellie! No!" Livweta dropped all her flowers and ran towards the steps. D'Arcance kept on screaming and squatted down on her haunches, back against the stone bulwark, crushing her flowers to her chest. "Darkle, run to the house!" Livweta cried from the staircase. Elithiamel watched the figure in the water move weakly, producing bubbles, as Livweta's steps sounded slapping on the deck underneath. A few seconds before the girl jumped into the shallow water to haul her brother out, and while D'Arcance screamed on, Elithiamel swept the remaining pebbles off the parapet, sending them pattering and plopping into the water around the boy. No, that wasn't it. It had to be something worse than that, didn't it? He was sure he remembered something about a chair. He remembered something about a boat, too, but that didn't seem to be quite it either. He tried to think of all the nastiest things that could happen in a chair, dismissed them one by one as they hadn't happened to him or to anybody he knew, at least as far as he could remember, and finally concluded that his fixation on the idea of a chair was a random thing. It just so happened to be a chair, and that was all there was to it. Then there were the names. Names that he'd used, pretend names that didn't really belong to him. Imagine calling himself after a ship. What a silly person. What a naughty boy. That was what he was trying to forget. He didn't know. He didn't understand how he could have been so stupid. Now it all seemed so clear, so obvious. He wanted to forget about the ship. He wanted to bury the thing so he shouldn't go calling himself after it. Now he realized. Now he understood. Now, when it was too late to do anything about it. He made himself want to be sick. A chair, a ship, something else. He forgot. The boys learned metalwork. The girls pottery. But we're not peasants or artisans, Elithiamel provided. You will not argue, and you shall learn something of what it is to work with materials, Shiradanin's father told the two boys. But it's common. So is learning how to write and to work with numbers. Proficiency in those skills will not make you clerks any more than working with iron will make you blacksmiths. But you will do as you are told. If it is more in accord with the martial ambitions you both lay claim to, you may attempt to construct blades and armour in the course of your lessons. The boys looked at each other. You might also care to tell your language tutor that I instructed you to ask him whether it is acceptable for young men of breeding to begin almost every sentence with the unfortunate word but. That is all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Outside, they agreed that metalwork might not be so bad after all. But we've got to tell Big Nose about saying but. We'll get lines. No, we won't. Your old man said that we might care to tell Big Nose. That's not the same as actually telling us to tell him. Ha, yeah. Livweta wanted to take up metalwork too, but her father would not allow her to. It was not seemly. She persevered. He would not relent. She sulked. They compromised on carpentry. The boys made knives and swords, D'Arcance pots, and Livweta the furniture for a summer house deep in the estate. It was in that summer house where Shiradinin discovered... No, he didn't want to think about that, thank you. He knew what was coming. Damn it, he'd rather think about the other bad time, the day with the gun they'd taken from the armory. Nah, he didn't want to think at all. He tried to stop thinking about it all by bashing his head up and down, staring at the mad blue sky, and hitting his head up, down, off the pale, scaly rocks beneath his head, where the guano pellets had been swept away. But it hurt too much, and the rocks just gave, and he didn't have the strength seriously to threaten a determined speckfly anyway. So he stopped. Where was he? Ah, yes. The crater. The drowned volcano. We're in a crater. An old crater in an old volcano, long dead and filled with water. And in the middle of the crater there was a little island, and he was on the little island, and he was looking off the little island at the crater walls. And he was a man, wasn't he, children? And he was a nice man, and he was dying on the little island, and... "Scream?" he said. Doubtfully, the sky looked down. It was blue. It had been Alithiamel's idea to take the gun. The armory was unlocked, but guarded at the moment. The adults seemed busy and worried all the time, and there was talk of sending the children away. The summer had passed, and still they hadn't gone to the city. They were getting bored. We could run away. They were scuffing through the fallen leaves in a path through the estate. Alithiamel talked quietly. They couldn't even walk out here now without guards. The men kept 30 paces ahead and 20 behind. How could you play properly with all these guards around? Back nearer the house, they were allowed out without guards, but that was even more boring. "Don't be silly," Livwaiter said. "It's not silly," Darkan said. "We could go to the city. It would be something to do." "Yes," Shiradaneen said. "You're right, it would be." "Why do you want to go to the city?" Livwaiter said. "It might be dangerous there." "Well, it's boring here," Darkan said. "Yeah, it is," Shiradaneen agreed. "We could take a boat and sail away," Shiradaneen said. "We wouldn't even really have to sail or row," Alithiamel said. "All we'd have to do is push the boat out, and we'd end up in the city eventually anyway." "I wouldn't go," Livwaiter said, kicking at a pile of leaves. "Oh, Livy," Darkan said. "Now you're being boring. Come on, we've got to do things together." "I wouldn't go," Livwaiter repeated. Alithiamel pressed his lips together. He kicked hard at a huge pile of leaves, sending them up into the air like an explosion. A couple of the guards turned round quickly, then relaxed, looked away again. "We've got to do something," he said, looking at the guards ahead, admiring the big automatic rifles they were allowed to use. He'd never even been allowed to touch a proper big gun, just piddling little small-bore pistols and light carbines. He caught one of the leaves as it fell past his face. Leaves. He turned the leaf this way and that in front of his eyes. "Trees are stupid," he told the others. "Of course they are," Livwaiter said. "They don't have nerves and brains, do they? I don't mean that," he said, crumpling the leaf in his hands. "I mean they're such a stupid idea. All this waste every autumn. A tree that kept its leaves wouldn't have to grow new ones. It would grow bigger than all the rest. It would be the king of the trees." "But the leaves are beautiful," Darkan said. Alithiamel shook his head, exchanging looks with Shiradaneen. "Girls," he laughed, sneering. He forgot what the other word was for a crater. There was another word for a crater. For a big, volcanic crater, there was definitely another word for it. There was absolutely and positively another word for it. "I just put it down for a minute here, and now some bastard swiped it. The bastard! If I could just find it, I just put it down here a minute ago." Where was the volcano? The volcano was on a big island on an inland sea somewhere. He looked around at the distant heights of the crater walls, trying to remember where this somewhere was. As he moved, his shoulder hurt where one of the robbers had stabbed him. He'd attempted to protect the wound by shooing the clouds of flies away, but he was fairly sure they'd already laid their eggs. Not too near the heart. At least he still carried her there, and it would take a while for the corruption to spread that far. He'd be dead by then, before they found their way to his heart and her. But why not? Go ahead. Be my guests, little maggots. Eat away, sup your fill. Quite probably I'll be dead anyway by the time you hatch, and will save you the pain and torment of my attempts to scratch you out. Dear little maggots. Sweet little maggots. Sweet little me. I'm the one that's being eaten. He paused and thought about the pool, the little puddle that he orbited around like a captured rock. It was at the bottom of a small depression, and it seemed to him that he kept on trying to get out, away from the stinking water and the slime and the flies that crowded around it, and the bird shit he kept crawling through. He didn't manage it. He always seemed to end up back here for some reason, but he thought about it a lot. The pool was shallow, muddy, rocky and smelly. It was foul and horrid and bloated past its normal limits with the sickness and the blood that he had spilled out into it. He wanted to leave, to get well away from it. Then he would send in a heavy bomber raid. He started to crawl again, hauling himself round the pool, disturbing pellets and insects, and heading off towards the lake at one point, then coming back to the same point as before, and stopping, gazing transfixed at the pool and the rock. What had he been doing? Helping the locals as usual. Honest counsel, advisor, keeping the loonies at bay and people sweet. Later leading a small army. But they'd assumed he'd betrayed them, and that he'd used the army he'd trained as his own power base. So on the eve of their victory, the very hour they'd finally stormed the sanctum, they'd struck at him too. They'd taken him to the furnace room, stripped him naked. He'd escaped, but soldiers had been pounding down the stairs, and he'd had to run. He'd been forced into the river when they cornered him again. The dive almost knocked him out. Currents took him and he spun, lazily. He woke up in the morning under a winch housing on a big river barge. He had no idea how he got there. There was a rope trailing astern, and he could only guess he'd climbed up that. His head still hurt. He took some clothes which were drying on a line behind the wheelhouse, but he was seen. He dived overboard with them, swam to the shore. He'd still been hounded, and all the time he was forced further away from the city and sanctum, where the culture might look for him. He spent hours trying to work out how to contact them. He'd been on a stolen mount, skirting the edge of a water-filled volcanic crater when the robbers struck. They'd beaten him and raped him, and cut the tendons in his legs, and tossed him into the stinking, yellow-tinged waters of the crater lake, then thrown boulders at him as he tried to swim away, using only his arms, legs floating uselessly behind him. He knew one of the rocks would hit him sooner or later, so he tried to coax up some of that wonderful culture training, quickly hyperventilated, and then dived. He only had to wait a couple of seconds. A big rock splashed into the water in the line of bubbles he'd left when he dived. He embraced the rock like a lover as it wobbled down towards him and let it take him deep into the darkness of the lake, switching off the way he'd been taught to, but not really caring very much if it didn't work and he never woke up again. He'd thought 10 minutes when he dived. He woke up in crushing darkness, remembered, and dragged his arms out from under the rock. He kicked for the light, but nothing happened. He used his arms. The surface came down to meet him eventually. Air had never tasted so sweet. The walls of the crater lake were sheer. The tiny rock island was the only place to swim to. Screeching birds lifted from the island as he thrashed his way ashore. At least, he thought, as he dragged himself onto the rock through the guano, it wasn't the priests that found me. Then I'd really have been in trouble. The bends set in a few minutes later, like slow acid seeping into every joint, and he wished the priests had got him. Still, he told himself, talking to keep his mind away from the pain, they would come for him. The culture would come down with a beautiful big ship, and they would take him up and make it all better. He was sure they would. He'd be looked after and made better, and he'd be safe, very safe, and well looked after and free from pain, back in their paradise, and it would be like being a child again. Like being in the garden again. Except, some rogue part of his mind reminded him, bad things happened in gardens too, sometimes. D'Arcance got the armory guard to help her with a door that was stuck along the corridor, just round the corner. Shiradanine slipped in and took the autorifle Elithiumel had described. He got back out, covering the gun in a cape, and heard D'Arcance thanking the guard profusely. They all met up in the rear hall cloakroom, where they whispered excitedly in the comforting smell of wet cloth and floor polish, and took turns holding the gun. It was very heavy. "There's only one magazine. I couldn't see the others. God, you're blind, Zac. Have to do, I suppose." "Ugh, it's oily," D'Arcance said. "That stops rust," Shiradanine explained. "Where are we supposed to let it off?" Liverwater asked. "We'll hide it here, then get out after dinner," Elithiumel said, taking the weapon from D'Arcance. "It's Big Nose for studies, and he always sleeps right through anyway. Mother and Father will be entertaining that colonel. We can get out of the house and into the woods and fire... Not let off, actually. Fire the gun there. We'll probably get killed, Liverwater said. The guards will think we're terrorists. Alethiommel shook his head patiently. Livy, you are stupid. He pointed the gun at her. It's got a silencer. What do you think this bit is? Huh, Liverwater said, pushing the point away from her. Has it got a safety catch? Alethiommel looked uncertain for just a moment. Of course, he said loudly, then flinched a little and glanced at the closed door to the hall. Of course, he whispered. Come on, we'll hide it here and come back for it when we've got away from Big Nose. You can't hide it here, Liverwater said. Bet I can. It smells too much, Liverwater said. The oil smells. You'd smell it as soon as you walked in here. What if Father decides to go for a walk? Alethiommel looked worried. Liverwater moved past him, opened a small high window. How about hiding it on the stone boat? Shiradinin suggested. Nobody ever goes there at this time of year. Alethiommel thought about this. He grabbed the cloak Shiradinin had wrapped the gun in originally and covered the weapon again. All right, you take it. Still not far enough back. Or not far enough forward. He wasn't sure. The right place. That was what he was looking for. The right place. Place was all important. Place meant everything. Take this rock. Take you, rock, he said. He squinted at it. Ah, yes. Here we have the nasty, big, flat rock sitting doing nothing, just amoral and dull, and it sits like an island in the polluted pool. The pool is a tiny lake on the little island, and the island is in a drowned crater. The crater is a volcanic crater. The volcano forms part of an island in a big inland sea. The inland sea is like a giant lake on a continent, and the continent is like an island sitting in the seas of the planet. The planet is like an island in the sea of space within its system, and the system floats within the cluster, which is like an island in the sea of the galaxy, which is like an island in the archipelago of its local group, which is an island within the universe. The universe is like an island floating in a sea of space in the continua, and they float like islands in the reality and... But down through the continua, the universe, the local group, the galaxy, the cluster, the system, the planet, the continent, the island, the lake, the island, the rock remained... And that meant the rock, the crappy, awful rock here, was the centre of the universe, the continua, the whole reality. The word was caldera. The lake was in a drowned caldera. He raised his head, looked out over the still yellowish water towards the crater cliffs, and seemed to see a boat made of stone. "Scream," he said. "Piss off," he heard the sky say, unconvinced. The sky was full of cloud, and it was getting dark early. Their language tutor took longer than usual to fall asleep behind his high desk, and they almost decided to abandon the whole plan until tomorrow, but couldn't bear to. They crept out of the classroom, then walked as normally as they could down to the rear hall, where they picked up their boots and jackets. "See," Liverwater whispered, "it smells a bit of gun oil anyway." "I can't smell any," Alethiommel lied. The banqueting rooms, where a visiting colonel and his staff were being wined and dined that evening, faced the parks to the front of the house. The lake with the stone boat was at the rear. "Just going to walk round the lake, Sergeant," Shiradinin told the guard, who stopped them on the gravel path towards the stone boat. The sergeant nodded, told them to walk quickly. It would soon be dark. They sneaked onto the boat, found the rifle where Shiradinin had hidden it under a stone bench on the upper deck. As he lifted it from the flagstone deck, Alethiommel knocked the gun against the side of the bench. There was a snapping noise, and the magazine fell off. Then there was a noise like a spring, and bullets clicked and clattered over the stones. "Idiot!" Shiradinin said. "Shut up!" "Oh, no," Liverwater said, bending down and scooping up some of the rounds. "Let's go back," d'Arcance whispered. "I'm frightened." "Don't worry," Shiradinin said, patting her hand. "Come on, look for the bullets." It seemed to take ages to find them and clean them and press them back into the magazine. Even then, they thought there were probably a few missing. By the time they'd finished and got the magazine slotted back into place, it was almost night. "It's far too dark," Liverwater said. They were all crouched down at the balustrade, looking out over the lake to the house. Alethiommel held the gun. "No," he said. "We can still see." No, we can't. Not properly, Shiradinin told him. Let's leave it till tomorrow, Livwaiter said. They'll notice we're gone soon, Shiradinin whispered. We haven't got the time. No, Alithiamel said, looking out to where the guard walked slowly past the end of the causeway. Livwaiter looked too. It was the sergeant who'd talked to them. You're being an idiot, Shiradinin said, and put one hand out, taking hold of the gun. Alithiamel pulled away. It's mine. Leave it. It is not yours, Shiradinin hissed. It's ours. It belongs to our family, not yours. He got both hands on the gun. Alithiamel pulled back again. Stop it, Darkon said, her voice tiny. Don't be so... Livwaiter started to say. She looked over the edge of the parapet to where she thought she'd heard a noise. Give it here. Let it go. Please stop. Please stop. Let's go back in, please. Livwaiter didn't hear them. She was staring, wide-eyed, dry-mouthed over the stone parapet. A black-covered man picked up the rifle the guard sergeant had dropped. The guard sergeant himself lay on the gravel. Something glittered in the black-dressed man's hand, reflecting the lights of the house. The man pushed the slack form of the sergeant off the gravel into the lake. Her breath caught in her throat. Livwaiter ducked down. She flapped her hands at the boys. She said. They still struggled. Mine! Let go! Stop! She hissed, and struck them both on the head. They both stared at her. Somebody just killed that sergeant, just out there. What? Both boys looked over the parapet. Alithiamel still held the gun. Darkons squatted down and started to cry. Where? There. That's his body. There in the water. Sure, Alithiamel said in a whispered drawl. And who? The three of them saw one shadowy figure move towards the house, keeping in the shade of the bushes bordering the path. A dozen or so men, just patches of darkness on the gravel, moved along the side of the lake, where there was a narrow strip of grass. Terrorists, Alithiamel said excitedly, as the three all ducked back behind the balustrade, where Darkons wept quietly. Tell the house, Livwaiter said. Fire the gun. Take the silencer off first, Shiradinin said. Alithiamel struggled with the end of the barrel. It's stuck. Let me try. All three tried. Fire it anyway, Shiradinin said. Yeah, Alithiamel whispered. He shook the gun, hefted it. Yeah, he said. He knelt, put the gun on the stone bulwark, sighted. Be careful, Livwaiter said. Alithiamel aimed at the dark men crossing the path towards the house. He pulled the trigger. The gun seemed to explode. The whole deck of the stone boat lit up. The noise was tremendous. Alithiamel was thrown back, gun still firing, blasting Tracer into the night sky. He crashed into the bench. Darkons shrieked at the top of her lungs. She leapt up. Firing sounded from near the house. Darkle, get down! Livwaiter screamed. Lines of light flickered and cracked above the stone boat. Darkons stood, screaming, then started to run for the stairs. Alithiamel shook his head, looked up as the girl ran past him. Livwaiter grabbed at her and missed. Shiradinin tried to tackle her. The lines of light lowered, detonating chips of rock off the stones all around them in tiny clouds of dust, at the same time as Darkons, still screaming, stumbled to the stairs. The bullet entered Darkons through the hip. The other three heard, quite distinctly, the noise that it made above the gunfire and the girl's scream. He was hit too, though he didn't know by what at the time. The attack on the house was beaten off. Darkons lived. She almost died from loss of blood and shock. But she lived. The best surgeons in the land fought to rebuild her pelvis, shattered into a dozen major pieces and 100 splinters by the impact of the round. Bits of bone had travelled her body. They found fragments in her legs, in one arm, in her internal organs, even a piece in her chin. The army surgeons were fairly used to dealing with that sort of injury, and they had the time, because the war hadn't yet started then, and the incentive, for her father was a very important man, to put her back together as best they could. Still, she would walk awkwardly until she stopped growing at least. One of the bone shards travelled further than her own body. It entered his, just above the heart. The army surgeons said it would be too dangerous to operate. In time, they said, his body would reject the fragment of bone. But it never did. He started to crawl round the pool again. Caldera. That was the word, the name. Such signals were important, and he'd found the one he'd been looking for. Victory, he said to himself, as he hauled himself round, scattering a last few of the bird droppings out of his way and apologising to the insects. Everything was going to be just fine, he decided. He knew that, now, and knew that in the end you always won, and that even when you lost, you never knew. And there was only one fight, and he was at the centre of the whole ridiculous thing anyway, and Caldera was the word, and Zakalwe was the word, and Stabarind was the word, and... They came for him. They came down with a big, beautiful ship, and they took him up and away, and they made him all better again. They never learn, the sky sighed quite distinctly. Fuck you, he said. It was years later that Chiradanine returned from the military academy and, looking for Darkance and sent in that direction by a monosyllabic gardener, walked up the soft carpet of leaves to the door of the little summer house. He heard a scream from inside. Darkance. He dashed up the steps, drawing his pistol, and kicked the door open. Darkance's startled face twisted over her shoulder, regarding him. Her hands were still clasped round Elithiamel's neck. Elithiamel sat, trousers round his ankles, hands on Darkance's naked hips under her bunched-up dress, and looked calmly at him. Elithiamel was sitting on the little chair that Livweta had made in her carpentry class long ago. "Hi there, old chap," he said to the young man holding the pistol. Chiradanine looked into Elithiamel's eyes for a moment, then turned away, holstering the pistol and buttoning the holster, and walking out, closing the door behind him. Behind him, he heard Darkance crying, and Elithiamel laughing. The island in the centre of the caldera became quiet again. Some birds flew back to it. The island had changed, thanks to the man. Scraped in a circle all round the central depression of the islet, drawn in a pathway of black bird droppings cleared away from the pale rock, and with the appropriate tail of just the right length leading off to one side, its other end pointing at the rock which was the central dot, the island seemed to have a letter or simple pictogram printed on it, white on black. It was the local signal for "Help me," and you would only have seen it from an aircraft or from space. A few years after the scene in the summer house, one night while the forests burned and the distant artillery thundered, a young army major jumped up onto one of the tanks under his command and ordered the driver to take the machine through the woods, following a path which wound between the old trees. They left behind the shell of the recaptured mansion and the glowing red fires which lit its once grand interior. The fires reflected on the waters of an ornamental lake by the wreckage of a demolished boat made of stone. The tank ripped through the woods, demolishing small trees and little bridges over streams. He saw the clearing with the summer house through the trees. It was lit by a flickering white light as though by God. They got to the clearing. A star shell had fallen into the trees above, its parachute entangled in the branches. It sizzled and sputtered and shed a pure, sharp, extreme light all over the clearing. Inside the summer house, the little wooden chair was quite visible. The tank's gun was pointing straight at the small building. "Sir?" the tank commander said, peering worriedly from the hatch beneath. Major Zakalwe looked down at him. "Fire," he said. Chapter 8. The first snow of the year settled over the upper slopes of the cleft city. It floated out of the grey-brown sky and fitted itself over the streets and the buildings like a sheet thrown over a corpse. He dined alone at a large table. The screen he had wheeled into the middle of the brightly lit room flickered with the images of released prisoners from some other planet. The balcony doors were lying open, and through them drifted small examples of the falling snow. The rich carpet of the room was frosted white where the snow had settled, and stained dark further in where the heat of the room had melted the crystals back into water again. Outside, the city was a mass of half-unseen grey shapes. Ordered lights ran in lines and curls, dimmed by distance and passing flurries. Darkness came like a black flag waved over the canyon, drawing back the greyness from the shores of the city, then pushing forward the individual specks of street and building lights as though in recompense. The silent screen and silent snow conspired. Light flung a path into the silent chaos of the fall beyond the window. He got up and closed the doors, the shutters and the curtains. The next day was bright and clear, and the city could be seen sharply as far as the canyon's broad curve would allow. Buildings and lines of roads and aqueducts stood out as though freshly drawn, gleaming like new paint, while cold, keen sunlight rubbed a shine into the dullest grey stone. The snow lay over the top half of the city. Below, where the temperature stayed more level, the snow had fallen as rain. There, too, the precise new day was displayed. He looked down from the car and studied the sight. Every detail delighted him. He counted arches and cars and traced the lines of water and road and flue and track through all their convolutions and hidings. He inspected every flash of reflected sunlight, squinted at every dot of wheeling bird, and noted every broken window through the very dark glasses. The car was the longest and sleekest of all those he'd bought or hired. It was an 8-seater with a huge, inefficient rotary engine driving both rear axles, and he had its collapsible slatted hood down. He sat in the back and enjoyed the feel of the cold air on his face. The terminal earring beeped. "Zakalwe?" "Yes, Diziat," he said. Talking quietly, he didn't think the driver would hear him over the windrow. He raised the screen between them anyway. "Hello. Good. A very slight time delay from here, but not much. How's it going?" "Nothing yet. I'm called Stabarind, and I'm causing a fuss. I own Stabarind Airlines, there's a Stabarind Street, a Stabarind Store, a Stabarind Railway, Stabarind Local Broadcasts. There's even a cruise liner called the Stabarind. I've spent money like hydrogen, established within a week a business empire most people would take a lifetime to set up, and I'm instantly one of the most talked-about people on the planet, maybe in the cluster." "Yes, but sure, had to take a service tunnel and leave the hotel by an annex this morning. The courtyard's crammed with press." He glanced over his shoulder. "I'm amazed we really seem to have shaken the hounds off. Yes, sure, damn it. I'm probably putting the war off all by myself just by being this crazy. People would rather see what I'm going to squander my money on next than fight." "Zakalwe, Zakalwe," Smar said. "Fine, great. But what is all this supposed to do?" He sighed, looked out at the derelict buildings speeding by to one side, not far under the rimrock. "It's supposed to get the name Stabarind into the media, so that even a recluse studying ancient documents will get to hear the name. And there was something we did in the war, Beishai and I, a particular stratagem. We called it the Stabarind strategy. But only between ourselves. Strictly between ourselves. It only meant anything to Beishai because I explained about its origin. If he hears that word, he must wonder what's going on." "Sounds like a great theory, Shiradanine. But it hasn't actually worked, has it?" "No." He sighed, then frowned. "There is media input to this place he's in, isn't there? You're sure he's not just a prisoner?" "There is network access, but not directly. They've got it well screened. Even we can't see exactly what's going on. And we are certain he's not a prisoner." He thought for a moment. "How's the pre-war situation?" "Well, the full scale still looks inevitable, but the likely lead time's increased by a couple of days, to 8 to 10 after a viable trigger event. So far, so good, to be optimistic." He rubbed his chin, watching the frozen waters of an aqueduct slide past, 50 metres beneath the turnpike. "Well," he said, "I'm on my way now to the university. Breakfast with the dean. I'm setting up the Stabarind Scholarship, and the Stabarind Fellowship, and the Stabarind Chair." He grimaced. "And maybe even the Stabarind College. Perhaps I should mention these stupendously important wax tablets to the man as well." "Yes, good idea," Smar said after a short pause. "Okay. I don't suppose they have any bearing on what Beishai's got his nose buried in, have they?" "No," Smar said, "but they'd certainly be stored in the same place he's working. I guess you could reasonably ask to inspect their security arrangements down there, or just want to see where they'd be kept." "All right. I'll mention the tablets. Check the guy hasn't got a weak heart first." "Here, Diziat." One other thing. That couple you asked us about, the ones that came to your street party? Yeah. Their governance. That's the term they use for major local stockholders who tell the corporate chiefs, yes, Dizzyet, I remember the term. Well, these two are Sulatols, and what they say goes. The chief execs will almost certainly do exactly as they suggest as far as Beishai is concerned, and that means the official government will too. They are also, of course, effectively above the law. Don't mess with them, Sharatnin. Me? He said innocently, smiling to the cold, dry wind. Yes, you. That's all from this end. Have a nice breakfast. Bye, he said. The city slid past. The car's tyres made hissing, tearing noises on the dark-surfaced turnpike. He turned up the heating in the footwell. This was a quiet part of the Undercliff Road. The driver slowed for a sign and some flashing lights ahead, then almost skidded at the sudden diversion sign and emergency road markings that turned them off the road, over a ramp and down onto a long concrete channel with sheer walls. They came to a steep rise with only sky visible beyond, the red lines indicating the diversion led over the summit. The driver slowed, then shrugged and gunned the engine. The hump of concrete raised the nose of the big car, hiding what was on the far side. When the driver saw what was over the concrete summit, he shouted in fear and tried to turn and brake. The big car tipped forward onto the ice and started to slide. He had been jolted by the turn and then annoyed that the view had been taken away. He looked round at the driver and wondered what was going on. Somebody had diverted them off the turnpike and onto a storm drain. The turnpike was heated and didn't ice up. The storm drain was a sheet of ice. They had entered near the top, through one small sluice out of several dozen spread in a semicircle. The broad drain led down into the depths of the city, crossed by bridges for over a kilometre. The car had partially turned as the driver came over the top of the sluice baffle. The vehicle was sliding down sideways, its wheels spinning and engine roaring, lumbering on and on down the steepening expanse of the drain and rapidly picking up speed. The driver tried to brake again, then attempted to go into reverse, and finally tried to steer towards the slab-high sides of the drain. But the car was slithering down faster all the time, and the ice provided no purchase. The car's wheels shook, and the whole body shuddered as it hit ridges in the ice. The air whistled, and the side-on tyres whined. He was staring at the sides of the drain, whirling by at a ridiculous speed. The vehicle was still slowly turning as it skidded. The driver screamed as they headed for a massive bridge support. The rear of the car banged, and the whole vehicle leapt as it battered into the concrete. Bits of metal flew into the air and crashed into the ice behind, then started skidding down after them. The car was spinning faster now in the other direction. Bridges, tributary drains, viaducts, overhanging buildings, aqueducts and huge pipes spanning the drain all flashed by the revolving car, hurtling past in the bright light, some shocked white faces gasping from parapets or open windows. He looked forward and saw the driver opening his door. "Hey!" he shouted, reaching forward to grab the man. The car thundered over the uneven ice. The driver jumped. He flung himself into the front, just missing the driver's ankles. He landed down at the pedals, grasped at the levers and controls, and tugged himself into the driver's seat. The vehicle was turning faster, jolting and screaming as it hit ridges and raised metal grills set in the slope. He glimpsed one wheel and various bits of bodywork bouncing away behind him. Another teeth-chattering contact with a bridge support ripped an entire axle free. It flew into the air and exploded against an iron leg supporting a building, dislodging bricks and glass and scattering metal like shrapnel. He grabbed the steering wheel. It flopped about uselessly. He had the idea of keeping the car pointing forward if he could, until the gradually increasing temperature further down the canyon provided a wet rather than icy slope. But if there was no steering, he might as well jump off too. The wheel thumped and burned his hands as it turned. The tyres squealed wildly. He was thrown forward, and his nose hit the wheel. That felt like a dry patch, he thought. He looked ahead, down the slope where the ice was becoming patchy, hugging the shadows of buildings where the shade fell across the spillway. The car was almost straight. He grabbed at the wheel again and tramped the brake. It didn't seem to do anything. He pedalled reverse instead. Now the gearbox screamed too. His face wrinkled at the appalling noise. His feet juddered on the quivering pedal. The wheel came alive again, for longer, and he was thrown forward once more. This time, he kept a hold of the wheel and ignored the blood streaming from his nose. Everything was roaring now. The wind and the tyres and the body of the car. His ears popped and throbbed with the rapidly increasing air pressure. He looked ahead and saw the concrete was green with weeds. "Shit!" he yelled to himself. There was another lip ahead. He wasn't near the bottom yet. There was another length of slope to come. He recalled the driver mentioning tools inside the front passenger bench. He hauled the seat up and grabbed the biggest piece of metal he could see, then kicked the door open and jumped. He slammed into the concrete, almost losing his grip on the metal tool. The car started to slew in front of him, leaving a last patch of ice and hitting the section of the slope covered by weed. Curved fountains of spray leapt from its remaining wheels. He rolled over onto his back, spray hissing up into his face as he slithered down the steep, weeded slope. He held the metal tool in both hands, clamped it between his chest and upper arm, forced it down into the concrete under the water and weeds. The metal thrummed in his hands. The spillway lip swept up towards him. He pressed harder. The tool bit into the rough concrete, shaking his whole body, jarring his teeth and his vision. A tight wad of ripped-up weed grew under his arm like some mutant hair. The car hit the lip first. It somersaulted into the air and started tumbling, disappearing. He hit the lip and almost lost his hold on the tool again. He rose and slowed, but not enough. Then he was over. The dark glasses sailed off his face. He resisted the urge to grab at them. The spillway continued for another half-kilometre. The car smashed upside down into the concrete slope, scattering debris which continued skidding down towards the river at the bottom of the canyon's great V. The gearbox and remaining axle parted company with the chassis and bounced into some pipes straddling the drain, fracturing them. Water poured out. He went back to treating the metal tool as though it was an ice axe and slowly reduced his speed. He passed under the fractured pipes, which were gushing warm water. What? Not sewage, he thought brightly. Today was looking up. He looked, perplexed, at the metal tool still vibrating in his grip, and wondered exactly what it was. Probably something to do with the tyres or starting the engine, he decided, looking around. He negotiated one final spillway lip and slid gently into the shallows of the broad river Lotol itself. Bits of the car had already arrived. He stood up and squelched ashore. He checked there was nothing else coming down the spillway that might strike him, and sat. He was shaking. He dabbed at his bloody nose. He felt bruised from the battering in the car. There were some people staring at him over the top of a nearby promenade. He waved at them. He stood up, wondering how you got out of this concrete canyon. He looked up the spillway, but could see only a short way. A final lip of concrete blocked the rest of the view. He wondered what had happened to the driver. The concrete lip he was looking at formed a dark bump against the skyline. The bump hung for a few seconds, then came down on the thin coating of water that floated down the slope, staining it red. What was left of the driver skidded past him and bumped into the river, edging past the chassis of the shattered car and setting off downstream, swirling pinkly in the water, revolving. He shook his head. He brought his hand up to his nose, waggled the tip experimentally, and gasped with pain. This made the 15th time he'd broken his nose. He grimaced into the mirror, snorting back a mixture of blood and warm water. The black porcelain basin swirled with gently steaming suds, pink-flecked. He touched his nose with great delicacy and frowned into the mirror. I miss breakfast, lose a perfectly proficient driver and my best car. I break my nose yet again, and get an old raincoat of immense sentimental value, dirtier than it's ever been in its life before, and all you can say is, "That's funny?" Sorry, Shiradanine. I just mean that's weird. I don't know why they'd do something like that. You are certain it was deliberate? Oh. What was that? Nothing. You are certain it wasn't just an accident? Positive. I called for a spare car and the police and went back to where it happened. No diversion, all gone. But there were traces of industrial solvent where they'd removed the false red road markings from the top of the storm drain. Yeah. Smar's voice sounded odd. He took the transceiver bead off his earlobe and looked hard at it. Smar? Ooh, yeah. Oh, well, as I said, if it was those two governance boards, the police won't do anything. But I can't understand them behaving like that. He let the washbowl drain and dabbed tenderly at his nose with a fluffy hotel towel. He put the terminal earring back on his ear. Maybe they just object to the fact I'm using Vanguard money. Maybe they think I'm Mr. Vanguard or something. He waited for a reply. Smar? I said maybe they... Oh, yes, sorry, yes, I heard you. You might be right. Anyway, there's more. God, what? He picked up an ornately decorated plastic screen card, which against a background of what looked like a fairly wild party, slowly flashed a message on and off. An invitation to me. I'll read it out. Mr. Stabberhind, congratulations on your narrow escape. Do please come to a fancy dress party this evening. A car will pick you up at Rimset. Costume provided. No address. He put the card back behind the washbowl taps. According to the concierge, that arrived at about the same time I called the police after my car went tobogganing. Fancy dress party, eh? Smar giggled. Better watch your ass, Zakalwe. There was more giggling. Not all of it Smar's. Smar, he said frostily. If I've called at an awkward time... Smar cleared her throat, sounded suddenly businesslike. Not at all. Sounds like it was the same lot. You going? I think so, but not in their costume, whatever that turns out to be. All right, we'll track you. Are you absolutely positive you don't want a knife missile, or... I don't want to get into that argument again, Dizzyet, he said, dabbing his face dry and sniffing hard again, inspecting himself in the mirror. What I was thinking about was this. If these people did react like this just because of Vanguard, maybe we can persuade them there's an opportunity for them here. What sort of opportunity? He went through to the bedroom, collapsed on the bed, staring up at the painted ceiling. Beishai was connected with Vanguard at first, yes? Honorary President-Director. Gave it credibility while we were starting up. He was only involved for a year or two. But there is that link. He swung his legs off the bed and sat up, staring out of the window at the snow-bright city. And one of the theories we believe these guys have is that Vanguard is run by some sort of namby-pamby machine that's developed consciousness and conscience. Or just by some old recluse with philanthropic intentions, Smar agreed. So, say this mythical machine or person had existed, but then somebody else got hold of the reins, disabled the machine, killed the philanthropist, and then started spending their ill-gotten gains. Smar said. She coughed again. Yes? Well, they'd be acting a lot like you've been, I suppose. So do I, he said, going to the window. He picked up a pair of dark glasses from a small table, put them on. Something beeped near the bed. Hold on. He turned, crossed to the bedside, and picked up the same small device he'd scanned the 2 top floors with when he'd first arrived. He looked at the display, smiled, and left the room. Walking down the corridor, still holding the machine, he said, Sorry, somebody bouncing a laser off the window in the room I was in, trying to eavesdrop. He entered a suite facing uphill and sat on the bed. Anyway, could you make it look like there'd been some sort of event in the Vanguard Foundation a few days before I arrived here? Some sort of cataclysmic change, but the signs are only appearing now. I don't know what, especially as it all has to be backdated, but something that the markets say only just get hold of now. Something buried in the trading figures. Would that be possible? Smar said hesitantly, I don't know. Ship? Hello, the xenophobe said. Can we do what Zakalwe just asked? I'll listen to what it was, the ship said. Then, yes, best get one of the GCUs to handle it, but it can be done. Great, he said, lying back on the bed. Also, as of now, and again backdating where we can interfere with computer records, Vanguard becomes an unethical corporation. Sell the R&D department investigating ultra-strong materials for space habitats and that sort of stuff. Have it pick up stock in companies promoting terraforming. Close a few factories, start a few lockouts, halt all charitable works, skim the pension fund. Zakalwe, we're supposed to be the good guys. I know. But if I can get our governance pals to think I've taken over Vanguard, and I think the way they do... He paused. Smar, do I have to spell it out? Oh, what? Oh, no. You think they might try and get you to convince Beishai that Vanguard's still doing what we want it to do, and so get him to declare for it? Exactly. He clasped his hands under his neck, adjusting his ponytail. This bed had mirrors on the ceiling above, not a painting. He studied the distant reflection of his nose. Long shot, Zakalwe, Smar said. I think we have to try it. It means wrecking a commercial reputation it's taken decades to establish. That more important than stopping the war, is it? Of course not, but... Oh, of course not. But we can't be certain it'll work. Well, I say we do it now. It has a better chance than offering the university those goddamn tablets. You've never liked that plan, have you, Zakalwe? Smar sounded annoyed. This one's better, Smar. I can feel it. Get it done now, so they've heard about it by the time I get to the party tonight. Okay, but that thing with the tablets, Smar. I've rearranged the meeting with the Dean for the day after tomorrow, okay? I can mention the goddamn tablets then. But make sure all this Vanguard stuff goes through now, all right? Oh, yeah. Right, I suppose so. So, wow. Look, Zakalwe, something's just come up. Was there anything else? No, he said loudly. Oh, great. Right, Zakalwe. Bye. The transceiver beeped. He tore it off his ear and threw it across the room. Rampant bitch, he breathed. He looked at the ceiling. He lifted the bedside telephone. Yeah. Can I speak to... Trevo? Yes, please. He waited, dug between two molars with a fingernail. Yeah, Night Clerk Trevo. My very good friend. Listen, I'd like a little company, you know? Indeed. Well, there's a largest tip, if that's right. And Trevo, if she comes with a press pass secreted anywhere, you're a dead man. The suit was vulnerable to a shortish list of comparatively heavy battlefield weaponry, and not much else. He watched the capsule vibrate its way back under the surface of the desert as the suit clasped itself around him. He got back into the car and drove back down to the hotel, just in time to meet the limousine sent by his hosts for that evening. The cluster's media had been cleared from the hotel courtyard that afternoon, on his instructions, so there was no undignified dive through their lights and mics and questions. He stood, dark glasses in place, on the steps of the hotel as the great dark car, significantly more impressive than the one he'd almost been killed in that morning, he was somewhat disappointed to note, drew smoothly to a halt. A huge man, grey-haired with a pale, heavily scarred face, unfolded himself from the driver's compartment and held open a rear door, bowing slowly. "Thank you," he said to the big man, as he stepped into the vehicle. The fellow bowed again and closed the door. He sat back in plushly luxurious upholstery that couldn't make up its mind whether it was a seat or a bed. The car's windows dimmed in response to the lights of the media people as the vehicle exited from the hotel courtyard. He gave what he hoped was a regal wave all the same. The evening city lights streamed past. The car thundered quietly. He inspected a package on the seat, bed, beside him. It was paper-wrapped and tied up with colourful ribbons. "Mr. Stabberrind," said a handwritten note. He brought the suit helmet over, pulled carefully on a ribbon, opening the package. There were clothes inside. He lifted them out and looked at them. He found a switch on an arm that let him talk to the grey-haired driver. "I take it this is my fancy dress costume. What is it exactly?" The driver looked down, took something from a jacket pocket, and manipulated it. "Hello," said an artificial voice. "My name is Mullen. I cannot talk, so I use this machine instead." He glanced up at the road, then down again at whatever machine he was using. "What do you want to ask me?" He didn't like the way the big guy took his eyes off the road each time he wanted to say something, so he just said, "Never mind." He sat back and watched the lights go past, taking the suit helmet off again. They drew into the courtyard of a large dark house down near a river in a side canyon. "Please follow me, Mr. Stabberrind." Mollin said through his machine. Certainly. He lifted the suit helmet and followed the taller man up the steps and into a large foyer. He was carrying the costume he'd found in the car. Animal heads glared from the walls of the tall entrance hall. Mollin closed the doors and led into an elevator which hummed and rattled its way down for a couple of floors. He heard the noise and could detect the drug smoke odour of the party even before the doors were opened. He handed the bundle of clothes to Mollin, keeping only a thin cloak. Thanks, I won't be needing the rest. They went out into the party, which was noisy and crowded and full of bizarre costumes. The men and women all looked sleek and well-fed. He breathed in the drug smoke that wreathed the motley figures about him. Mollin led the way through the crowd. People fell silent as they passed, and a babble of conversation started up in his wake. He heard the word Stabberrind several times. They went through doors guarded by men even bigger than Mollin, down a flight of softly carpeted stairs, and into a large room walled with glass on one side. Boats bobbed on black water in an underground dock on the far side of the glass, which reflected a smaller but more bizarre party. He peeked under the dark glasses, but the view was no brighter. As on the floor above, people walked around with either drug bowls or, for the especially daring, drink glasses. Everybody was either badly injured or actually mutilated. Men and women turned to look at the new arrival as he followed Mollin in. Some men and women had arms broken and twisted, the bones tearing through the skin, showing whitely under the plain light. Some had huge gashes cut into their bodies. Some had whole areas of their flesh flayed and seared. Some had had breasts or arms amputated or eyes put out, often with the removed article or articles dangling from other parts of their bodies. The woman from the street party came towards him, a hand-wide flap of her belly hanging down over her glistening skirt, her belly muscles rippling inside like dull red glistening cords. "Mr. Stabberrind, you've come as a spaceman," she said. There was an over-elaborate modulation to her voice he found instantly annoying. "Well, I've sort of compromised," he said, swirling the cape and fastening it across his shoulders. The woman held out her hand. "Well, welcome anyway." "Thank you," he said, taking her hand and kissing it. He half expected the suit's sensory fields to pick up a whiff of some deadly poison on the woman's delicate hand and signal danger, but the alarm remained quiet. He grinned as she took her hand away. "What do you find funny, Mr. Stabberrind?" "This," he laughed, nodding at the people around them. "Good," she said, laughing a little. Her belly quivered. "We did hope our party might amuse you. Allow me to introduce our good friend who is making all this possible." She took his arm and guided him through the grisly multitude to a man sitting on a stool next to a tall, dull grey machine. He was small and smiling, and kept wiping his nose with a large kerchief, which he stuffed raggedly into his otherwise immaculate suit. "Doctor, this is the man we told you of, Mr. Stabberrind." "Sincere greetings and things," said the little doctor, his face collapsing into a moist and toothy smile. "Welcome to our injured party." He waved round the room at the wounded people and waved his hands enthusiastically. "Would you like an injury? The process is quite painless and causes no inconvenience. Repairs are speedy, and there aren't any scars. What can I tempt you with? Lacerations? Compound fracture? Castration? How about a multiple trepanning? You'd be the only one here." He folded his arms and laughed. "You're too kind. Thank you, but no." "Oh, don't, please," the little man said, looking wounded. "Don't spoil the party. Everybody else is taking part. Do you really want to feel so left out? There is no risk of pain or permanent damage of any sort. I've carried out this sort of operation all over the civilized universe, and have never had any complaints, except from people who get too attached to their injuries and resist repair. My machine and I have performed novelty injuries and wounds in every center of civilization in the cluster. You may not have this chance again, you know. We leave tomorrow, and I'm all booked up for the next 2 years standard. Are you absolutely sure you don't want to participate?" "More than absolutely." "Leave Mr. Stabberrind alone, Doctor," the woman said. "If he does not want to join us, then we must respect his wishes, must we not, Mr. Stabberrind?" The woman took his arm in hers. He looked at her injury, wondering what sort of transparent shielding kept everything intact. Her breasts were frosted with small tear-shaped gems and kept high by tiny field projectors on their undersides. Yes, of course. Good. Would you wait a moment, please? Please share this. She pushed her drink into his hand and stooped forward to talk to the doctor. He turned to look at the people in the room. Strips of flesh hung from beautiful faces. Grafted breasts swung from tanned backs. Slender arms hung like bloated necklaces. Chips of bone peeped from torn skin. Veins and arteries and muscles and glands squirmed and sparkled in the plain light. He lifted the glass the woman had given him and wafted some of its fumes into the fields around the helmet neck. An alarm sounded, and a small screen on the suit's wrist revealed the specific poison in the glass. He smiled, pushed the glass through the suit's neck field, and knocked the contents back, then coughed a little as the half-alcohol concoction went down his throat. He smacked his lips. "Oh, you've finished it." The woman came back to him. She was patting her smooth belly, now whole again, and motioned him towards another area of the room. She donned a small, glittering waistcoat as they walked through the mutilated throng. Yes. He handed her the glass. They went through a door into an old workshop. Lathes and punches and drills stood around under layers of dust and flaking paint and metal. 3 chairs stood under a hanging light, a small cabinet beside them. The woman shut the door and waved him into one of the low seats. He sat down, placing the suit helmet on the floor at his side. "Why didn't you come in the costume we sent you?" She altered the lock on the door, then turned to him, suddenly smiling. She adjusted the glittering waistcoat. "It didn't suit me." "You think that does?" She nodded at the black suit as she sat down, crossing her legs. She tapped the cabinet. It opened out with chinking glasses and already smoking drug bowls. "I find it reassuring." She leant over, offering him a glass of gleaming liquid, which he accepted. He settled into the chair again. She sat back too, cradling a bowl in both hands and closing her eyes as she leant over it, breathing in deeply. She flapped a little of the smoke under the lapels of the waistcoat, so that as she spoke, the heavy fumes curled back out between the material and her breasts and twisted slowly into her face. "We are so glad you could come, whatever your attire. Tell me, how are you finding the Excelsior? Does it meet with your requirements?" He smiled thinly. "It'll do." The door opened. The man he'd seen with the woman at the street party, and when they had chased him in their car, was outside. He stood back for Mollen to enter before him. Then he strode to the remaining seat and placed himself in it. Mollen stood near the door. "What have you been saying?" the man asked, waving away the woman's hand with a glass in it. "He's about to tell us who he is," the woman said. They both looked at him. "Aren't you Mr. Stabberind?" "No, I'm not. You tell me who you are." "I think you know who we are, Mr. Stabberind," the man said. "We thought we knew who you were up until a few hours ago. Now we're not so sure." "Me? I'm just a tourist." He sipped at the drink, looking at them over the top of the glass. He inspected his drink. Minute specks of gold floated in its glittering depths. "For a tourist, you bought an awful lot of souvenirs that you'll never be able to take home with you," the woman said. "Streets, railways, bridges, canals, apartment blocks, stores, tunnels." She waved her hand in the air to indicate that the list went on. "And that's just in Solitol." "I get carried away." "Were you trying to attract attention?" He smiled. "Yes, I suppose I was." "We heard you suffered an unpleasant experience this morning, Mr. Stabberind," the woman said. She wriggled down deeper into the chair, drawing up her legs. "Something to do with a storm drain?" "That's right. My car was diverted down a spillway from the top." "You weren't hurt?" She sounded sleepy. "Not seriously. I stayed in the car until—" "No, please." The hand waved up from the indistinct mass of the chair tiredly. "I have no head for details." He said nothing. He pursed his lips. "I understand your driver was not so lucky," the man said. "Well, he's dead." He leant forward in his seat. "Actually, I thought you people might have arranged the whole thing." "Yeah, said the woman from the mass of the chair, her voice floating up like the smoke. "Actually, we did. I find frankness so appealing, don't you?" The man looked admiringly at the knees, breasts, and head of the woman, the only parts of her still showing above the furry arms of the seat. He smiled. "Of course, Mr. Stabberhind, my companion jests. We would never do such a terrible thing, but we might be able to lend you some assistance in finding the real culprits." "Really?" The man nodded. "We think now we might like to help you, you see." "Oh, sure." The man laughed. "Who exactly are you, Mr. Stabberhind?" "I told you, I'm a tourist." He sniffed the bowl. "I wandered into a little money recently, and I always wanted to visit Solitol in style, and that's what I've been doing." "How did you get control of the Vanguard Foundation, Mr. Stabberhind?" I thought direct questions like that were impolite. "They are." The man smiled. "I beg your pardon. May I guess your profession, Mr. Stabberhind? I mean, before you became a gentleman of leisure, of course." He shrugged. "If you like." "Computers," the man said. He had started to raise his glass to his lips, just so he could hesitate, as he now did. "No comment," he said, not meeting the man's eyes. "So," the man said, "the Vanguard Foundation is under new management, is it?" "Damn right. Better management." The man nodded. "So I heard just this afternoon." He sat forward in his chair and rubbed his hands together. "Mr. Stabberhind, I don't want to pry into your commercial operations and future plans, but I wonder if you'd give us even a vague idea in what direction you see the Vanguard Foundation going over the next few years, purely as a matter of interest for now." "That's easy," he grinned. "More profits. Vanguard could have been the biggest corp of the lot if it had been aggressive with its marketing. Instead, it's been run like a charity, relied on coming up with some new technological gizmo to restore its position each time it falls behind. But from now on, it fights like the other big boys, and it backs winners." The man nodded wisely. "The Vanguard Foundation's been too meek until now." He shrugged. "Maybe that's just what happens when you leave something to be run by machines, but that's over. From now on, the machines do what I tell them to, and the Vanguard Foundation becomes a competitor, a predator, yeah?" He laughed, not too harshly, he hoped, conscious he might overdo this. The man smiled slowly but broadly. "You believe in keeping machines in their place, yes?" "Yeah." He nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I do." "Mr. Stabberhind, have you heard of Zoldrin Beshai?" "Sure. Hasn't everybody?" The man raised his eyebrows liquidly. "And you think—" "Could have been a great politician, I suppose." "Most people say he was a great politician," the woman said from the chair's depths. He shook his head, looking into his drug bowl. "He was on the wrong side. It was a shame, but to be great, you have to be on the winning side. Part of greatness is knowing that. He didn't. Same as my old man." "Ah," said the woman. "Your father, Mr. Stabberhind," the man said. "Yeah," he admitted. "He and Beshai, well, it's a long story, but they knew each other long ago." "You have time for the story?" the man said easily. "No," he said. He stood up, putting down the bowl and glass and taking up the suit helmet. "Look, thanks for the invitation and all, but I think I'll head back now. I'm a little tired, and I took a bit of a battering in that car, you know." "Yes," the man said, standing too. "We're really sorry about that." "Oh, thanks. Perhaps we can offer something in compensation." "Oh, yeah? Like what?" He fiddled with the suit helmet. "I got lots of money." "How would you like to talk to Zoldrin Beshai?" He looked up, frowning. "I don't know. Should I? Is he here?" He gestured out towards the party. The woman giggled. "No," the man laughed. "Not here, but in the city. Would you like to talk to him? Fascinating fellow, and no longer actively on the wrong side, as it were. Devoted to a life of study these days, but still fascinating, as I say." He shrugged. "Well, Maybe. I'll think about it. It crossed my mind to leave after the craziness this morning. Oh, I beg you to reconsider that, Mr. Stabberhind. Please sleep on it. You might do a great deal of good for all of us if you would talk to the chap. Who knows, you might even help make him great. He held out one hand towards the door. But I can tell you want to go. Let me see you to the car. They walked to the door. Mollen stood back. Oh, this is Mollen. Say hello, Mollen. The grey-haired man touched a small box at his side. Hello, it said. Mollen can't speak, you see. Hasn't said a word in all the time we've known him. Yes, said the woman. She was completely submerged in the chair now. We decided he needed to clear his throat, so we took out his tongue. She either giggled or belched. We've met. He nodded to the big man, whose face contorted strangely under the scars. The party in the boathouse cellar went on. He almost collided with a woman who had her eyes on the back of her head. Some of the revellers were exchanging limbs now. People sported 4 arms or none, begging for drinks to be brought to their mouths, or an extra leg, or had arms or legs of the wrong sex. One woman was parading around with a man in tow who wore a sickly, stupid grin. The woman kept lifting her skirt and displaying a complete set of male sexual equipment. He hoped they all forgot who had what at the end of the evening. They passed through the tame party, where fireworks were showering everybody with cool sparks. They were all laughing at that, and he could think of no other word, cavorting. He was wished farewell. It was the same car that took him back, though it had a different driver. He watched the lights and the city's calm expanses of snow, and thought about people at parties and people at war. He saw the party they had just left, and he saw the grey-green trenches with mud-caked men waiting nervously. He saw people dressed in shiny black, whipping each other and being tied up, and he saw people shackled to bed frames or chairs, shrieking, while the uniformed men applied their particular skills. He sometimes had to be reminded, he realized, that he still possessed the capacity to despise. The car powered its way through the silent streets. He took the dark glasses off. The empty city swept past. Numeral 6. Once, between the time he'd taken the Chosen across the Badlands and the time he'd ended up broken like an insect in the flooded caldera, scratching signs in the dirt, he had taken some leave, and for a while had entertained the idea of giving up his work for the culture and doing something else instead. It had always seemed to him that the ideal man was either a soldier or a poet, and so having spent most of his years being one of those, to him, polar opposites, he determined to attempt to turn his life around and become the other. He lived in a small village, in a small rural community, on a small, undeveloped, unhurried planet. He stayed with an old couple in a cottage in the trees in the dales beneath the high tors. He rose early and went for long walks. The countryside looked new and green and fresh. It was summer, and the fields and woods, the pathsides and the riverbanks were full of unnameable flowers of every colour. The tall trees flexed in the warm summer winds, leaves bright and fluttering like flags, and water ran off the moors and hills and across the bunched stones of sparkling streams like some clarified concentrate of the air itself. He sweated to the crests of the gnarled hills, climbed the outcrop rocks at their summits, and ran whooping and laughing across the broader tops under the brief shadows of the small high clouds. On the moors, in the hills, he saw animals, tiny ones that darted invisibly into thickets from almost underfoot, larger ones that leapt and stopped, looked back, then leapt away again, disappearing into burrows or between rocks. Larger ones still that ran flowing off across the ground in herds, watching him, and then became almost invisible when they stopped to graze. Birds mobbed him when he walked too near their nests. Others called out from nearby, one wing fluttering, trying to distract him when he approached theirs. He was careful not to step on their nests. He always took a small notebook with him on his walks and made a point of writing down anything interesting. He tried to describe the feel of the grasses in his fingers, the way the trees sounded, the visual diversity of the flowers, the way the animals and birds moved and reacted, the colour of the rocks and the sky. He kept a proper journal in a larger book back in his room at the old couple's cottage. He wrote his notes up in that each evening, as though filling out a report for some higher authority. In another large journal book, he wrote his notes out again, along with further notes on the notes, and then started to cross words out of the completed, annotated notes, carefully removing word after word, until he had something that looked like a poem. This was how he imagined poetry to be made. He had brought some books of poetry with him, and when the weather was wet, which was only rarely, he stayed in and tried to read them. Usually, though, they sent him to sleep. The books he had brought about poetry and poets confused him even more, and he had to continually reread passage after passage to retain each word, and even then still felt none the wiser. He went into the village tavern every few days and played skittle and pebble games with the locals. The mornings after these evenings he regarded as recovery periods and left his notebook behind when he walked. The rest of the time he tired himself out and kept fit, climbing trees to see how high he could get before the branches became too thin, climbing rock faces and old quarries, balancing his way across fallen trees in steep gullies, leaping from rock to rock across rivers, and sometimes stalking and then chasing the animals on the moor, knowing he could never catch up with them, but laughing as he sprinted after them. The only other people he saw in the hills were farmers and shepherds. Sometimes he saw slaves working in the fields, and very rarely he met other people out walking. He didn't like to stop and talk to them. The one other person he ever saw regularly was a man who flew a kite on the high hills. They only saw each other from a distance. At first, it just happened that their paths never crossed, but later he made sure that they didn't meet. He would change direction if he saw the gaunt figure of the man walking towards him, climb up a different hill if he saw the little red kite flying above the summit he'd intended to head for. It had become a sort of tradition, a little private custom. The days went on. He sat on a hill once and saw a slave running through the fields beneath, through the strange, slow patterns that the currents in the wind pushed through the golden red pelt of the land. The slave's path left a trail like the wake behind a ship. She got as far as the river, where the landlord's mounted overseer ran her down. He watched the overseer beat the woman, saw the long stick rise and fall, tiny in the distance, but he couldn't hear anything because the wind was in the wrong direction. When the woman finally lay still on the riverbank, the overseer got down off his mount and knelt near her head. He saw something flash, but could not tell exactly what was going on. The overseer rode off. Hobbled slaves came and took the woman away later. He made a note. That evening, after dinner, in the house of the old couple, once the wife had gone to bed, he told the old man what he had seen. The man nodded slowly, chewing on a mildly narcotic root, and spat juice into the fire. The overseer was known to be strict, the old man said. He took the tongue of any slave who tried to escape. He kept the tongues drying on a string stretched over the entrance to the slaves' compound at the lordship's farm. He and the old man drank some fierce grain spirit from little cups, and then the old man told him a folk tale. In the tale, a man walking through the wild wood was tempted from the path by some beautiful flowers, and then saw a handsome young woman lying asleep in a clearing. He went to the maiden, and she woke. He sat down beside her, and as they talked, he realized that she smelled of flowers, a perfume more wonderful than anything he had ever experienced before, and so intense that he was made dizzy by the heady strength of it. After a while, surrounded by her flowery scent, enchanted by her softly lilting voice and shy demeanour, he asked to kiss her, and finally was allowed, and their kisses grew passionate, and they coupled. But as they did so, even from the first moment that joined them, whenever the man looked out of one eye, he saw the woman change. From one eye she looked as she had from the first, but looking through the other eye she was older, no longer just past her childhood. With each beat of their love she grew older, though only seen through one eye. Through her maturity and late glow and the matron look, to spry, then frail old age. All the time, the man could see her in all her youth by just closing one eye, and certainly could not stop himself from the act they had embarked upon. But always he was tempted to sneak a look through the other eye, and be shocked and amazed at the terrible transformation taking place beneath him. In the last few movements of his knowledge, he closed his eyes, only opening both at the moment of fulfillment, when he saw with both eyes now that he had taken to him a rotting corpse, already known by worms and grubs. The smell of flowers changed in that instant to an overpowering stench of corruption, but in such a way that he knew that it had always smelled like that, and as his loins gave themselves to the corpse, his belly threw out his last meal at the same time. The wood spirit had his life by two strands, therefore, and with both hands took a firm grip of him, unravelled him from the weave of life, and dragged him away to the shadow world. His soul was shattered into 1,000,000 pieces there, and thrown over the world to make up the souls of all pollen flies, which bring new life and old death to flowers at the same time. He thanked the old man for telling him the story, and told him some tales he remembered from his own upbringing. A few days later, he was running after one of the small animals on the moor. It skidded on some dew-wet grass and tumbled end over end, finally falling, limbs spread, on some stones, winding itself. He gave a victorious, whooping cry and threw himself forward down the slope towards the animal as it wobbled to its feet. He jumped the last couple of meters, landing with both feet just beside where the animal had fallen. It collected itself and sped off again unharmed and vanished down a hole. He laughed, breathing hard, sweating. He stood there, put his hands on his knees and bent at the waist, trying to get his breath back. Something moved under his feet. He saw it, felt it. There was a nest under him. He had landed right on it. The eggs, their speckled shells shattered, spread their fluids over his boot heels and into the twigs and moss. He moved his foot, already sick in his heart. Something black wriggled underneath. It moved into the sunlight. A black head and neck. A black eye staring up at him, bright and hard as a jet pebble at the bottom of a brook. The bird struggled, making him jump back a little, as though he had landed with naked feet on something that stung. The bird flapped hopelessly out onto the moor grass, hopping on one foot, dragging one limp wing after it. It stopped a little way off, sideways to him, and tipped its head, seeming to regard him. He wiped his boots on the moss. All the eggs were smashed. The bird made a small keening noise. He turned away and began to walk off, then stopped, cursed, retraced his steps, and stamped after the bird, catching it easily in a storm of squawks and feathers. He twisted its neck and dropped the limp remains into the grass. That evening, he stopped writing his journal and never returned to it. The weather grew humid and oppressive, and no rains fell. The man with the kite waved and called out to him one day from the top of a hill. He hurried away, sweating. It was 10 or so days after the incident with the bird that he admitted to himself he would never be a poet. He left a couple of days later and was never heard of again, even though the Lords Marshal sent word to every town in the land, because the stranger was suspected of being involved in what happened the night he left, when the overseer at the Lord's farm was found trussed in his bed, his face fixed in an expression of darkest horror, and his mouth and throat stuffed with dried human tongues and pieces of blank paper, on which he had choked to death. Chapter 9. He slept until after dawn, then went for a walk to think. He left by the service tunnel from the main hotel to the annex, and left the dark glasses in his pocket. The hotel had cleaned the old raincoat. He put it on and some thick gloves, and wound a scarf round his neck. He walked carefully along warmed streets and dripping pavements, and held his head up to gaze at the sky. His breath went before him. Little snowfalls slumped off buildings and wires as the weak sunlight and a mild breeze raised the temperature. The gutters ran with clear water and soggy bergs of bumping slush. Pipes from buildings ran or dripped with the melt, and when a vehicle passed, it did so with a wet hiss. He crossed the road to the other side where the sun was. He climbed steps and crossed bridges. He walked gingerly over icy parts where there was no heating, or it had failed. He wished he'd put on better boots. These looked fine, but they didn't have enough grip. To avoid falling, you had to walk like an old man, hands splayed as though trying to grasp a stick, bending at the waist when you wanted to walk straight-backed. This annoyed him, but walking on without acknowledging the changed conditions and slipping on his backside appealed to him even less. When he did slip, it was in front of some young people. He was walking carefully down some icy steps leading onto a broad suspension bridge over a railway junction. The youngsters were walking towards him, laughing and joking with each other. He divided his attention between the treacherous steps and the group. They looked very young, and their actions, gestures, and pealing voices all seemed to bubble with energy, suddenly making him feel his age. There were 4 of them, the 2 young men trying to impress the girls, talking loudly. One of the girls in particular was tall and dark, and elegant in that unself-conscious manner of the recently matured. He kept his eyes on her, straightening his back, and just before his feet went out from under him, felt a slight swagger return to his walk. He crashed down on the last step and sat for a moment, then smiled thinly and got up just before the 4 young people drew level with him. One of the young men was guffawing, making a show of covering his muffled mouth with a gloved hand. He brushed some snow from the tails of the raincoat and flicked some of it at the young man. They went by and on up the steps, laughing. He walked halfway across the bridge, grimacing at the pain seeping up from his backside, and heard a voice call. He turned around and took a snowball full in the face. He caught a glimpse of them laughing as they sprinted away from the top of the steps, but he was too busy clearing the snow from his nostrils and stinging eyes to see properly. His nose throbbed fiercely, but hadn't rebroken. He walked on, passing an older couple walking arm in arm, who shook their heads and tutted and said something about damned students. He just nodded to them and wiped his face with a handkerchief. He smiled as he left the bridge, up more steps to an esplanade cut under old office buildings. Once, he knew, he would have been embarrassed at what had happened, embarrassed at slipping, at being seen to slip, at being hit by the snowball after so gullibly turning round on cue, and at the elderly couple witnessing his embarrassment. Once he might have chased after the youngsters to give them a fright at least, but not now. He stopped at a small hot drink stall set up on the esplanade and ordered a mug of soup. He leant against the stall and pulled off one glove with his teeth. He held the steaming mug in his hand, feeling the warmth. He went to the railings, sat down on a bench, and drank the soup slowly in careful sips. The man in the soup stall wiped the counter and listened to the radio, smoking a ceramic cigarette on a chain round his neck. His backside still ached dully from the slip. He smiled at the city through the steam rising from the mug. Served him right, he told himself. When he got back to the hotel, they'd left a message. Mr. Bayshai would like to meet him. They would send a car after lunch, unless he objected. This is wonderful news, Shiradaneen. Well, I suppose. You're not still being pessimistic, are you? All I'm saying is, don't get your hopes up. He lay back on the bed, looking at the ceiling paintings, talking to Smar via the earring transceiver. I might just get to meet him, but I doubt I'll have any chance to get him out. Probably find he's gone senile and says, "Hey, Zakalwe, still working for the culture against these gasheads?" In which case I want my ass hauled out, all right? We'll get you out, don't worry about that. If and when I do get the guy, you still want me to head for the Imprint habitats? Yes. You'll have to use the module. We can't risk bringing the xenophobe in. If you do spring Bayshai, they'll be on maximum alert. We'd never get in and out without being noticed, and that could swing the whole cluster against us for interfering. So, how far's Imprint by module? 2 days. He sighed. I suppose we can handle that. You all ready in case you can do anything today? Yeah. Capsule's buried in the desert and primed. Module's hiding in the nearest gas giant, waiting for the same signal. If they take the transceiver from me, how do I get in touch? Well, Smar said, much as I'd like to say I told you so, and displace you a scout or knife missile, we can't. Their surveillance might just be good enough to spot it. Best we can do is put a microsat in orbit and just passive scan. Watch, in other words. If it sees you in trouble, we'll signal the capsule and the module for you. The alternative is to use the phone, would you believe? There's the unlisted Vanguard numbers you already have. Zakalwe? You do have those numbers? Oh, yeah. Or we've a downlink tap on Solitol's emergency services. Just dial 3 ones and scream Zakalwe at the operator. We'll hear. I am filled with confidence, he breathed, shaking his head. Don't worry, Shiradanine. Me? Worry? The car came. He saw it from his window. He went down to meet Mollin. He'd have liked to have worn the suit again, but doubted they'd let him into their high-security areas wearing it. He took the old raincoat and the dark glasses. Hello. Hello there, Mollin. A pleasant day. Yes. Where are we going? I don't know. But you're driving? Yes. Then you must know where we're going. Please repeat that. I said, you must know where you're going if you're driving. I'm sorry. He stood by the side of the car while Mollin held the door open. Well, at least tell me whether it's very far. I may want to tell people I won't be back for a while. The large man frowned, the scarred face creasing in strange directions, unusual patterns. He hesitated over which button on the box to press. Mollin's tongue licked his lips as he concentrated. So they had not literally taken his tongue out after all. He assumed whatever was wrong with Mollin was to do with his vocal cords. Why the man's superiors hadn't just fitted him with an artificial or regrown set he couldn't deduce, unless they preferred their underlings to have a limited set of replies. Certainly they'd have a hard time speaking ill of you. Yes. Yes, it's far away. No. Make up your mind. He stood with his hand on the open car door, indifferent to his unkindness to the grey-haired man. He rather wanted to test his inbuilt vocabulary. I'm sorry. Is it quite close, then, within the city? The scarred face frowned again. Mollin tutted with his lips and pressed another set of buttons with an apologetic look. Yes. Within the city? Perhaps. Thank you. Yes. He got in. It was a different car to that he'd been in the night before. Mollin got into the separate driver's compartment and belted himself in carefully. He pedalled a gear and drew smoothly away. A couple of other cars followed immediately behind them, then stopped at the entrance to the first street they took outside the hotel, blocking the cars of the pursuing media people. He was watching the small, high specks of wheeling birds when the view started to disappear. At first, he thought that black screens were rising outside the windows behind and to either side of him. Then he saw the bubbles. It was some black liquid which was filling the space between the double layers of glass in the back of the car. He pressed the button to talk to Mollin. Hey! He shouted. The black liquid was halfway up the screens, gradually rising between him and Mollin, as well as on the other three sides. Yes, Mollin said. He grabbed a door handle. The door opened. A draught of cold air whistled in. The black liquid continued to fill the space between the panes of glass. What is this? He saw Mollin carefully pressing a button on his voice synthesizer before the liquid blocked the view forward. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Stabberrind. This is just a precaution to ensure that Mr. Beishai's privacy is respected, said an obviously prepared message. Okay. He shrugged. He shut the door and was left in the dark until a small light came on. He sat back and did nothing. The unexpectedness of the blacking out was perhaps meant to frighten him, perhaps designed to see what he would do. They drove on. The yellow light of the small bulb gave a stale, warm feel to the interior of the car, which, although large, was made to seem small by the absence of an exterior view. He turned up the ventilation, sat back again. He kept the dark glasses on. They turned corners, zoomed and dived, boomed through tunnels and over bridges. He guessed he noticed the vehicle's motions more because of the lack of any outside reference. They echoed through a tunnel for a long time, going downwards in what felt like a straight line, but could have been a wide spiral. Then the car stopped. There was a moment of silence, then some indistinct noises from outside, perhaps including voices, before they moved forward again a short way. The transceiver jabbed delicately at his earlobe. He pushed the bead further into his ear. X-ray radiation, the earring whispered. He allowed himself a small smile. He waited for them to open the door and demand the transceiver, but the car only moved forward a little again. The vehicle dropped. Its engine was silent. He presumed they were in a large elevator. They stopped, moved forward again, still silent, paused, then carried on forward and down. This time the spiral was obvious. There was still no noise from the vehicle's engine, so they were either being towed or freewheeling. The black liquid drained slowly from the windows as they drew to a halt. They were in a wide tunnel under long white strip lights. The tunnel extended back until it started to curve, forward until it ended before large metal doors. Mullen was nowhere to be seen. He tested the car door, opened it, stepped out. The tunnel was warm, though the air seemed fresh enough. He took off the old raincoat. He looked at the metal doors. Set into them was a smaller door. There was no handle to pull, so he pushed it, but nothing happened. He went back to the car, found the horns, blew them. The noise crashed into the tunnel, rang in his ears, echoing. He sat in the back of the car. After a while, the woman came through the small door. She came to the car, looked in through the window. "Hello." "Good afternoon. Here I am." "Yes, and still wearing your glasses," she smiled. "Please come with me," she said, and walked quickly off. He collected the old raincoat and followed. Behind the doors, the tunnel went on. Then they came to doors set into the side of the wall. A small elevator took them down still further. The woman wore a straight, all-covering gown in black with thin white stripes. The lift stopped. They entered a small hallway like that of a private house, set about with pictures and potted plants and finished in streaky, smokily smooth stone. A thick carpet smothered their footsteps as they went down some steps and onto a large balcony set halfway up the wall of a large hall. Everywhere else, the hall was covered with books or tables, and they walked down a staircase with books below the wood under their feet, books above the wood over their heads. She guided him round floor-standing bookstacks and led him to a table with chairs around it. A machine stood on the tabletop with a small screen set into it and spools scattered about it. "Wait here, please." Beishai was in his bedroom, resting. The old man, bald, face deeply lined, dressed in robes which hid the modest paunch he'd developed since he'd devoted himself to study, blinked as she tapped at and opened the door. His eyes were still bright. "Zoldrin, I'm so sorry to disturb you. Come and see who I brought to see you." He came with her along the corridor and stood at the door while the woman pointed to the man standing at the table with the tape-reading screen on it. "Do you know him?" Zoldrin Beishai put on some glasses. He was old-fashioned enough to wear his age rather than try to disguise it, and peered at the man. The fellow was fairly young, long-legged, dark-haired, the hair swept back held in a ponytail, and possessed a striking, even handsome face, darkened by the sort of beard growth that never disappears through surface shaving alone. The lips were disquieting, looked at exclusively. They appeared cruel and arrogant, and only when the eye took in the rest of the face as well did this impression seem too severe, and, reluctantly perhaps, the observer had to allow that the dark glasses could not completely hide wide eyes and full brows, which, open and obvious, made the complete impression not disagreeable. "I might have met him, I'm not sure," Beishai said slowly. He thought that perhaps he had met the man before. There was something worryingly familiar about that face, even behind the shades. "He wants to meet you," the woman said. "I took the liberty of telling him it was mutual. He thinks you might have known his father." "His father?" Beishai said. That might account for it. Perhaps the fellow bore a resemblance to somebody he'd known, and that accounted for the odd, slightly disturbing feeling he was experiencing. "Well," he said, "let's see what he has to say for himself, shall we?" "Why not?" the woman said. They walked out into the centre of the library. Beishai drew himself up. He'd noticed that he was stooping more these days, but he was still vain enough to want to greet people straight-backed. The man turned round towards them. "Zoldrin Beishai," the woman said. "Mr. Snabberhind." "An honour, sir," he said, looking at Beishai with a strange, intense expression, his face tight-looking, wary. He took the older man's hand in his. The woman looked puzzled. The expression on Beishai's old, lined face was unreadable. He stood looking at the man, his hand limp in the other's grip. "Mr. Snabberhind?" Beishai said flatly. Beishai turned to the woman in the long black gown. "Thank you," My pleasure, she murmured and backed away. He could see Beishai knew. He turned and walked towards an aisle between the bookstacks and watched Beishai follow him, eyes full of wonderment. He stood between the shelved books and, as though it might have been an unconscious movement, tapped his ear as he spoke to Beishai. I think you may have known my ancestor. He went by a different name. He took off the dark glasses. Beishai looked at him. His expression did not change. I think I did, Beishai said, glancing round the space behind him. He indicated a table and chairs. Please, let's sit down. He replaced the glasses. So, what brings you here, Mr. Stabberhind? He sat down across the table from the older man. Curiosity, as far as you're concerned. What brought me to Sulatol was just an urge to see it. I'm connected with the Vanguard Foundation. There have been some changes at the top there. I don't know if you've heard. The old man shook his head. No, I don't keep up with the news down here. Yes. He made a show of looking around. I guess... He looked back into Beishai's eyes. I guess it isn't the best place for communication, hmm? Beishai opened his mouth, then looked annoyed. He glanced behind him. Perhaps not, he agreed. He stood up again. Excuse me. He watched the older man go. He forced himself to sit where he was. He looked round the library. So many old books. They smelled. So many words set down, so many lives spent scribbling, so many eyes dimmed by reading. He wondered that people bothered as much as they did. Now, he heard the woman say. Why not? He turned in the seat to watch Beishai and the woman emerge from the stacks. Well, Mr. Beishai, the woman said, it might be awkward. Why? Have the elevators stopped working? No, but then what's to stop us? Let's go. I haven't seen the surface for too long. Well, all right, I'll make the arrangements. She smiled uncertainly, then walked away. Well, Stibberhind. Beishai sat down again, smiling apologetically for an instant. We'll take a little trip to the surface, shall we? Yeah, why not, he said, carefully not looking too enthusiastic. You keeping well, Mr. Beishai? I heard you retired. They talked generally for a few minutes. Then a young blonde woman walked out of the stacks, arms loaded with books. She blinked hard when she saw him, then came over behind Beishai, who looked up and smiled at her. Ah, my dear, this is Mr. Stabberhind. Beishai smiled diffidently at him. My assistant, Ms. Obrel-Shire. Delighted, he nodded. Shit, he thought. Ms. Shire put the books down on the table and put her hand on Beishai's shoulder. The old man put his own thin fingers on top of hers. I hear we might be taking a trip up to the city, the woman said. She looked down at the old man, smoothed her plain smock dress with her other hand. This is very sudden. Yes, Beishai agreed. He smiled up at her. You'll find that old men still retain the ability to surprise on occasion. It'll be cold, the woman said, drawing away. I'll fetch your warm clothes. Beishai watched her go. Wonderful girl, he said. Don't know what I'd do without her. Indeed, he replied. You may have to learn, he thought. The journey back up to the surface took an hour to arrange. Beishai seemed excited. Ubrel-Shire made him put on warm clothes, changed out of her smock into a one-piece, and put her hair up. They took the same car. Mollen drove. He, Beishai and Ms. Shire sat on the broad rear bench. The woman in the black robe sat across from them. They left the tunnel for the bright light of day. Snow covered a broad yard with tall wire gates before them. Security men watched the car go past as the gates opened. The car set off down a side road for the nearest turnpike, then stopped at the junction. Is there a fair on anywhere? Beishai asked. I always enjoyed the noise and bustle of fairs. He recalled there was some sort of travelling circus camped in a meadow down near the River Lotol. He suggested they went there. Mollen turned the car onto the broad, almost empty boulevard. Flowers, he said suddenly. They all looked at him. He'd put his arm back on the seat, behind Beishai and Ubrel Shaol, and brushed Shaol's hair, dislodging a clasp Shaol had secured her hair with. He laughed and retrieved the clasp from the shelf under the car's rear window. The manoeuvre had given him the chance to look back. There was a large half-track vehicle following them. "Flowers, Mr. Stabereit?" the woman in the black robe said. "I'd like to buy some flowers," he said, smiling first at her, then at Shaol. He clapped his hands. "Why not? To the flower market, Mollen." He sat back, smiling beatifically. Then he sat forward, all apologetic. "If that's all right," he said to the woman. She smiled. "Of course, Mollen. You heard." The car turned down another road. In the flower market, amongst the packed and flurried stalls, he bought flowers and presented them to the woman and to Ubrel Shaol. "There's the fair," he said, pointing over the river, where the tents and holograms of the fair sparkled and rotated. As he'd hoped, they took the flower market ferry. It was a tiny, one-vehicle platform. He looked back at the half-track, waiting on the other side. The far bank. They drove towards the fair. Beishai chattered, remembering fairs from his youth for Ubrel Shaol. "Thank you for my flowers, Mr. Stabereit," the woman sitting across from him said, putting them to her face and breathing in their scent. "My pleasure," he said, then leant across Shaol to tap Beishai on the arm to attract his attention to a piece of fairground equipment wheeling into the sky over some nearby roofs. The car drew to a stop at a light-controlled junction. He reached across Shaol again, pulled down a zip before she realized what was happening, and extracted the gun he'd already felt there. He looked at it and started to laugh, as though the whole thing was a silly mistake, then turned it and fired at the glass screen behind Mollen's head. The glass shattered. He was already kicking through it, launching himself from the seat and lancing forward with one leg. His foot crashed through the disintegrating glass and connected with Mollen's head. The car leapt forward, then stalled. Mollen slumped. The instant of stunned silence lasted just long enough for him to shout, "Capsule, here!" The woman across from him moved. Her hand dropped the flowers and went to her waist in a fold in the robe. He punched her in the jaw, sending her head cracking back against the still intact part of the glass screen behind her. He swiveled, crouched near the door as the woman slid unconscious to the floor beside him, and the flowers spilled across the footwell. He looked back at Beishai and Shaol. Both their mouths were open. "Change of plan," he said, taking off the dark glasses and throwing them onto the floor. He dragged them both out. Shaol was screaming. He threw her against the rear of the car. Beishai found his voice. "Zakalwe, what the hell do you—" "She had this, Zoldrin," he yelled back, flourishing the gun. Ubrel Shaol used the second or so that the gun wasn't pointing at her to stab a kick at his head. He dodged it, let the woman spin, then cracked her open-handed across the neck. She crumpled. The flowers he had given her rolled under the car. "Ubrel!" Beishai shrieked, falling to the woman's side. "Zakalwe, what have you done to—" "Zoldrin," he began. The driver's door burst open, and Mollen launched himself at him. They tumbled across the road into the gutter. The gun went spinning. He found himself wedged against the curb, Mollen over him, bunching his lapels in one hand, the other arm swinging up, the voice machine swinging out on a lanyard as the huge, scarred fist plunged downwards. He fainted, then flung himself in the other direction. He jumped up as Mollen's fist hit the curbstones. "Hello," said Mollen's voice box as it clattered into the road surface. He tried to steady, aiming a kick at Mollen's head, but he was off balance. Mollen caught his foot with his good hand. He wriggled out of the grip, but only by turning away. "Pleased to meet you," the box said, swinging again as Mollen rose, shaking his head. He aimed another kick at Mollen's head. "What do you require?" the machine said, as Mollen dodged the kick and threw himself forwards. He dived, skidded across the concrete road surface, rolled and stood. Mollen faced him. His neck was bloody. He staggered, then seemed to remember something, and dug inside his tunic. "I am here to help you," said the voice box. He flung himself forward, smashing a fist into Mollen's head as the big man turned, loosing a small gun from his tunic. He was too far away to grab it, so he pivoted and swung one foot, connecting with the gun in the man's fist and forcing his hand up. The grey-haired man staggered back, looking pained and rubbing his wrist. "My name is Mollen. I cannot speak." He'd hoped the kick might have dislodged the gun from Mollen's grip. but it didn't. Then he realized that directly behind him were Beishai and the unconscious Shyle. He stood for a second while Mollen aimed the gun at him, waggling his body one way then the other, so that Mollen, shaking his head again, let his hand waver on the gun. "Pleased to meet you." He dived at Mollen's legs, collided satisfactorily. "No, thank you." They crashed into the curbside. "Excuse me." He brought his fist up, tried to whack the man across the head again. "Could you tell me where this is?" But Mollen rolled. His punch sailed through the air. Mollen shifted and almost headbutted him. He had to duck, hitting his head against the curbstones. "Yes, please." He splayed his fingers as his head rang with light, flung them out where he thought Mollen's eyes ought to be, and felt something connect liquidly. Mollen screamed. "I cannot reply to that." He bounced up using hands and feet, kicking out at Mollen as he did so. "Thank you." His foot slammed into Mollen's head. "Would you repeat that, please?" Mollen rolled slowly into the gutter and lay still. "What time is it? What time is it? What time is it?" He stood up shakily on the sidewalk. "My name is Mollen. Can I help you? You are not allowed in here. This is private property. Where do you think you are going? Stop or I shoot. Money is no object. We have powerful friends. Could you direct me to the nearest telephone? I'll fuck you harder, all right, bitch. Feel this." He smashed Mollen's voice machine with one boot. "Crap, no user service components." Another stamp silenced it. He looked up at Beishai, who was crouched by the side of the car, Ubrel Shile's head cradled in his lap. "Zakalwe, you madman!" Beishai screeched. He dusted himself down, looked back in the direction of the hotel. "Soldrin," he said calmly, "this is an emergency." "What have you done?" Beishai, eyes wide, face aghast, screamed at him, glancing from Shile's inert form to Mollen's, then taking a detour by the slumped feet of the woman lying unconscious in the car, flowers scattered around her feet, before returning to Shile's already bruised neck. He looked to the sky. He saw a speck. Relieved, he turned back to Beishai. "They were about to kill you," he told him. "I was sent to stop them. We have about—" There was a noise beyond the buildings shielding the river and the flower market. A bang and a whoosh. They both looked to the sky. The enlarging speck that was the capsule blossomed with light on a stalk that led back behind the buildings towards the flower market. The capsule sailed through the resulting incandescent bloom, seemed to shake itself, then a lance of light darted from it back down the same line as though in reply. The sky above the flower market flared, the road underneath them bounced, and a terrific crack of sound burst over the roadway and rolled back from cliffs further up the slope city. "We had about a minute," he said breathless, "before we had to leave." The capsule swooped from the sky, a 4-meter cylinder of darkness impacting on the road surface. Its hatches opened. He went to it and took out a very large gun. He touched a couple of controls. "Now, we have no time." "Zakalwe," Beishai said, voice suddenly controlled. "Are you insane?" A tearing, screaming noise came from above the city, from up canyon. They both looked up at a slim shape streaking towards them, bellying down through the air. He spat into the gutter. He raised the plasma rifle, sighted at the fast-approaching dot, and fired. A bolt of light leapt from gun to sky. The aircraft burst smoke and veered away on a helix of debris, crashing somewhere down canyon in a scream that became thunder, echoes rolling back from all over the city. He looked back at the old man. What was the question again? Numeral 5. The black fabric of the tent roof was above him, and yet he could see through it to the sky, which was shaded the blue of day and bright, but black as well, because he could see through that easy blueness, and beyond was a darkness more profound than that inside the tent. A darkness where the scattered suns burned, tiny firefly lights in the cold black empty deserts of the night. A dark crop of stars reached out towards him, picked him up softly between vast fingers like some delicate ripe fruit. In that immense enfolding he felt deliriously sane, and understood then that in an instant, any instant, and with only the most minute of efforts, he might understand everything, but did not desire to. He felt as though some awesome galaxy-quaking machinery, always hidden under the surface of the universe, had somehow connected itself to him and dusted him with its power. He sat in a tent. His legs were crossed, his eyes were closed. He had sat like this for days now. He wore a loose-fitting robe, like the nomad people. His uniform lay neatly folded a metre behind him. His hair was short, stubble grew on his face, and there was a sheen of sweat on his skin. It seemed to him that sometimes he was outside of himself, looking back at his body, sitting there on the cushions under the dark fabric roof. His face grew darker because the black hairs grew through the skin, yet looked lighter because the film of sweat on it glistened in the lights of the lamps and the smoke hole in the roof. This adversarial symbiosis, competition-creating stasis, amused him. He would rejoin his body or set off further afield with a sense of rightness at the core of things. The tent was dark inside, filled with a thick and heavy atmosphere, at once stale and sweet, heavy with perfume, smoky with incense. All was sweet and rich and highly decorated. The hanging rugs were thick and picked out with many colours and precious metal thread. The carpet was piled like a field of golden grain, and the plump, scented cushions and languorously thick coverings made a fabulously patterned landscape under the dark flute of roof. Small censers smoked lazily. Little night-eaters sat extinguished. Dream-leaf holders and crystal chalices, jewelled boxes and clasped books were strewn across the undulating fabric landscape like glittering temples on the plains. Lies. The tent was bare, and he sat on a sack stuffed with straw. The girl watched him move. It was a hypnotic movement, barely noticeable at first, but once you had seen it, once the eye grew accustomed to it, it became very obvious and quite fascinating. He moved from the waist, round and round, neither slowly nor quickly, his head describing a flattened circle. It reminded the girl of the way that sometimes rising smoke would begin to twist as it rose towards the hole in the roof of a tent. The man's eyes seemed to move in compensation for this subtle, ceaseless motion, shifting tinily behind the brown-pink lids. The tent was just big enough for the girl to stand up in. It was pitched at a crossroads in the desert where two tracks crossed the sea of sand. It would have been a town or even a city long since, but the nearest water was 3 days' ride away. The tent had been here for 4 days and might be here another 2 or 3, depending on how long the man stayed in the dream-leaf sleep. She took up a pitcher from a small tray and filled a cup with water. She went over to the man and put the cup to his lips, holding one hand under his chin as she carefully tipped the cup. The man drank, still moving. He turned his face away after he'd drunk half the water in the cup. She took a cloth and dabbed at his face, removing a little of the sweat. "Chosen," he said to himself. "Chosen, chosen, chosen." A long way to a strange place, taking the chosen one through the scorching dust and the mad tribes of the Badlands to the lush meadows and gleaming spires of the perfumed palace on the cliff. Now he reaped a little reward. The tent sits between the trade routes, outside turned in for the season, and in the tent sits a man, a soldier, back from uncounted wars, scarred and seared and broken, and healed and broken and healed and repaired and made good again. And for once he was unwary, guard down, committing his mind to a wild, affecting drug and his body to the care and protection of a young girl. The girl, whose name he did not know, brought water to his lips and a cool cloth to his brow. He remembered a fever 100 and more years ago, 1,000 and more years away, and the hands of another girl, cool and tender, soothing and smoothing. He heard the lawn birds keen from the grounds outside the great house that lay in the estate, cradled in the broad river's bend, an oxbow of calm in the livid landscape of his memories. Torpor heavy, the drug flowed through him, winding and unwinding, a current of random ordering. He remembered a stone beach on the river's banks, where the ever-flowing water had swept silt, sand, gravel, pebbles, stones and boulders in a linear progression of size and weight, ordering, through its steady liquid weight, the elemental stone in a curve, like something distributed on a graph. The girl watched and waited, calm that the stranger had taken to the drug like one of their own, and was himself calm under its influence. She hoped this was, as he seemed to be, an exceptional man, and not an ordinary one, for that would imply their nomad kind was not the uniquely strong race they believed they were. She had feared the power of the drug would be too much for him, and that he would shatter like a red glowing cooking pot dropped into water, the way she had heard other strangers had, vainly thinking the dream leaf was just another dalliance in their self-indulgent lives. But he had not fought it. For one who was a soldier, used to fighting, he had displayed a rare insight in just giving in without a struggle, and accepting the prescriptions of the drug. She admired this in an outsider. She doubted the conquerors would be so pliably strong. Even some of their own young men, often the most impressive in every other way, could not accept the crushing gifts the Dreamleaf brought, and yelped and gibbered through an abbreviated nightmare, mewling for their mother's breast, pissing and shitting and crying, and screaming their most shaming fears to the desert winds. The drug was rarely fatal, in the supervised quantities that had become ritual, but the after-effects could be. More than one young brave had chosen the blade in the belly to the disgrace of knowing a leaf had been stronger than he. It was, she reflected, a pity that this man was not one of their own kind. He might have made a good husband, and sired many strong sons and cunning daughters. Many marriages were made in Dreamleaf tents, and she had at first taken it as an insult that she had been asked to shepherd the stranger through his leaf days, until she'd been convinced it was an honour, that he had done their people a great service, and she would be allowed her pick of the tribe's young novitiates when their testing time came. And when he took the dream leaf, he had insisted on the stage that they normally reserved for their elder soldiers and matriarchs. No child's dose for him. She watched him circle, flexing continually from the waist, as though he sought to stir something in his brain. By the roads, by the crossed signs of those single lines, worn by trade, commerce, and passing knowledge, thin trails in the dust, pale marks in the brown page of the desert. The tent stood in summer, when the white side was turned out and the black side in. In winter, it was outside in. He imagined that he felt his brain revolve inside his skull. In the white tent that was black, and both at once, by the crossroads on the desert, a white-black impermanence like a fallen leaf before the winds blow, trembling in the breeze beneath the poised wave that was the stone circumference of mountains, capped by snow and ice like foam frozen in the high, thin air. He swept away, leaving the tent so that it fell away beneath him, became a speck beside the thin trails in the dust, and the mountains swam past, white capping ochre, and the trails and the tent disappeared, and the mountains shrank, and the glaciers and the starveling snows of summer became white claws on the rock, and the curved edge pressed in, compressing the view so that the globe beneath became a coloured boulder. Stone, pebble, gravel, grain of sand, speck of silt dust, then was lost in the sandstorm whirl of the great revolving lens that was the home of all of them, which itself became a fleck on a thin bubble surrounding emptiness, skeined to its lonely siblings by the fabric that was only a slimly different articulation of nothingness. More specks. All vanished. Darkness reigned. He was still there. Beneath it all, he'd been told, was more. All you had to do, Smar said, was think in 7 dimensions, and see the whole universe as a line on the surface of a torus, starting at a point, becoming a circle as it was born, then expanding, moving up the inside of the torus, over the top to the outside, then relapsing, falling back in, shrinking. Others had gone before it. Others came after it. The greater, smaller spheres, outside of, inside their own universe, seen in 4 dimensions. Different timescales lived outside and inside the torus. Some universes expanding forever, others living less than a blink of an eye. But it was too much. It all meant too much to matter. He had to concentrate on what he knew, and what he was, and what he had become. For the moment, at least. He found a sun, a planet out of all that existence, and fell towards it, knowing this was the place, the font of all his dreams and memories. He searched for meaning, found ashes. Where does it hurt? Well, just here, actually. A wrecked summer house, smashed and burned. No sign of a chair. Sometimes, like now, The banality of it all quite took his breath away. He stopped and checked, for there were drugs that did that, took your breath away. He was still breathing. Probably his body was already set up to ensure that anyway. But the culture, chaos blessed twice, had set up a further program in him to make certain. Cheating as far as these people were concerned. He saw the girl in front of him and watched her through mostly closed eyes, then closed again. But that was just too bad. He'd done something for them, little though they really knew it, and now they could do something for him. But the throne, Smar had said once, is the ultimate symbol for many cultures. To sit in splendour is the highest articulation of power. The rest come to you, lower, often bowing, frequently backing off, sometimes prostrate. Though that is always a bad sign, said the culture's blessed statistics. And to sit, to be made less animal by that evolutionarily uncalled-for posture, signified the ability to use. There were some small civilizations, barely more than tribes, as Ma had said, where they slept sitting in special sleep chairs because they believed that to lie down was to die. Did they not always find the dead lying down? Zakalwe, was that really his name? It suddenly sounded strange and alien in his remembrance. Zakalwe, Smar said. I visited a place. How had they come to this? What had made him mention anything about this? Had he been drunk? Guard down again? Probably trying to seduce Smar, but ended up under the table again. Zakalwe, I once visited a place where they killed people by putting them in a chair. Not torture. That was common enough. Beds and chairs were very much the par when it came to getting people helpless and confined, to inflict pain upon them. But actually set it up to kill them while they sat. Get this, they either gassed them or they passed very high electric currents through them. A pellet dropped into a container beneath the seat, like some obscene image of a commode, producing a fatal gas. Or a cap over their head, and their hands dipped in some conducting fluid to fry their brains. You want to know the punchline? Yes, Ma. Give us the punchline. This same state had a law that forbade, and I quote, cruel and unusual punishments. Can you believe that? He circled around the planet, so far away, then fell towards it through the air to the ground. He found the shell of the mansion like a forgotten skull. He found the wrecked summer house like a shattered skull. He found the stone boat like a deserted image of a skull. Fake. It was never floating. He saw another boat, a ship, 100,000 tons of destruction sitting in its own dry image of desuetude, its layers bristling outwards. Primary, secondary, tertiary, anti-aircraft, small. He circled, then tried to approach, zeroing in. But there were too many layers and they defeated him. He was thrown out again and had to circle the planet once more. And as he did so, saw the chair and saw the chair maker. Not the one he'd thought of before. The other chair maker. The real one. And one that he had to keep returning to through all the memories. In all his ghastly glory. But some things were too much. Some things were too much to bear. Damn people. Damn others. Damn there being other people. Back to the girl. Why did there have to be other people? Yes, she still had little experience as a guider through, but as a stranger, the man had been given to her, because they thought she was the best of the untried. But she would show them. Perhaps through this they were already considering her for the matriarchs. She would lead them one day. She felt this in her bones. The same bones that ached when she saw a child fall. The same ache in her cupped child bones that came when she saw someone fall hard to the ground would be her guide through the politics and tribulations of the tribe. She would prevail. Like this man here in front of her, but different. She had that inner strength too. She would lead her people. It was like a child inside her growing, that certainty. She would stir her people against the conquerors. She would show their brief hegemony for what it was, a sidetrack on the desert trail that was their destiny. The people beyond the plains, in their corrupt, perfumed palace on the cliff, would fall beneath them. The power and thought of the women, and the power and bravery of their men, desert thorns, would crush the decadent petal people of the cliffs. The sands would be theirs again. Temples would be carved in her name. Lies. The girl was young and knew nothing of the tribe's thoughts or destiny. She was a scrap thrown to him to ease his passage into what they imagined would be his death dream. Her vanquished people's fate scarcely mattered to her. They had replaced that ancient heritage with thoughts of prestige and gadgets. Let her dream. He relaxed into the calm frenzy of the drug. There was a nexus where the vanishing point of memory met the time light from another place, and he was not yet sure he had outrun it. He tried to see the great house again, but it was obscured by smoke and star shell. He looked to the great battleship, confined within its dry land dock, but it would not grow any larger. It was a capital ship, no more, no less, and he could not access the depths of meaning that it really held for him. All he'd done was take the Chosen across the wastes to the palace. Why had they wanted the Chosen to get to the court? It seemed absurd. The culture did not believe in such supernatural, superstitious nonsense, but the culture required him to make sure the Chosen got to the court, despite all sort of nastiness getting in his way. To perpetuate a corrupt line, to carry on a reign of stupidness. Well, they had their own reasons. You took the money and ran. Except there was no money, as such. What was a boy to do? Believe, though they scorned belief? Do? Act, though they were wary of action? He was their whipper boy, he realized. A borrowed hero. They thought little enough of heroes for this to be a boost to one's self-belief. Come with us. Do these things that you would like to do anyway, except more so. And we will give you what you could never really have anywhere or any time else. Real proof that you are doing the right thing. That not only are you having immense fun, it is also for the common good. So enjoy. And he did. And he enjoyed, though he was not always sure it was for the right reasons. But that did not matter to them. The Chosen to the palace. He stood back from his life and was not ashamed. All he'd ever done was because there was something to be done. You used those weapons, whatever they might happen to be. Given a goal, or having thought up a goal, you had to aim for it, no matter what stood in your way. Even the culture recognized that. They couched it in terms of what could be done at a specific time and level of technological capability. But they recognized that all was relative. Everything was in flux. He tried all of a sudden, hoping to take it by surprise, to sweep and crash back down to that place with the war-shelled mansion and the burned-out summer house and the foundering boat made of stone. But the memory would not bear the weight of it, and he was flung out again, swirled away, cast into the nothingness, consigned to the oblivion of the deliberately not thought thoughts. The tent stood at the focus of the desert trails. White without, black within. It seemed to image his crossroad imaginings. Hey, it's only a dream. Except it wasn't a dream, and he was in complete control, and if he opened his eyes, he could see the girl sitting there in front of him, staring at him, wondering. And there was never any doubt about who was where and what was when, and in a way, that was the worst thing about this drug, that it let you go anywhere, any time, as not a few drugs did, but it still let you connect back to reality whenever you really wanted to. Cruel, he thought. The culture might just have it right after all. Being able to call up almost any drug or combinations of drugs seemed suddenly less indulgent and decadent than he'd imagined before. The girl, he saw in one awful instant, would do great things. She would be famous and important, and the tribe around her would do great and terrible things. And it would all be for nothing, because whatever terrible train of events he had set in motion by taking the Chosen to the palace, this tribe would not survive. They were the dead. Their mark upon the desert of life was already being obscured, sands blowing over, grain by grain by grain. He had already helped to scuff it out, no matter that they hadn't realized this yet. They would, after he was gone. The culture would take him away from here and put him down somewhere else, and this adventure would collapse with the rest into meaninglessness, and nothing very much would be left, as he went on to do roughly the same thing somewhere else. Actually, he could happily have killed the Chosen, because the boy was a fool, and he had seldom been in the company of anybody quite so stupid. The youth was a cretin, and didn't even realize that he was. He could think of no more disastrous combination. He swept back towards the planet he had once abandoned. Came in so far, was forced away. He tried again, but without any real self-belief. Was rejected. Well, he'd expected no more. The chairmaker was not the person who made the chair, he thought, immediately lucid. It was and was not him. There are no gods, we are told, so I must make my own salvation. His eyes were already closed, but he closed them again. He swayed in a circle, unknowing. Lies. He wept and screamed, fell at the scornful feet of the girl. Lies. He circled on. Lies. He fell to the girl, hands out, grasping for a mother that was not there. Lies. 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 He circled on, tracing his own private symbol in the air between the crown of his head and the day-bright hole that was the tent's smoke hole. He sank towards the planet again, but the girl in the black-white tent reached out and wiped his brow, and in that tiny movement seemed to wipe his being away. Lies. It was a long time later he found out he'd only taken the Chosen to the palace because the brat was to be the last of the line. Not merely stupid, but also impotent, the Chosen fathered no strong sons and no cunning daughters, as the culture had known all along. And the fractious desert tribes swept in a decade later, led by a matriarch, who had guided most of the warriors under her command through the Dreamleaf time, and had seen one stronger and stranger than all of them suffer its effects and come through unscathed, but still unfulfilled, and known through that very experience that there was more to their desert existence than had been guessed at by the myths and elders of her nomad tribe. Part 3. Remembrance. Chapter 10. He loved the plasma rifle. He was an artist with it. He could paint pictures of destruction, compose symphonies of demolition, write elegies of annihilation using that weapon. He stood, thinking about it, while the wind moved dead leaves round his feet and the ancient stones faced into the wind. They hadn't made it off the planet. The capsule had been attacked by something. He couldn't tell from the damage whether it had been a beam weapon or some sort of warhead going off nearby. Whatever it had been, it had disabled them. Clamped to the outside of the capsule, he'd been lucky to be on the side that shielded him from whatever had hit it. Had he been on the other side, facing the beam or the warhead, he'd be dead. They must have been hit by some crude effector weapon as well, because the plasma rifle seemed to have fused. It had been cradled between his suit and the capsule's skin and couldn't have been affected by whatever wrecked the capsule itself. But the weapon had smoked and got hot, and when they'd finally landed, Beishai shaken but unhurt, and opened up the gun's inspection panels, it was to find a melted, still warm mess inside. Maybe if he'd taken just a little less time to convince Beishai. Maybe if he'd just knocked the old guy out and left the talking for later. He'd taken too much time, given them too much time. Seconds counted. Damn it, milliseconds, nanoseconds counted. Too much time. "They're going to kill you," he'd shouted. "They want you on their side or they want you dead. The war's going to start soon, Soldirin. You support them or you'll have an accident. They won't let you stay neutral." "Insane," Beishai repeated, cradling Uber el-Shail's head in his hands. Saliva trickled from the woman's mouth. "You're insane, Zakalwe, insane!" He started to cry. He went over to the old man, knelt on one knee, holding the gun he'd taken from Shail. "Soldirin, what do you think she had this for?" He put his hand on the old man's shoulder. "Didn't you see the way she moved when she tried to kick me? Soldirin, librarians, research assistants, they just don't move like that." He reached out and patted the unconscious woman's collar flat and tidy again. "She was one of your jailers, Soldirin. She would probably have been your executioner." He reached under the car, pulled out the bouquet of flowers, and placed them gently under her blonde head, removing Beishai's hands. "Soldirin," he said, "we have to go. She'll be all right." He arranged Shile's arms in a less awkward position. She was already on her side, so she wouldn't choke. He reached carefully under Beishai's arms and slowly drew the old man up to his feet. Ubrel Shile's eyes flickered open. She saw the two men in front of her. She muttered something, and one hand went to the back of her neck. She started to roll over, unbalanced in her grogginess. The hand that had gone to her neck came away clutching a tiny cylinder like a pen. He felt Beishai stiffen as the girl looked up, and as she fell forward, tried to point the little laser at Beishai's head. Beishai looked into her dark, half-unfocused eyes over the top of the pen laser, and felt a sort of appalled disconnectedness. The girl tried hard to steady herself, aiming at him. Not Zakalwe, he thought. At me. Me! Aubrel, he began. The girl fell back in a dead faint. Beishai stared down at her body lying limp on the road. Then he heard somebody saying his name and tugging his arm. Zoldrin. Zoldrin. Come on, Zoldrin. Zakalwe. She was aiming at me. Not you. I know, Zoldrin. She was aiming at me. I know. Come on. Here's the capsule. At me. I know. Get in here. He watched the grey clouds move overhead. He stood on the flat stone summit of a high hill, surrounded by other hilltops almost as high, all wooded. He looked resentfully around the forested slopes and the curious, truncated stone pillars and plinths that covered the platform peak. He felt a sense of vertigo, exposed to such wide horizons again after so long spent in the cleft city. He left the view, kicked his way through some wind-piled leaves back to where Beishai sat and the plasma rifle rested against a great round stone. The capsule was 100 meters away down in the trees. He picked up the plasma rifle for the 5th or 6th time and inspected it. It made him want to cry. It was such a beautiful weapon. Every time he picked it up, he half hoped that it would be all right, that the culture had fitted it with some self-repair facility without telling him that the damage would be no more. The wind blew. The leaves scattered. He shook his head, exasperated. Beishai, sitting in his thickly padded trousers and long jacket, turned to look at him. Broken? The old man asked. Broken, he said. His face took on an expression of annoyance. He gripped the weapon round the muzzle with both hands and swung it round his head, then let it go and sent it whirling away into the trees below. It disappeared in a flurry of dislodged leaves. He sat down beside Beishai. Plasma rifle gone. Just a pistol left. Only one suit. Probably no way he could use the suit's AG without giving away their position. Capsule wrecked. Module nowhere to be seen. No word from the terminal earring or the suit itself. It was a sorry mess. He checked the suit for whatever broadcast signals it was picking up. The wrist screen displayed some news headlines program. Nothing about Solitol was mentioned. A few of the cluster's brushfire wars were. Beishai looked at the small screen too. Can you tell from that whether they are looking for us? He asked. Only if we see it on the news. Military stuff will be tight-beamed. Slim chance we'll pick up a transmission. He looked at the clouds. We'll probably find out more directly soon enough. Beishai said. He frowned at the flagstones, then said, I think I might know where this place is, Zakalwe. Yeah? He said unenthusiastically. He put his elbows on his knees, his chin in his hands, and looked out over the wooded plains to the low hills on the horizon. Beishai nodded. I've been thinking about it. I believe this is the Srometron Observatory in Deschal Forest. How far is that from Solitol? Oh, different continent. Good 2,000 kilometers. Same latitude, he said glumly, looking up at the chill grey skies. Approximately, if this is the place I think it is. Who's in charge here? He asked. Whose jurisdiction? Same lot as in Solitol, the humanists? The same, Beishai said, and got up, brushing the seat of his pants and looking around the flattened hilltop at the curious stone instruments that covered its flagstones. Srometron Observatory, he said. How ironic we should happen to come down here on our way to the stars. Probably not just chance, he said, picking up a twig and brushing a few random shapes in the dust at his feet. "This place famous?"
"Of course," Beishai said. "It was the center of astronomical research for the old Vrehid Empire for 500 years.
On any tourist routes?
Certainly.
Then it probably has a beacon nearby to guide aircraft in. Capsule may have made for it when it knew it was crippled. Makes us easier to find." He gazed up at the sky. For everybody, unfortunately. He shook his head, went back to scratching in the dust with the twig.
"What happens now?" Beishai said.
He shrugged. "We wait and see who turns up. I can't get any of the communication gear to work, so we don't know if the culture knows all that's happened or not. For all I know, the module's still coming for us, or a whole culture starship's on its way, or, probably more likely, your pals from Solitol." He shrugged, threw down the twig, and sat back against the stonework behind him, glancing skyward. They might be watching us right now. Beishai looked up too.
"Through the clouds?"
"Through the clouds."
"Shouldn't you be hiding then? Running off through the woods?"
"Maybe," he said. Beishai stood looking down at the other man.
"Where were you thinking of taking me if we'd got away?"
"The imprint system. There are space habitats there," he said. "They're neutral, or at least not as pro-war as this place."
"Do your superiors really think war is so close, Zakalwe?"
"Yes," he sighed. He already had the suit's faceplate hinged up. Now, with another look at the sky, he took the whole helmet off. He put one hand up over his forehead and through his drawn-back hair, then reached back and took the ponytail out of its little ring, shaking his long black hair down. "It might take 10 days, might take 100, but it's coming." He smiled thinly at Beishai, for the same reasons as last time.
"I thought we'd won the ecological argument against terraforming," said Beishai.
"We did. But times change, people change, generations change. We won the battles for the acknowledgement of machine sentience, but by all accounts the issue was fudged after that. Now people are saying, yes, they're sentient, but it's only human sentience that counts. Plus, people never need too much of an excuse to see other species as inferior." Beishai was silent for a while, then said,
"Zakalwe, has it ever occurred to you that in all these things the culture may not be as disinterested as you imagine and it claims?"
"No, it never occurred to me," he said, though Beishai got the impression the man hadn't really thought first before answering.
"They want other people to be like them, Shiradanin. They don't terraform, so they don't want others to either. There are arguments for it as well, you know. Increasing species diversity often seems more important to people than preserving a wilderness, even without the provision of extra living space. The culture believes profoundly in machine sentience, so it thinks everybody ought to. But I think it also believes every civilization should be run by its machines. Fewer people want that. The issue of cross-species tolerance is, I'll grant, of a different nature, but even there the culture can sometimes appear to be insistent that deliberate intermixing is not just permissible, but desirable, almost a duty. Again, who is to say that is correct?"
"So you should have a war to, what, clear the air?" He inspected the suit helmet.
"No, Shiradanin. I'm just trying to suggest to you that the culture may not be as objective as it thinks it is, and that being the case, its estimation concerning the likelihood of war may be equally untrustworthy."
"There are small wars on a dozen planets right now, Zoldrin. People are talking war in public, either about how to avoid it, or how it might be limited, or how it can't possibly happen. But it's coming. You can smell it. You should catch the newscasts, Zoldrin, then you'd know."
"Well, then, perhaps war is inevitable,"
Beishai said, looking away over the wooded plains and hills beyond the observatory.
"Maybe it's just time."
"Crap," he said. Beishai looked at him surprised. "There's a saying, war is a long cliff. You can avoid the cliff completely. You can walk along the top for as long as you have the nerve. You can even choose to leap off. And if you only fall a short way before you hit a ledge, you can always scramble back up again. Unless you're just plain invaded, there are always choices, and even then there's usually something you've missed,
A choice you didn't make that could have avoided invasion in the first place. You people still have your choices. There's nothing inevitable about it.
Zakalwe, Beishai said. You surprise me. I'd have thought
You'd have thought I'd be in favor of war, he said, standing, a sad, small smile on his lips. He put one hand on the other man's shoulder. You've had your nose buried in books for too long, Soldrin. He walked away past the stone instruments. Beishai looked down at the suit helmet lying on the flagstones. He followed the other man.
You're right, Zakalwe. I have been out of the flow of things for a long time. I probably don't know who half the people in power are these days, or exactly what the issues are, or the precise balance of the various alliances. So the culture cannot be so desperate they think I can alter whatever's going to happen, can they?
He turned round. He looked into Beishai's face. Soldrin, the truth is, I don't know. Don't think I haven't thought about this. It might be just that you, as a symbol, really would make all the difference, and maybe everybody is desperate to find an excuse not to have to fight. You could be that excuse if you come along, uncontaminated by recent events, as though from the dead, and provide a face-saving compromise. Or maybe the culture secretly thinks a small, short war is a good idea, or even knows there's nothing it can do to stop a full-scale one, but has to be seen to be doing something, no matter how long a shot it might be, so that people can't say later, "Why didn't you try this?" He shrugged. I never try to second-guess the culture, Soldrin, let alone contact, and certainly not special circumstances.
You just do their bidding.
And get well paid for it.
But you see yourself on the side of good, do you, Shiradanin?
He smiled and sat on the stone plinth, legs swinging. I have no idea whether they're the good guys or not, Soldrin. They certainly seem to be, but then who knows that seeming is being. He frowned, looked away. I have never seen them be cruel, even when they might have claimed they had an excuse to be so. It can make them seem cold sometimes. He shrugged again. But there are folks that'll tell you it's the bad gods that always have the most beautiful faces and the softest voices. Shit, he said, and jumped off the stone table. He went to stand by the balustrade which marked one edge of the old observatory, looking to where the sky was starting to redden above the horizon. It would be dark in an hour. They keep their promises, and they pay top rates. They make good employers, Soldrin.
That does not mean we ought to let them decide our fate.
You'd rather let those decadent dickheads in governance do it instead.
At least they're involved, Zakalwe. It isn't just a game to them.
Oh, I think it is. I think that's exactly what it is to them. The difference is that unlike the culture's minds, they don't know enough to take games seriously. He took a deep breath and watched the wind stir the branches beneath them. Leaves fell away. Soldrin, don't say you're on their side.
The sides were always strange, Beishai said. We all said that all we wanted was the best for the cluster, and I think we all meant it, mostly. We all still want that, but I don't know what the right thing to do is. I sometimes think I know too much. I've studied too much, learned too much, remembered too much. It all seems to average out somehow, like dust that settles over whatever machinery we carry inside us that leads us to act, and puts the same weight everywhere, so that always you can see good and bad on each side, and always there are arguments, precedents for every possible course of action. So, of course, one ends up doing nothing. Perhaps that's only right. Perhaps that's what evolution requires, to leave the field free for younger, unencumbered minds, and those not afraid to act.
Okay, so it's a balance. All societies are like that. The damping hand of the old and the firebrand youth together. It works out through generations, or through the setup of your institutions and their change and even replacement. But governance, the humanists combine the worst of both approaches. Ancient, vicious, discredited ideas backed with adolescent war mania. It's a crock of shit, Soldrin, and you know it. You've earned the right to some leisure, nobody's arguing. But that won't stop you feeling guilty when, not if, the bad stuff comes. You have the power, Soldrin, whether you like it or not. Just doing nothing is a statement. Don't you understand that? What is all your studying worth, all your learning, all your knowledge, if it doesn't lead to wisdom? And what's wisdom but knowing what is right and what is the right thing to do? You're almost a god to some of the people in this civilization, Soldrin. Again, whether you like it or not. If you do nothing, they'll feel abandoned, they'll feel despair, and who can blame them? He made a resigned sort of gesture with his hands, putting them both down on the stone parapet, gazing out to the darkening sky. Beishai was silent. He gave the old man a while longer to think, then looked round at the flat stone summit of the hill, at all the strange stone instruments. An observatory, eh? Yes, Beishai said, after a moment's hesitation. He touched one of the stone plinths with one hand. Believed to have been a burial site 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, then to have had some sort of astrological significance. Later, they may have predicted eclipses with readings taken here. Finally, the Vrehids built this observatory to study the motions of the moons, planets, and stars. There are water clocks, sundials, sextants, planet dials, partial orreries. There are crude seismographs here too, or at least earthquake direction indicators. They have telescopes. Very poor ones, and only for a decade or so before the Empire fell. The results they got from the telescopes caused a lot of problems, contradicted what they already knew or thought they knew. That figures. What's this? One of the plinths held a large rusty metal bowl with a sharp central spindle. Compass, I think, Beishai said. It works by fields. He smiled. And this? Looks like a tree stump. It was a huge, rough, very slightly fluted cylinder, perhaps a metre in height and twice that across. He tapped the edge. Stone. Ah, Soldrin said, joining him at the stone cylinder. Well, if it's what I think it is. It was originally just a tree stump, of course. He ran his hand over the stone surface, looked round the edge for something, but it was petrified long ago. Look, though, you can still see the rings in the wood. He leant closer, looking at the grey stone surface by the fading afternoon light. The growth rings of the long-dead tree were indeed visible. He leant forward, taking off one of the suit gloves, and with his fingers stroked the surface of the stone. Some differential weathering of the wood become rock had made the rings tangible. His fingers felt the tiny ridges run beneath the surface, like the fingerprint of some mighty stone god. So many years, he breathed, putting his hand back to the very sapling centre of the stump and running his hand out again. Beishai said nothing. Every year a complete ring, signature of bad year and good by the spacing, and every ring complete, sealed, hermetic. Every year like part of a sentence. Every ring a shackle, chained and chaining to the past. Every ring a wall, a prison. A sentence locked in the wood. Now locked in stone, frozen twice, sentenced twice, once for an imaginable time, then for an unimaginable time. His finger ran over the ring walls, dry paper over ridged rock. This is just the cover, Beishai said from the other side. He was squatting down, looking for something on the side of the great stone stump. There ought to be... here we are. Don't expect we'll be able to actually lift it, of course. Cover, he said, putting the glove back on and walking round to where Beishai was. Cover for what? A sort of puzzle the Imperial astronomers played when the viewing was patchy, Beishai said. There, see that handhold? Just a second, he said. Want to stand back a little? Beishai stood back. It's supposed to take 4 strong men, Zakalwe. This suit's more powerful than that, though balancing might be a little... He found 2 handholds on the stone. Suit command, strength normal max. You have to talk to the suit? Beishai asked. Yeah, he said. He flexed, lifting one edge of the stone cover up. A tiny explosion of dust under the sole of one of the suit's boots announced a trapped pebble giving up the struggle. This one you do. They have ones you just have to think about something, but... He pulled on one edge of the cover, sticking one leg out to shift his centre of gravity as he did so. But I just never liked the idea of that. He held the whole stone top of the petrified stump above his head, then walked, awkwardly, to the noise of crunching, popping gravel under his feet, to another stone table. He lowered, shifted the stone cover sideways until it rested on the table, and returned.
He made the mistake of clapping his hands together and produced what sounded like a gunshot. Oops, he grinned. Suit command strength off. Revealed by the removal of the stone cap was a shallow cone. It seemed to have been carved from the petrified stump itself. Looking closer, he could see that it was ridged, tree ring by tree ring. Quite clever, he said, mildly disappointed.
You're not looking at it properly, Shahadanin, Beishai told him. Look closer.
He looked closer.
I don't suppose you have anything very small and spherical, do you? Beishai said. Like a ball bearing?
A ball bearing, he said, a pained expression on his face.
You don't have such things?
I think you'll find in most societies, ball bearings don't last much beyond room temperature superconductivity, let alone field technology. Unless you're into industrial archaeology and trying to keep some ancient machine running. No, I don't have any ball. He peered closer at the centre of the shallow rock cone. Notches.
Exactly.
Beishai smiled. He stood back, looking at the ridged cone as a whole. It's a maze. Maze. There had been a maze in the garden. They outgrew it, became too familiar with it. Eventually, only used it when other children they didn't like came for the day to the great house. They could lose them in the maze for a few hours.
Yes, Beishai nodded. They would start out with small coloured beads or pebbles and try to work their way to the rim.
He looked closer.
They say there might have been a way to turn it into a game by painting lines that divided each ring into segments. Little wooden bridges and blocking pieces like walls could be used to facilitate one's own progress or prevent that of one's rivals.
Beishai squinted closer in the fading light.
Paint must have faded.
He looked down at the hundreds of tiny ridges on the surface of the shallow cone, like a model of a huge volcano, he thought, and smiled. He sighed, looked at the screen set into the wrist of the suit, tried the emergency signal button again. No reply.
Trying to contact the culture?
He said, gazing again at the petrified maze.
What will happen to you if governance find us? Beishai asked.
Oh, he shrugged, walking back to the balustrade they'd stood at earlier. Probably not much. Not very likely they'll just blow my brains out. They'll want to question me. Should give the culture plenty of time to get me out. Either negotiated or just snapped away. Don't worry about me. He smiled at Beishai. Tell them I took you by force. I'll say I stunned you and stuffed you into the capsule. So don't worry. They'll probably let you go straight back to your studies.
Well, Beishai said, rejoining the other man at the balustrade, my studies were a delicate construction, Zakalwe. They maintained my carefully developed disinterest. They may not be so easy to resume after your exuberantly violent interruption.
Ah. He tried not to smile. He looked down at the trees, then at the suit gloves, as though checking all the fingers were there. Yeah. Look, Zoldrin, I'm sorry. I mean about your friend, Ms. Shile.
As am I, Beishai said quietly.
He smiled uncertainly.
I felt happy, Shoradanin. I hadn't felt like that for, well, long enough.
They stood watching the sun sink behind the clouds.
You are certain she was one of theirs? I mean, absolutely.
Beyond any reasonable doubt, Zoldrin. He thought he saw tears in the old man's eyes. He looked away. Like I said, I'm sorry.
I hope, Beishai said, that is not the only way the old can be made happy. Can be happy through deceit.
Maybe it wasn't all deceit, he said. And anyway, being old isn't what it used to be. I'm old, he reminded Beishai, who nodded, took out a kerchief and sniffed.
Of course, so you are. I forgot. Strange, isn't it? Whenever we see people after a long time, we are always surprised how they've grown or aged. But when I see you, well, you haven't changed a bit, and instead I feel very old. Unfairly, unjustifiably old beside you, Shoradanin.
Actually, I have changed, Zoldrin. He grinned. But no, I haven't got any older.
He looked Beishai in the eye. They'd give you this too if you asked them. The culture would let you grow younger, then stabilize your age, or let you grow old again, but very slowly. Bribery, Zakalwe? Beishai said, smiling. Hey, it was just a thought. And it'd be a payment, not a bribe. And they wouldn't force it on you. But it's academic anyway. He paused, nodding into the sky. Completely academic now. Here comes a plane. Soldrin looked out to the red clouds of sunset. He couldn't see any aircraft. A culture one? Beishai asked cautiously. He smiled. In the circumstances, Soldrin, if you can see it, it isn't a culture one. He turned and walked quickly, picking up the suit helmet and putting it on. Suddenly, the dark figure became inhuman behind the armoured, sensor-studded faceplate of the suit. He took a large pistol from the suit holster. Soldrin! His voice came booming from speakers set in the suit chest as he checked the settings on the gun. If I were you, I'd get back to the capsule or just plain run away and hide. The figure turned to face Beishai, the helmet like the head of some gigantic, fearsome insect. I'm fixing to give these assholes a fight, just for the sheer hell of it. And it might be best for you if you weren't nearby. Numeral 4. The ship was over 80 kilometres long, and it was called the Size Isn't Everything. The last thing he'd been on for any length of time had actually been bigger, but then that had been a tabular iceberg big enough to hide 2 armies on, and it didn't beat the General Systems vehicle by much. How do these things hold together? He stood on a balcony, looking out over a sort of miniature valley composed of accommodation units. Each stepped terrace was smothered in foliage. The space was crisscrossed by walkways and slender bridges, and a small stream ran through the bottom of the V. People sat at tables in little courtyards, lounged on the grass by the stream side, or amongst the cushions and couches of cafes and bars on the terraces. Hanging above the centre of the valley, beneath a ceiling of glowing blue, a travel tube snaked away into the distance on either side, following the wavy line of the valley. Under the tube, a line of fake sunlight burned, like some enormous strip light. Dizzy Smar said, arriving at his elbow with 2 drinks. She handed one to him. They're too big, he said. He turned to face the woman. He'd seen the things they called bays, where they built smaller spaceships. Smaller, in this case, meant over 3 kilometres long. Vast, unsupported hangars with thin walls. He'd been near the immense engines, which as far as he could gather were solid and inaccessible. How? And obviously extremely massive. He'd felt oddly threatened on discovering that there was no control room, no bridge, no flight deck anywhere in the vast vessel. Just 3 minds, fancy computers apparently, controlling everything. What? And now he was finding out where the people lived. But it was all too big, too much, too flimsy somehow. Especially if the ship was supposed to accelerate as smartly as Smar claimed. He shook his head. I don't understand. How does it hold together? Smar smiled. Just think fields, Shiradanin. It's all done with force fields. She put one hand out to his troubled face, patted one cheek. Don't look so confused, and don't try to understand it all too quickly. Let it soak in. Just wander around. Lose yourself in it for a few days. Come back whenever. Later, he had wandered off. The huge ship was an enchanted ocean in which you could never drown, and he threw himself into it to try to understand, if not it, then the people who had built it. He walked for days, stopping at bars and restaurants whenever he felt thirsty, hungry or tired. Mostly they were automatic, and he was served by little floating trays, though a few were staffed by real people. They seemed less like servants and more like customers who'd taken a notion to help out for a while. Of course I don't have to do this, one middle-aged man said, carefully cleaning the table with a damp cloth. He put the cloth in a little pouch, sat down beside him. But look, this table's clean. He agreed that the table was clean. Usually, the man said, I work on alien religions. Directional emphasis in religious observance. That's my speciality. Like when temples or graves or prayers have to face in a certain direction. That sort of thing. Well, I catalogue, evaluate, compare. I come up with theories and argue with colleagues here and elsewhere. But the job's never finished. Always new examples, and even the old ones get re-evaluated, and new people come along with new ideas about what you thought was settled. But, he slapped the table, when you clean a table, you clean a table. You feel you've done something. It's an achievement. But in the end, it's still just cleaning a table. And therefore does not really signify on the cosmic scale of events, the man suggested. He smiled in response to the man's grin. Well, yes. But then, what does signify? My other work? Is that really important either? I could try composing wonderful musical works or day-long entertainment epics. But what would that do? Give people pleasure? My wiping this table gives me pleasure, and people come to a clean table which gives them pleasure. And anyway, the man laughed, people die, stars die, universes die. What is any achievement, however great it was, once time itself is dead? Of course, if all I did was wipe tables, then of course it would seem a mean and despicable waste of my huge intellectual potential. But, because I choose to do it, it gives me pleasure. And, the man said with a smile, it's a good way of meeting people. So, where are you from anyway? He talked to people all the time, in bars and cafes mostly. The GSV's accommodation seemed to be divided into various different types of layout. Valleys, or ziggurats, if you wanted to look at them like that, seemed to be the most common, though there were different configurations. He ate when he was hungry, and drank when he was thirsty, every time trying a different dish or drink from the stunningly complicated menus, and when he wanted to sleep, as the whole vessel gradually cycled into a red-tinged dusk, the ceiling light bars dimming, he just asked the drone and was directed to the nearest unoccupied room. The rooms were all roughly the same size, and yet all slightly different. Some were very plain, some were highly decorated. The basics were always there. Bed, sometimes a real physical bed, sometimes one of their weird field beds. Somewhere to wash and defecate. Cupboards, places for personal effects. A fake window, a hollow screen of some sort, and a link-up to the rest of the communications net, both aboard and off-ship. The first night away, he linked into one of their direct link sensory entertainments, lying on the bed with some sort of device activated under the pillow. He did not actually sleep that night. Instead, he was a bold pirate prince who'd renounced his nobility to lead a brave crew against the slaver ships of a terrible empire amongst the spice and treasure isles. Their quick little ships darted amongst the lumbering galleons, picking away the rigging with chain-shot. They came ashore on moonless nights, attacking the great prison castles, releasing joyous captives. He personally fought the wicked governor's chief torturer, sword against sword. The man finally fell from a high tower. An alliance with a beautiful lady pirate begot a more personal liaison, and a daring rescue from a mountain monastery when she was captured. He pulled away from it after what had been weeks of compressed time. He knew, somewhere at the back of his mind, even as it happened, that none of it was real, but that seemed like the least important property of the adventure. When he came out of it, surprised to discover that he had not actually ejaculated during some of the profoundly convincing erotic episodes, he discovered that only a night had passed, and it was morning, and he had, somehow, shared the strange story with others. It had been a game, apparently. People had left messages for him to get in touch. They had enjoyed playing the game with him so much. He felt oddly ashamed, and did not reply. The rooms he slept in always contained places to sit. Field extensions, mouldable wall units, real couches, and, sometimes, ordinary chairs. Whenever the rooms held chairs, he moved them outside into the corridor or onto the terrace. It was all he could do to keep the memories at bay. "Nah," the woman said in the main bay. "It doesn't really work that way." They stood on a half-constructed starship, on what would eventually be the middle of the engines, watching a huge field unit swing through the air, out of the engineering space behind the bay proper and up towards the skeletal body of the general contact unit. Little lifter tugs manoeuvred the field unit down towards them. "You mean it makes no difference?" "Not much," the woman said. She pressed on a little studded lanyard she held in one hand, spoke as though to her shoulder. "I'll take it." The field unit put them in shadow as it hovered above them. Just another solid slab as far as he could see. It was red, a different colour from the black slickness of the starboard main engine block lower under their feet. She manipulated the lanyard, guiding the huge red block down. 2 other people, standing 20 metres away, watched the far end of the unit. "The trouble is," the woman said, watching the vast red building brick come slowly down, "that even when people do get sick and die young, they're always surprised when they get sick. How many healthy people do you think actually say to themselves, 'Hey, I'm healthy today,' unless they've just had a serious illness?" She shrugged, pressed the lanyard again as the field unit lowered to a couple of centimetres off the engine surface. "Stop," she said quietly. "Inertia down 5. Check." A line of light flashed on the surface of the engine block. She put one hand on the block and pressed it again. It moved. "Down, dead slow," she said. She pressed the block into place. "Sorge, all right?" she asked. He didn't hear the reply, but the woman obviously did. "Okay, positioned, all clear." She looked up as the lifter tugs sailed back towards the engineering space, then back at him. All that's happened is that reality has caught up with the way people always did behave anyway. So, no, you don't feel any wonderful release from debilitating illnesses. She scratched one ear. "Except maybe when you think about it." She grinned. "I guess in school, when you're seeing how people used to live, how aliens still do live, then it hits home, and I suppose you never really lose that entirely. But you don't spend much time thinking about it." They walked across the black expanse of thoroughly featureless material. "Ah," the woman had said when he'd mentioned this, "you take a look at it under a microscope. It's beautiful. What did you expect anyway? Cranks? Gears? Tanks full of chemicals?" "Can't machines build these faster?" he asked the woman, looking around the starship shell. "Why, of course," she laughed. "Then why do you do it? It's fun. You see one of these big mothers sail out those doors for the first time, heading for deep space. 300 people on board, everything working, the mind quite happy, and you think, I'll help build that. The fact that a machine could have done it faster doesn't alter the fact that it was you who actually did it." He said. "Learn woodwork, metalwork. They will not make you a carpenter or a blacksmith any more than mastering writing will make you a clerk." "Well, you may say, as you wish," the woman said, approaching a translucent hologram of the half-completed ship, where a few other construction workers were standing, pointing inside the model and talking. "But have you ever been gliding or swum underwater?" "Yes," he agreed. The woman shrugged. "Yet birds fly better than we do, and fish swim better. Do we stop gliding or swimming because of this?" He smiled. "I suppose not." "You suppose correctly," the woman said. "And why?" She looked at him, grinning. "Because it's fun." She looked at the hollow model of the ship to one side. One of the other workers called to her, pointing at something in the model. She looked at him. "Excuse me, will you?" He nodded as he backed off. "Build well." "Thank you. I trust we shall." "Oh," he asked, "what's this ship to be called?" "Its mind wishes it to be called the Sweet and Full of Grace," the woman laughed. Then she was deep in discussion with the others. He watched their many sports, tried a few. Most of them he just didn't understand. He swam quite a lot. They seemed to like pools and water complexes. Mostly they swam naked, which he found a little embarrassing. Later he discovered there were whole sections, villages, areas, districts. He wasn't sure how to think of them, where people never wore clothes, just body ornaments. He was surprised how quickly he got used to this behaviour, but never fully joined in. It took him a while to realise that all the drones he saw, even more various in their design than humans were in their physiology, didn't all belong to the ship. Hardly any did, in fact. They had their own artificial brains. He still tended to think of them as computers. They seemed to have their own personalities too, though he remained sceptical.
"Let me put this thought experiment to you," the old drone said,
as they played a card game which it had assured him was mostly luck. They sat, well, the drone floated, under an arcade of delicately pink stone, by the side of a small pool. The shouts of people playing a complicated ball game on the far side of the pool filtered through bushes and small trees to them.
"Forget," said the drone, "about how machine brains are actually put together. Think about making a machine brain, an electronic computer in the image of a human one. One might start with a few cells, as the human embryo does. These multiply, gradually establish connections. So one would continually add new components and make the relevant, even if one was to follow the exact development of one single human through the various stages, the identical connections. One would, of course, have to limit the speed of the messages transmitted down those connections to a tiny fraction of their normal electronic speed, but that would not be difficult, nor would having these neuron-like components act like their biological equivalents internally, firing their own messages according to the types of signal they received. All this could be done comparatively simply. By building up in this gradual way, you could mimic exactly the development of a human brain, and you could mimic its output. Just as an embryo can experience sound and touch and even light inside the womb, so could you send similar signals to your developing electronic equivalent. You could impersonate the experience of birth and use any degree of sensory stimulation to fool this device into thinking it was feeling, touching, tasting, smelling, hearing and seeing everything your real human was. Or, of course, you might choose not actually to fool it, but always give it just as much genuine sensory input and of the same quality as the human personality was experiencing at any given point. Now, my question to you is this. Where is the difference? The brain of each being works in exactly the same way as the other. They will respond to stimuli with a greater correspondence than one finds even between monozygotic twins. But how can one still choose to call one a conscious entity and the other merely a machine? Your brain is made up of matter, Mr. Zakalwe, organized into information handling, processing and storage units by your genetic inheritance, and by the biochemistry of first your mother's body and later your own, not to mention your experiences since some short time before your birth until now. An electronic computer is also made up of matter, but organized differently. What is there so magical about the workings of the huge, slow cells of the animal brain that they can claim themselves to be conscious, but would deny a quicker, more finely grained device of equivalent power, or even a machine hobbled so that it worked with precisely the same ponderousness, a similar distinction? The machine said, its aura field flashing the pink he was beginning to identify as drone amusement. Unless, of course, you wish to invoke superstition. Do you believe in gods? He smiled. I have never had that inclination, he said. Well then, the drone said, what would you say? Is the machine in the human image conscious, sentient or not? He studied his cards. I'm thinking, he said, and laughed. Sometimes he saw other aliens. Obviously aliens, that is. He was sure that a few of the humans he saw each day were not culture people, though without stopping to ask them, it was impossible to tell. Somebody dressed as a savage, or in some obviously non-culture garb, was quite possibly just dressing up like that for a laugh or going to a party. But there were some very obviously different species around as well. Yes, young man, the alien said. It had 8 limbs, a fairly distinct head with 2 quite small eyes, curiously flower-like mouthparts, and a large, almost spherical, lightly haired body, coloured red and purple. Its own voice was composed of clicks from its mouth and almost subsonic vibrations from its body. A small amulet did the translating. He asked if he could sit with the alien. It directed him to the seat across the table from it in the cafe, where he had overheard it talking briefly to a passing human about special circumstances. It is in layers, the alien said to his question. A tiny core of special circumstances, a shell of contact, and a vast, chaotic ecosphere of everything else. Bit like a... You come from a planet? He nodded. The creature glanced at its amulet for a translation of the gesture the man had used. It was not what the culture called nodding. Then said, Well, it is like a planet, only the core is tiny, very tiny, and the ecosphere is more disparate and less distinct than the wrapping of atmosphere round a globe. A red giant star might even be a better comparison. But in the end, you will never know them, because you will be like me, in special circumstances, and only ever know them as the great, irresistible force behind you. People like you and I are the edge. You will, in time, come to feel like a tooth on the biggest saw in the galaxy, sir. The alien's eyes closed.
It waggled all its limbs very energetically, and its mouthparts crackled. "Ha, ha, ha," the amulet said primly. "How did you know I was actually involved with special circumstances?" he asked, sitting back. "Ah, how much my vanity wishes me to claim I simply guessed, so clever I am. But I heard there was a new recruit coming aboard," the alien told him, "and that it was a fairly human basic male. You smell right, if I may use that turn of phrase, and you have just been asking all the right questions." "And you're in SC too? For 10 standard years now. Think I should do it? Work for them?" "Oh, yes. I imagine it's better than what you left, no?" He shrugged, remembering the blizzard and the ice. "I suppose." "You enjoy fighting, yes?" "Well, sometimes," he admitted. "I'm good at it, so they say. Not that I'm necessarily convinced of that myself." "No one wins all the time, sir," the creature said. "Not through skill, anyway. And the culture does not believe in luck, or at the very least does not believe it is transferable. They must like your attitude, that's all. He. The alien laughed quietly. "To be good at soldiering," it said, "is a great curse, I think, sometimes. Working for these people at least relieves one of some of the responsibility. I have never found cause to complain." The alien scratched its body, looked down, picked something from the hairs around where he would have guessed its belly might be, and ate it. "Of course, you must not expect to be told the truth all the time. You can insist that they do, always, and they will do so, but they may not be able to use you as often as they might like to. Sometimes they need you not to know you are fighting on the wrong side. My advice would be to just do as they ask. Much more exciting." "Are you in it for the excitement?" "Partly, and partly because of family honor. SC did something for my people once, and we could not let them steal our honor by accepting nothing in return. I work until that debt is paid off." "How long's that?" "Oh, for life," the creature said, sitting back in a gesture he felt reasonably justified in translating a surprise. "Until I die, of course. But who cares? As I say, it's fun. Here." It banged its drink bowl on the table to attract a passing tray. "Let's have another drink. See who gets drunk first." "You have more legs," he grinned. "I think I might fall over more easily." "Ah, but the more the legs, the bigger the tangle." "Fair enough." He waited for a fresh glass. To one side of them was a small terrace and the bar, to the other a gulf of airy space. The ship, the GSV, went on beyond its apparent boundaries. Its hull was pierced multitudinously by terraces, balconies, walkways, open windows, and open bay doors. Surrounding the vessel proper was an immense ellipsoid bubble of air, held inside dozens of different fields, which together made up the vehicle's real, though insubstantial, hull. He took up the recharged glass when it arrived, and watched a puttering, piston-engined, paper-winged hang glider zip past the terrace. He waved at the pilot, then shook his head. "To the culture," he said, raising his glass to the alien. It matched his gesture. "To its total lack of respect for all things majestic." "Agreed," the alien said, and together they drank. The alien was called Chori, he found out later. It was only due to a chance remark that he discovered Chori was a female, which at the time seemed hilariously funny. He woke up the next morning, lying soaked, as well as soused, half underneath a small waterfall in one of the Ak section valleys. Chori was suspended from a nearby railing by all 8 leg hooks, making a sporadic clattering noise that he decided was snoring. The first night he spent with a woman, he thought she was dying. He thought he'd killed her. She seemed to climax at almost the same time as he did, but then, apparently, had a seizure, screaming, clutching at him. He had an awful, sickening idea that despite the seeming similarity of their physiology, his race and the mongrel species that was the culture were somehow quite different, and for a few ghastly moments entertained the idea that his seed was like acid inside her.
It felt like she was trying to break his back with her arms and legs. He tried to pull himself away from her, calling her name, trying to see what was wrong, what he had done, what he could do. "What's wrong?" she gasped. "What? With me? Nothing. What's wrong with you?" She made a sort of shrugging motion, looked puzzled. "I came, that's all. What's the—" "Oh." She put one hand to her mouth, eyes wide. "I forgot. I'm sorry. You're not— Oh, dear." She giggled. "How embarrassing." "What?" "Well, we just— it takes— it goes on longer, He didn't think he had quite believed what he had heard about the culture's altered physiology until then. He hadn't accepted that they had changed themselves so. He had not believed that they really had chosen to extend such moments of pleasure, let alone breed into themselves all the multifarious drug glands that could enhance almost any experience, not least sex. Yet, in a way, it made sense, he told himself. Their machines could do everything else much better than they could. No sense in breeding superhumans for strength or intelligence when their drones and minds were so much more matter and energy efficient at both. But pleasure? Well, that was a different matter. What else was the human form good for? He supposed such single-mindedness was admirable in a way. He took the woman in his arms again. "Never mind," he said. "Quality, not quantity. Let's try that again, shall we?" She laughed and took his face in her hands. "Dedication. That's a good quality in a man." The cry in the summer house that had attracted. "Hello, old chap." Tanned hands on the pale hips. He was away 5 nights, just wandering. As far as he could tell, he never crossed his own trail, and never visited the same section twice. He ended up with different women on 3 of those nights, and politely turned down one young man. "Any more at your ease, Shiradaneen?" Smar asked him, stroking up the pool ahead of him. She turned on her back to look at him. He swam after her. "Well, I've stopped offering to pay for things in bars." "That's a start." It was a very easy habit to break. "Par for the course. That all?" "Well, also, your women are very friendly." "So are the men." Smar arched one eyebrow. "The life here seems idyllic." "Well, you have to like crowds, perhaps." He looked round the almost deserted pool complex. "That's relative, I suspect." And thought, the garden. The garden. They have made their life in its image. "Why?" Smar smiled. "Are you tempted to stay?" "Not even slightly," he laughed. "I go crazy here, or slip forever into one of your shared dream games. I need more." "But will you take it from us?" Smar said, stopping, treading water. "Do you want to work with us?" "Everybody seems to think I should. They believe you're fighting the good fight. It's just that I get suspicious when everybody agrees about something." Smar laughed. "How much would it matter if we weren't fighting the good fight, Shiradaneen? If all we were offering was pay and excitement?" "I don't know," he admitted. "It would make it even harder. I'd like to believe, to finally know, to finally be able to prove that I was—" He shrugged, grinned. "Doing good." Smar sighed. In the water, this meant that she bobbed up, then sank down a little. "Who knows, Zakalwe? We don't know that. We think we're right. We even think we can prove it. But we can never be sure. There are always arguments against us. There is no certainty, least of all in special circumstances where the rules are different. I thought the rules were meant to be the same for everybody. They are, but in special circumstances, we deal in the moral equivalent of black holes, where the normal laws, the rules of right and wrong that people imagine apply everywhere else in the universe, break down. Beyond those metaphysical event horizons, there exist special circumstances." She smiled. "That's us. That's our territory, our domain." "To some people," he said, "that might sound like just a good excuse for bad behavior."
Smar shrugged. And perhaps they would be right. Maybe that is all it is. She shook her head, pulled one hand through her long, wet hair. But if nothing else, at least we need an excuse. Think how many people need none at all. She swam off. He watched her stroke powerfully away through the water for a moment. One of his hands went, without him really realizing it, to a small puckered scar on his chest, just over where his heart was, and rubbed it, while he frowned, staring at the glittering, unsteady surface of the water. Then he swam after the woman. He spent a couple of years on the Size Isn't Everything, and on a few of the planets, rocks, habitats and orbitals it stopped at. He was being trained and learning to use some of the new abilities he had let them give him. When he eventually left the craft to go on his first tour of duty for the culture, a series of missions which culminated in him taking the Chosen to the perfumed palace on the cliff, it was on a ship just starting its second tour of duty, the General Contact Unit, sweet and full of grace. He never saw Chori again, and heard that she'd been killed on active service some 15 years later. He was told this news while they were regrowing his body on the GSV Congenital Optimist after he'd been beheaded on, and then rescued from, a planet called Falls. Chapter 11. He crouched behind the parapet at the far edge of the old observatory from the single approaching plane. Behind him, down a steep slope, were bushes and trees and a collection of roofless, overgrown buildings. He watched the aircraft come closer, checked for more coming from other directions, but couldn't find any. Inside the suit, watching the transmitted view, he frowned as the aircraft came closer, slowing all the time, its obese, arrowhead shape silhouetted against the sunset as it approached. He watched it drop slowly towards the observatory platform. A ramp hinged from the craft's belly, 3 legs flexed out. He took some effector readings from the machine, then shook his head, ducked, and ran back down the slope. Soldrin was sitting in one of the ruined buildings. He looked surprised when the suited figure entered through the creeper-choked doorway. "Yes, Schraden? "It's a civilian craft," he said, pushing the faceplate up. He was grinning. "I don't think it's looking for us after all. Might still provide an escape route, though." He shrugged. "Worth a try." He gestured back at the slope. "You coming along?" Soldrin Beishai looked through the dusk at the matte black figure in the doorway. He had been sitting here wondering what he ought to do, and had not yet come up with any answers. Part of him just wanted to get back to the peace and quiet and certainty of the university library, where he could live happily without fuss, ignore the world, and immerse himself in the old books, trying to understand ancient ideas and histories, hoping to make sense of them one day, and perhaps explain his own ideas, try to point out the lessons of these elder histories, perhaps make people think again about their own times and ideologies. For a time, for a long time there, it had seemed entirely and definitely the most worthwhile and productive thing he could do. But he was not sure of that any longer. Perhaps, he thought, there were more important things to be done which he could have a hand in. Perhaps he ought to go with Zakalwe as the man and the culture wanted. Could he just relapse back into his studies after this? Zakalwe, coming back from the past, as rash and brash as ever. Ubrel, could she really have been? Just acting a part, making him feel very old and foolish now, but angry as well, and the whole cluster drifting rudderless towards the rocks all over again. Did he have any right not to try and do something, even if the culture was wrong about his stature in the civilization? He didn't know. He could see that Zakalwe had tried to appeal to his vanity, but what if even half of what he said was true? Was it right to sit back and just let things happen, however much it might be the easiest, least stressful course? If there was a war, and he knew he'd done nothing, how would he feel afterwards? "Damn you, Zakalwe," he thought. He stood up. "I'm still thinking," he said, "but let's see how far you can get." "Good man." The suited figure's voice betrayed no obvious trace of emotion. "Extremely sorry for the delay, gentle people. It really wasn't within our control. Some sort of traffic control panic, but do let me apologize again on behalf of Heritage Tours." "Well,"
Here we are. A bit later than we expected, but isn't that a pretty sunset? The very famous Strometron Observatory. At least 4,500 years of history have been played out beneath your feet here, gentle people. I'm going to have to fairly rattle through it to tell it all to you in the time we have here, so listen close. The aircraft hovered, AG field buzzing, just above the western edge of the observatory platform. Its legs hung, dangling in mid-air, apparently extended merely as a precaution. About 40 people had disembarked from it down the belly ramp and now stood around one of the stone instrument plinths while an eager young tour guide talked to them. He watched through the stone balustrade, scanning the group with the suit's built-in effector and watching the results on the visor screen head-up. 30+ of the people were carrying what were in effect terminals, links to the planet's communications net. The suit's computer covertly interrogated the terminals through the effector. 2 of the terminals were switched on, one receiving a sports broadcast, another receiving music. The rest were on standby. "Suit," he whispered, not that even Soldrin right beside him could have heard him, let alone the people in the tourist group. "I want to disable those terminals, quietly, to stop them from transmitting." 2 receiving terminals are transmitting location code, the suit said. "Can I disable their transmit function without altering their present location code function or their present reception?" "Yes." "Right. The priority being preventing any further new signals. Disable all the terminals." "Disabling all 34 non-culture personal comnet terminals within range. Confirm." "Confirmed, damn it. Do it." "Order carried out." He watched the head-up alter as the internal power states of the terminals sank back to near zero. The tour guide was leading the people across the stone plateau of the old observatory, towards where he and Beishai were, and away from the hovering aircraft. He shoved the suit faceplate up, looked round at the other man. "Okay, let's go. Quietly." He went first through the undergrowth, between the crowding trees. It was quite dark under the half-fallen foliage, and Beishai stumbled a couple of times, but they made relatively little noise as they trod the carpet of dead leaves round 2 sides of the observatory platform. When they were under the aircraft, he scanned it with a suit effector. "You beautiful little machine," he breathed, watching the results come up. The aircraft was automatic and very stupid. A bird probably had a more complicated brain. "Suit, patch into the aircraft. Assume control without letting anybody else know." "Assuming covert control jurisdiction of single aircraft within range. Confirm." "Confirmed. And stop asking me to confirm everything." "Control jurisdiction assumed. Lapsing confirmatory instruction protocols. Confirm." "Good grief. Confirmed." "Confirm protocol lapsed." He considered just floating up, holding Beishai, into the craft, but even though the aircraft's own AG would probably mask the signal his suit gave off, it might not. He glanced up the steep slope, then turned to Beishai and whispered, "Give me your hand. We're going up." The old man did as he asked. They went steadily up the slope, the suit kicking footholds in the earth. They stopped at the balustrade. The aircraft blocked out the evening sky above them, yellow light spilling from the belly entrance above the ramp, faintly illuminating the nearer stone instruments. He checked on the tour group while Beishai got his breath back. The tourists were at the far side of the observatory. The guide was shining a flashlight at some ancient piece of stonework. He stood up. "Let's go," he told Beishai, who straightened. They stepped over the balustrade, walked to the ramp and up into the aircraft. He followed Beishai. He watched the rear view on the helmet screen, but couldn't tell whether anybody in the tour group had noticed them or not. "Suit, close the ramp," he told the suit, as he and Beishai entered the single large space of the craft's interior. It was ornately luxurious, its walls slung with hangings, and its deeply carpeted floor dotted with large chairs and couches. There was an autobar at one end, while the opposite wall was a single huge screen, presently displaying the last of the sunset. The ramp chimed and hissed as it came up. "Suit, retract legs," he said, hinging the suit faceplate back. Happily, the suit was smart enough to realize he meant the aircraft's legs, not its own. It had occurred to him that somebody might just be able to leap onto one of the craft's legs from the observatory balustrade. "Suit,
Adjust aircraft altitude, up 10 meters. The light, buzzing noise around them changed, then settled back to what it had been before. He watched Beishai take off his heavy jacket, then looked round the interior of the craft. The effector said there was nobody else aboard, but he wanted to make sure. "Let's see where this thing was headed next," he said, as Beishai sat down on a long couch, sighing and stretching. "Suit, the aircraft's next destination." "Gibline Space Terminal," the clipped voice told him. "That sounds perfect. Take us there, Suit, and make it look as legal and normal as possible." "Underway," the suit said. "ETA 40 minutes. The craft's background noise altered, climbing in pitch. The floor moved just a little. The screen on the far side of the large cabin showed them moving out across the wooded hills, rising into the air. He took a walk round the craft, confirming there was nobody else aboard, then sat by Beishai, who he thought looked very tired. It had been a long day, he supposed. "You all right?" "I'm glad to be sitting down, I'll say that." Beishai kicked off his boots. "Let me get you a drink, Soldrin," he said, taking off the helmet and heading for the bar. "Suit," he said suddenly, struck by an idea. "You know one of the culture's downlink numbers in Solitol?" "Yes." "Connect with one via the aircraft." He bent down, looking at the autobar. "And how does this work?" "The autobar is voice-activated. Zakalwe." Smar's voice cut across that of the suit, making him start. He straightened. "Where are—" the woman's voice said, then paused. "Oh, you've got yourself an aircraft, have you?" "Yes," he said. He looked across to where Beishai was watching him. "On our way to Gipline Port. So what happened? Where's that module? And Smar, I'm hurt. You haven't called. You haven't written, sent flowers. Is Beishai all right?" Smar said urgently. "Soldrin's fine," he told her, smiling at the other man. "Suit, get this autobar to fix us a couple of refreshing but strong drinks." "He's okay." "Good," the woman sighed. The autobar made clicking, gurgling noises. "We haven't called," Smar said, "because if we had, we'd have let them know where you were. We lost the tide link when the capsule got blasted. Zakalwe, that was ridiculous. It was pure chaos after the capsule wasted the truck in the flower market and you downed that fighter. You're lucky you made it as far as you did. Where is the capsule, anyway?" "Back at the observatory, Sremetron," he said, looking down as a hatch opened in the autobar. He took the tray with the 2 drinks on it over to Beishai, sat down at his side. "Smar, say hello to Soldrin Beishai," he said, handing the other man his drink. "Mr. Beishai?" Smar's voice said from the suit. "Hello?" Beishai said. "Pleased to talk to you, Mr. Beishai. I do hope Mr. Zakalwe is treating you all right. Are you well?" "Tired, but hale." "I trust Mr. Zakalwe has found time to communicate to you the seriousness of the political situation in the cluster." "He has," Beishai said. I am certainly considering doing what you ask, and for the moment have no urge to return to Solitol." "I see," Smar said. "I appreciate what you say. I'm sure Mr. Zakalwe will do all he can to keep you safe and well while you're deliberating. Won't you, Sharadanin?" "Of course, Diziet. Now, where's that module?" "Stuck under the cloud tops of Sorarath, where it was before. Thanks to your Nova profile escapades down there, everything's on maximum alert. We can't move anything without being seen, and if we're seen to be interfering, we might start the war all by ourselves. Describe where that capsule is again. We're going to have to passive spot it from the microsatellite and then blast it from up here to remove the evidence. Shit, this is messy, Zakalwe." "Well, pardon me," he said. He drank again. "The capsule's under a large yellow-leaf deciduous tree between 80 and 130 meters northeast of the observatory. Oh, and the plasma rifle's about 20 to 40 meters due west." "You lost it?" Smar sounded incredulous. "Threw it away in a fit of pique," he admitted, yawning. "It got effectorized." "Told you it belonged in a museum," another voice interrupted. "Shut up, Scaffin Amtiscore," he said. "So, Smar, what now?" "Gipline Space Terminal, I suppose," the woman replied. "We'll see if we can book you on something outgoing, for Imprin or nearby. At worst, you've got a civilian trip ahead of you of weeks at least. If we're lucky, they'll stand down the alert and the module can sneak out and rendezvous. Either way, though, the war may be a little closer thanks to what happened in Solotol today. Just think about that, Zakalwe. The channel closed.
She sounds unhappy with you, Shoradenin, Beishai said.
He shrugged. No change there, he sighed. I'm really most terribly sorry, gentle people. This has never happened before. Never. I really am sorry. I just can't understand it. I'll try. The young man hit buttons on his pocket terminal. Hello? 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 He shook it, banged it with the heel of his hand. This is just... this has never happened before. It really hasn't. He looked apologetically up at the people in the tour group, clustered round the single light. Most of the people were looking at him. A few were trying their own terminals with no more success than he, and a couple were watching the western sky as though the last red smudge there would give up the aircraft that had so mysteriously decided to leave of its own accord. Hello? Hello? Anybody, please reply. The young man sounded almost in tears. The very last dreg of light left the sunset sky. Moonglow lit up some thinner patches of cloud. The flashlight flickered. Anybody at all, please reply. Oh, please. Scaffan Amtiscore got back in touch a few minutes later to say that he and Beishai had cabins reserved on a clipper called the Osom Imananish, heading for the Brescial system, just 3 light-years from Imprint. The hope was that the module would get to them before that. It would probably have to. Their trail would almost certainly be picked up. It might be an idea for Mr. Beishai to alter his appearance, the drone's smooth voice told them. He looked up at the wall drapes. I suppose we could try and make some clothes out of stuff here, he said doubtfully. The aircraft baggage hold might prove a more fruitful source of attire, the drone's voice purred, and told him how to open the floor hatch. He surfaced with 2 suitcases, wrenched them open. Clothes, he said. He took some out. They looked sufficiently unisex. And you'll have to lose your suit and weaponry, too, the drone said. What? You'll never get on board a ship with that stuff, Zakalwe, even with our help. You have to pack it all in something. One of those cases would be ideal, and leave it in the port. We'll try and pick it up once the heat's off. But... Beishai himself suggested they shaved his head when they were discussing how to disguise him. The last use the wonderfully sophisticated combat suit was put to was as a razor. Then he took it off. They both changed into the rather loud but thankfully loose-fitting clothes. The craft landed. The space terminal was a wilderness of concrete lined off like a game board by the lifts that took craft down to and up from the handling facilities. Tight beam established again, the earring terminal could whisper to him, guide him and Beishai. But he felt naked without the suit. They stepped from the aircraft into a hangar. Pleasantly forgettable music tinkled. Nobody met them. They could hear a distant alarm. The earring terminal indicated which door to take. They moved along a staff-only corridor, through 2 security doors which swung open for them even before they got to them. Then, after a pause, came out into a huge crowded concourse full of people, screens, kiosks and seats. Nobody noticed them, because a moving walkway had just slammed to a stop, toppling dozens of people on top of each other. A security camera in the left luggage area swung up to look at the ceiling for the minute it took them to deposit the suitcase with the suit in it. The instant they'd gone, the camera resumed its slow sweeping. More or less the same happened when they picked up their tickets at the appropriate desk. Then, while they were walking along another corridor, they saw a party of armed security guards enter from the other end. He just kept on walking. He sensed Beishai hesitate at his side. He turned, smiled easily at the other man, and when he turned back, the guards were stopped, the leading guard holding one hand to his ear and looking at the floor. He nodded, turned and pointed to a side corridor. The guards set off down it. "We're not just being incredibly lucky, I take it," Beishai muttered. He shook his head. "Not unless you count it as incredibly lucky that we've got a near-military standard electromagnetic effector controlled by a hyperfast starship mind working this entire port like an arcade game from a light year or so off. No."
They were passed through a VIP channel to the small shuttle that would take them to the orbiting station. The final security check was the only one the ship couldn't rig. A man with practiced eyes and hands. He seemed happy they had nothing dangerous on them. The earring jabbed his ear as they passed down another corridor. More X-rays and a strong magnetic field, both manually controlled. Double-checking. The shuttle flight was relatively uneventful. In the station, they passed across one transit lounge, in something of a commotion due to a man with a direct neural implant seemingly having a fit on the floor, straight into a final security check. In the corridor between the lounge lock and the ship, he heard Smar's voice, tiny in his ear. "That's it, Zakalwe. Can't type beam on the ship without being spotted. We'll only contact in a real emergency. Use the Solitol phone link if you want to talk, but remember it'll be monitored. Goodbye. Good luck." And then he and Beishai were through another airlock and on the clipper Othom Imananish, which would take them into interstellar space. He spent the hour or so before departure walking round the clipper, just checking it all out, so that he knew where everything was. The speaker system and most of the visible screens announced their departure. The clipper drifted, then dawdled, then raced away from the station. It swung away past the sun and the gas giant Sorrauth. Sorrauth was where the module was having to keep hidden, 100 kilometers deep, in the vast perpetual storm that was the mighty planet's atmosphere. An atmosphere that would be plundered, mined, stripped and altered by the humanists if they had their way. He watched the gas giant fall astern, wondered who was really right and wrong, and felt an odd helplessness. He was passing through the bustle of a small bar on his way to check on Beishai, when he heard a voice behind him say, Sincere hellos and things, Mr. Starabind, isn't it?" He turned slowly. It was the small doctor from the Scar party. The little man stood at the crowded bar, beckoning to him. He walked over, squeezing between the chattering passengers. "Doctor, good day." The little man nodded. "Stapangarda's Linatore, but call me Stap." "With pleasure, and even relief." He smiled. "And please, call me Sherad." "Well, small cluster, isn't it? May I buy you a drink?" He flashed his toothy grin, which, caught in a small spotlight above the bar, glared quite startlingly. What an excellent idea. They found a small table, wedged up against one bulkhead. The doctor wiped his nose, adjusted his immaculate suit. "So, Sherad, what brings you along on this little jaunt?" "Well, actually, Stab," he said quietly, "I'm travelling sort of incognito, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't broadcast my name, you know." "Absolutely," Dr. Stapp said, nodding fiercely. He glanced round conspiratorially, leaned closer. "My discretion is exemplary. I've had to travel quietly," his eyebrows waggled, "myself on occasion. You just let me know if I can be of any help." "You're very kind." He raised his glass. They drank to a safe voyage. "Are you going to the end of the line to Brescial?" Stapp asked. He nodded. "Yes, myself and a business associate." Dr. Stapp nodded, grinning. A business associate. No, Doctor, not a business associate. A business associate. A gentleman, and quite elderly, and in a different cabin. Would that all three descriptions were their opposite, of course." "Ha! Quite," the doctor said. "Another drink?" "You don't think he knows anything?" Beishai asked. "What's to know?" He shrugged. He glanced at the screen on the door of Beishai's cramped cabin. "Nothing on the news?" "Nothing," Beishai said. "They mentioned an all-port security exercise, but nothing directly about you or me." "Well, we probably aren't in any more danger because the dock's aboard than we were already." "How much is that?" "Too much. They're bound to work out what happened eventually. We'll never get to Brescial before they do." "Then?" "Then, unless I can think of something, the culture either has to let us be taken back, or take this ship over, which is going to be tricky to explain and bound to remove some of your credibility." "If I decide to do as you ask, Shirahatanin." He looked at the other man, sitting alongside him on the narrow bed. "Yeah, if." He prowled the ship.
The clipper seemed cramped and crowded. He'd got too used to culture vessels, he supposed. There were plans of the ship available on screen, and he studied them, but they were really just for people to find their way about, and provided little useful information on how the ship might be taken over or disabled. Judging from watching the crew when they appeared, entry to crew-only areas was by voice or handprint match. There was little flammable on board, nothing explosive, and most of the circuitry was optical rather than electronic. Doubtless the xenophobe could make the clipper, Ossam Imananish, dance and sing with the effector equivalent of one hand tied behind its back from somewhere in the next stellar system. But without the combat suit or a weapon, he was going to have a tough job trying to do anything, if and when it came to it. Meanwhile, the clipper crawled through space. Beishai stayed in his cabin, catching up on the news via the screen and sleeping. "I seem to have swapped one subtle form of imprisonment for another, Shoadanin," he observed the day after they left, as the other man brought him supper. "Soldrin, don't go cabin crazy. If you want to go out, go out. It's a little safer this way, but, well, only a little." "Well," Soldrin said, taking the tray and lifting the cover to inspect the contents, "for now it's easy enough to treat the news and current affairs casts as my research material, so I do not feel unduly confined." He set the cover aside. "But a couple of weeks might be asking rather too much, Shoadanin." "Don't worry," he said dejectedly. "I doubt it'll come to that." "Ah, Sharad." The small, fussy shape of Dr. Stapp sidled up to him a day later, while people were watching a magnified view of an impressive gas giant in a nearby system slide past on the principal lounge main screen. The small doctor took his elbow. "I'm having a small private party this evening in the Starlight Lounge, one of my, special parties, you know. I wondered if you and your hermit-like business partner might like to participate." "They let you aboard with that thing?" He laughed. "Shh, good sir," the doctor said, pulling the other man away from the press of people. "I have a long-standing arrangement with the shipping line. My machine is recognized as being of primary medical importance." "Sounds expensive. You must have to charge a lot, Doctor." "There is, of course, a small consideration involved, but well within the means of most cultured people, and I can assure you of some very exclusive company and complete discretion as ever." "Thank you for the offer, Doctor, but I'm afraid not." "It really is the opportunity of a lifetime. You are most lucky to have the chance a second time." "I'm sure. Perhaps if it occurs a third time. Excuse me." He patted Stapp on the shoulder. "Oh, shall I see you for drinks this evening?" The doctor shook his head. "I'll be setting up, preparing, I'm afraid, Sharad." He looked somehow plaintive. "It is a great opportunity," he said toothily. "Oh, I'm well aware of that, Dr. Stapp." "You're a wicked man." "Thank you. It's taken years of diligent practice." "I bet." "Oh, no. You're going to tell me you're not wicked at all. I can see it in your eyes." Yes, it's there, purity. I recognize the symptoms. But," he put one hand on her forearm, "don't worry, it can be cured." She pushed him away, but only with the softest of pressures. "You're terrible." The hand that had pushed him away lingered just for a moment on his chest. "You're bad. I confess. You have seen into my soul." He looked round for a second as the background noise of the ship altered. He smiled back at the lady. "But, it gives me such succour to confess to one so close to a goddess-like beauty." She laughed throatily, her slender neck exposed as she put her head back. "Do you normally get anywhere with this line?" she asked, shaking her head. He looked hurt, shook his head sadly. "Oh, why are beautiful women so cynical these days?" Then he saw her gaze shift to somewhere behind him. He turned. "Yes, officer?" he said to one of the two junior officers he found standing behind him. Both had guns in open holsters. "Mr. Sherrod?" the young man said. He watched the young officer's eyes and suddenly felt sick. The man knew. They'd been traced. Somebody, somewhere, had put the numbers together and come up with the right answer. "Yes," he said, grinning rather stupidly. You guys want a drink? He laughed, looked round at the woman. No, thank you, sir. Would you come with us, please? What's the matter? He said, sniffing, then draining his glass. He wiped his hands on the lapels of his jacket. Captain needs some help steering the ship, yeah? He laughed, slid off his bar stool, turned to the woman, took her hand and kissed it. My dear lady, I bid you farewell until we meet again. He put both hands to his chest. But always remember this. There is, forever, a piece of my heart that belongs to you. She smiled uncertainly. He laughed loudly, turned and bumped into the bar stool. Whoops, he said. This way, Mr. Shoad, the first one said. Yeah, just wherever. He'd hoped that they'd take him into the crew-only section, but when they got into the small lift, they pressed for the lowest deck, stores, non-vacuum luggage, and the brig. I think I'm going to be sick, he said, as soon as the doors closed. He bent over, retched, forcing out the last few drinks. One jumped out of the way to keep his shiny boots clean. The other, he sensed, was bending down, putting one hand to his back. He stopped, throwing up, slammed one elbow up into the man's nose. He crashed back into the elevator's rear doors. The second man hadn't quite recovered his balance. He straightened and punched him straight in the face. The second one folded, knees then backside, hammering into the floor. The lift chimed, stopped between decks, its weight limit alarm triggered by all the commotion. He thumped the topmost button, and the lift started up. He took the guns from the two unconscious officers. Neural stunners. He shook his head. The elevator chimed again. The floor they'd left. He stepped forward, stuffing the two stun guns into his jacket as he braced his feet in the far corners of the small space, straddling the two men, and pressed his hands against the doors. He grunted with the effort of holding the doors closed, but eventually the elevator gave up the struggle. Still holding the doors with both hands, he twisted his body until he got his head to the topmost button and pressed it with his forehead. The lift hummed upwards again. When the doors opened, 3 people stood outside on the private lounge level. They looked at the 2 unconscious guards and the small watery pool of vomit. Then he zapped them with the stun guns and they fell. He pulled one of the officers half out of the elevator so the lift couldn't close its doors and used a stun gun on both men too. The Starlight Lounge door was closed. He pressed the button, looking back down the corridor where the lift doors pulsed gently against the fallen officer's body like some unsubtle lover. There was a distant chime, and a voice said, Please clear the doors. Please clear the doors. Yes, said the door to the Starlight Lounge. Stap, it's Sherad. I changed my mind. Excellent. The door opened. He went quickly inside, hit the shut button. The modest lounge was full of drug smoke, low light and mutilated people. Music played, and all eyes, not all of them in their sockets, turned to him. The doctor's tall grey machine was over near the bar, where a couple of people were serving. He got the doctor between him and the others, stuck the stun gun under the little man's chin. Bad news, Stap. These things can be fatal at close range, and this one's on maximum. I need your machine. I'd prefer to have your cooperation too, but I can get by without it. I'm very serious and in a terrible hurry, so what's it to be? Stap made a gurgling noise. 3, he said, pressing the stun gun a little harder into the little doctor's neck. 2. All right, this way. He let him go, following Stap across the floor to the tall machine he used for his strange trade. He kept his hands together, stun pistols hidden up each sleeve. He nodded to a few people as they passed. He spotted a clear line of fire to somebody on the far side of the room, just for an instant. He zapped them. They fell spectacularly onto a laden table. While everybody was looking there, he and Stap, prodded once to keep going when the crash came from the distant table, got to the machine. Excuse me, he said to one of the bar girls. Would you help the doctor? He nodded behind the bar. He wants to move the machine through there, don't you, Doc? They entered the small storeroom behind the bar. He thanked the girl outside, closed the door, locked it, and shifted a pile of containers in front of it. He smiled at the alarmed-looking doctor. See that wall behind you, Stap? The doctor's gaze flicked that way. We're going through it, Doc, with your machine. You can't! He put the stun gun against the man's forehead.
Stapp closed his eyes. A corner of handkerchief protruding from a breast pocket trembled. Stapp, I think I know how that machine must work to do what it does. I want a cutting field, a slicer that'll take molecular bonds apart. If you won't do it, and right now, I'll put you out and try it myself. And if I get it wrong and fuse the fucker, you're going to have some very, very unhappy customers out there. They might even do what you've done to them, but without the old machine here. Stapp swallowed. He began. One of his hands moved slowly towards his jacket. My tool kit. He took the wallet of tools out, turned shakily to the machine, and opened a panel. The door behind them chimed. He found some sort of chromed bar utensil on a shelf, moved the containers in front of the door aside. Stapp looked round, but saw the gun was still pointed at him and turned back, and jammed the piece of metal into the gap between the sliding door and its housing. The door gave an outraged chirp, and a red light blinked urgently on the open-close button. He slid the containers back again. "Hurry up, Stapp," he said. "I'm doing all I can," the little doctor yelped. The machine made a deep, buzzing noise. Blue light played around a cylindrical section about a metre from the floor. He looked at the section, eyes narrowing. "What are you hoping to do?" the doctor said, voice shaking. "Just keep working, Doc. You have half a minute before I try doing it myself." He looked over the doctor's shoulder, saw him fiddling with a circular control mapped out in degrees. All he could hope to do was get the machine going and then attack whatever parts of the ship he could. Disable it somehow. All ships tended to be complicated, and to a degree, the cruder a ship was, paradoxically, the more complicated it was too. He just had to hope he could hit something vital without blowing the thing up. "Nearly ready," the doctor said. He looked nervously backwards, one shaking finger going towards a small red button. "Okay, Doc," he told the trembling man, looking suspiciously at the blue light playing around the cylindrical section. He squatted down level with the doctor. "Go on," he nodded. The doctor swallowed. "It might be better if you stood back over there." "No. Let's just try it, huh?" He hit the little red button. A hemi-disc of blue light shot out over their heads from the cylindrical section of the machine and sliced through the containers he had stacked against the door. Fluids spurted out of them. The shelves to one side collapsed, supports severed by the humming blue disc. He grinned at the wreckage. If he'd still been standing, the blue field would have cut him in half. "Nice try, Doc," he said. The little doctor slumped to the floor like a pile of wet sand as the stun pistol hummed. Snack packets and drink cartons showered onto the floor from the demolished shelves. The wands falling through the blue beam hit the floor shredded. Drink poured from the punctured containers in front of the door. There was a thumping noise coming from behind the containers. He rather appreciated the heady smell of alcohol filling the storeroom, but hoped there wasn't enough spirits involved to cause a fire. He spun the machine around, splashing through the drink gradually collecting on the floor of the small storeroom. The flickering blue half-disc cut through more shelves before sinking into the bulkhead opposite the door. The machine shook. The air filled with a teeth-cracking whine, and black smoke spun round against the wrecked shelves as though propelled by the cutting blue light, and then fell quickly to the surface of the sloshing drink filling the bottom decimeter of the storeroom, where it collected like a tiny, dark fog bank. He started manipulating the controls on the machine. A little hollow screen showed the shape of the field. He found a couple of tiny joysticks that altered it, producing an elliptical field. The machine thumped harder. The noise rose in pitch, and black smoke poured out around him. The thumping from behind the door got louder. The black smoke was rising in the room, and already he felt lightheaded. He pushed hard against the machine with his shoulder. It trundled forward, howling. Something gave. He put his back against the machine and pushed with his feet. There was a bang from in front of the machine, and it started to roll away from him. He turned, pushed with his shoulder again, staggering past smoking shelves through a glowing hole into a wrecked room full of tall metal cabinets. Drink spluttered through the gap. He held the machine steady for a moment. He opened one of the cabinets to find a glittering mass of hair-fine filaments wrapped round cables and rods. Lights winked on a long, thin control board, like some linear city seen at night. He pursed his lips and made a kissing sound at the fibres. "Congratulations," he said to himself. "You have won a major prize." He hunkered down at the humming machine, adjusted the controls to something like the way Stapp had had them, but producing a circular field, then switched it to full power. The blue disc slammed into the grey cabinets in a blinding maelstrom of sparks. The noise was numbing. He left the machine where it was and waddled away under the blue disc, splashing back into the control room. He eased himself over the still unconscious doctor, kicked the containers away from the door, and removed the metal tool from the door. The blue beam wasn't extending far through the gap from the control room, so he stood up, shoved the door open with his shoulder, and fell out into the arms of a startled ship's officer, just as the field machine blew up and blasted both of them across the bar and into the lounge. All the lights in the lounge went out. Numeral 3. The hospital ceiling was white, like the walls and the sheets. Outside on the surface of the berg, all was white as well. Today was a whiteout, a bright scour of dry crystals wheeling past the hospital windows. The last 4 days had been the same while the storm wind blew, and the weather people said they expected no break for another 2 or 3 days. He thought of the troops hunkered down in trenches and ice caves, afraid to curse the howling storm because it meant there would probably be no fighting. The pilots would be glad too, but pretend they were not, and would loudly curse the storm that prevented them from flying. Having looked at the forecast, most would now be getting profoundly drunk. He watched the white windows. Seeing the blue sky was supposed to be good for you. That was why they built hospitals on the surface. Everything else was under the surface of the ice. The outer walls of the hospital were painted bright red, so that they would not be attacked by enemy aircraft. He'd seen enemy hospitals from the air strung out across the white glare of the berg's snow hills, like bright drops of blood fallen frozen from some wounded soldier. A whirl of whiteness appeared briefly at one window as the snow flurry circled on some vortex in the gale, then disappeared. He stared at the falling chaos beyond the layers of glass, eyes narrowing, as though by sheer concentration he might find some pattern in the inchoate blizzard. He put one hand up, touching the white bandage which circled his head. His eyes closed as he tried, again, to remember. His hand fell to the sheets over his chest. "How are we today?" said the young nurse. She appeared at the bedside, holding a small chair. She placed the chair between his bed and the empty one to his right. All the other beds were empty. He was the only person in the ward. There hadn't been a big attack for a month or so. She sat down. He smiled, glad to see her, and glad that she had the time to stop and talk. "Okay," he nodded, still trying to remember what happened. She smoothed her white uniform over her lap. "How are your fingers today?" He held up both hands, waggled the fingers on his right hand, then looked at his left. The fingers moved a little. He frowned. "About the same," he said, as though apologizing. "You're seeing the doc this afternoon. He'll probably get the physios to take a look at you." "What I need is a physio for my memory," he said, closing his eyes briefly. "I know there was something important I had to remember." His voice trailed off. He realized he'd forgotten the nurse's name. "I don't think we have such things," she smiled. "Did they have them where you came from?" This had happened before. Yesterday, hadn't it? Hadn't he forgotten her name yesterday, too? He smiled. "I ought to say I don't remember," he said, grinning. "But no, I don't think they did." He'd forgotten her name yesterday and the day before, but he'd come up with a plan. He'd done something about it. Perhaps they didn't need them there, with that thick skull of yours. She was still smiling. He laughed, trying to remember what the plan was he'd come up with. Something to do with blowing, with breath and paper. "Perhaps not," he agreed. His thick skull. That was why he was here. A thick skull. A skull thicker, or at least more hardy, than they were used to. A thick skull that had not quite shattered when somebody had shot him in the head. But why? when he had not been fighting at the time, when he'd been amongst his own side, his fellow pilots. Fractured instead. Fractured, broken, but not smashed irretrievably. He looked to one side, where there was a little cabinet. A fold of paper lay on its surface. "Don't tire yourself out trying to remember things," the nurse said. "Maybe you won't remember things. It doesn't matter very much. Your mind has to heal too, you know." He heard her talk, took in what she was saying, but he was trying to remember what it was he'd told himself the day before. That little slip of paper. He had to do something to it. He blew at it. The top of the folded paper slip hinged up, so that he could see what was written underneath. Taliba. The paper sank back again. He'd angled it, he remembered now, so that she couldn't see. Her name was Taliba. Of course, it sounded familiar. "I am healing," he said. "But there was something I had to remember, Taliba. It was important, I know it was." She stood up, patted him on one shoulder. "Forget it. You mustn't worry yourself. Why not take a nap? Shall I draw the curtains?" "No," he said. "Can't you stay longer, Taliba?" "You need your rest, Shiradaneen," she said, putting one hand to his brow. "I'll be back soon to take your temperature and change your dressings. Ring the bell if you need anything else." She patted his hand and went away, taking the small white chair with her. She stopped at the doors, looked back. "Oh, yes. Did I leave a pair of scissors here last time I changed your dressing?" He looked around him and shook his head. "Don't think so." Taliba shrugged. "Oh, well." She went out of the ward. He heard her put the chair down on the corridor floor as the doors swung closed. He looked at the window again. Taliba took the chair away each time because he'd gone crazy when he'd first seen it, when he woke up for the first time. Even after that, when his mental state seemed more stable, he would shiver wide-eyed with fear when he woke each morning, just because the white chair was sitting there at the side of his bed. So they had stacked the ward's few chairs out of his sight in one corner, and Taliba, or the doctors, brought the chair in from the corridor with them when they came to see him. He wished he could forget that. Forget about the chair and the chair maker. Forget about the Stabberrind. Why did that stay sharp and fresh after so many years and so long a journey? And yet, whatever had happened just a few days ago, when somebody had shot him, left him for dead in the hangar, that was dim and vague as something seen through the storm of snow. He stared at the frozen clouds beyond the window, the amorphous frenzy of the snow. Its meaninglessness mocked him. He slumped down in the bed, letting the piled bedclothes submerge him like some drift, and slept. His right hand under the pillow curled round one leg of the scissors he'd taken from Taliba's tray the day before. "How's the head, old buddy, pal?" Sayers Insile tossed him a fruit which he failed to catch. He picked it up off his lap, where it had landed after hitting his chest. "Getting better," he told the other man. Insile sat on the nearest bed, threw his cap on the pillow, unfastened the top button of his uniform. His short, spiky black hair made his pale face look white as the blankness still filling the world beyond the ward windows. "How are they treating you?" "Fine. Damn good-looking nurse you've got out there." "Taliba," he smiled. "Yes, she's okay." Insile laughed and sat back on the bed, supporting himself with his arms splayed out behind. "Only okay? Zakalwe, she's gorgeous. You get bed baths?" "No. I'm able to walk to the bathroom. Want me to break your legs?" "Perhaps later," he laughed. Insile laughed a little too, then looked at the storm beyond the windows. "How about your memory? Getting any better?" He picked at the doubled-over white sheet near where his cap lay. "No," he said. In fact, he thought it might be, but somehow he didn't want to tell people. Maybe he thought it would be bad luck. "I remember being in the mess and that card game. Then he remembered seeing the white chair at his bedside and filling his lungs with all the air in the world and screaming like a hurricane until the end of time, or at least until Taliba came and calmed him. "Livweta," he whispered. "Dark Livweta?" He shrugged. Then I was here. Well, Sayaz said, straightening the crease on his uniform trousers, the good news is we managed to get the blood off the hangar floor. I expect it to be returned. Deal, but we're not cleaning it. How are the others? Sayaz sighed, shook his head, smoothed the hair at the back of his neck. Oh, just the same dear, lovable, fine bunch of lads they ever were. He shrugged. The rest of the squadron said to send their best wishes for a rapid recovery, but you pissed them off that night. He looked sadly at the man in the bed. Sherry, old pal, nobody likes the war, but there are ways of saying so. You just did it wrong. I mean, we all appreciate what you've done. We know this isn't really your battle, but I think some of the guys even feel bad about that. I hear them sometimes. You must have, at night, having nightmares. You can see that look in their eyes sometimes, like they know how bad the odds are, and they just aren't going to come through all this. They're scared. They might try to put a bullet through my head if I said so to their face. But scared is what they are. They'd love a way out of this war. They're brave men, and they want to fight for their country, but they want out, and nobody who knew the odds would blame them. Any honourable excuse. They wouldn't shoot themselves in the foot, and nowadays they won't go for a walk outside in ordinary shoes and come back with frostbite because too many did that early on. But they'd love a way out of this. You don't have to be here, but you are. You choose to fight. And a lot of them resent you for it. It makes them feel like cowards, because they know that if they were in your boots, they'd be on land telling the girls what a brave pilot they have the chance to dance with. I'm sorry I upset them. He touched the bandages on his head. I'd no idea they felt this strongly, though. They don't. Insile frowned. That's what's weird. He got up and walked over to the nearest window, looking out at the blizzard. Shit, Sherry. Half those guys would have gladly invited you into the hangar and done their best to lose you a couple of teeth. But a gun? He shook his head. There's not one of those guys I'd trust behind me with a bread roll or a handful of ice cubes. But if it was a gun... He shook his head again. I wouldn't think twice. They just aren't like that. Maybe I imagined it all, Sayaz, he said. Sayaz looked round, a worried expression on his face. It melted a little when he saw his friend was smiling. Sherry, I admit I don't want to imagine I'm wrong about one of them. But the alternative is just somebody else. I don't know who. The military police don't know either. I don't think I was much help to them, he confessed. Sayaz came back, sat down on the other bed again. You really have no idea who you talked to afterwards? Where you went? None. You told me you were going to the briefing room to check out the latest targets. Yes, so I've heard. But when Iain went there to invite you to step into the hangar for saying such terrible things about our high command and our low tactics, you weren't there. I don't know what happened, Sayaz. I'm sorry, but I just... He felt tears prick behind his eyes. The suddenness surprised him. He put the fruit back down in his lap. He made a very large sniffing noise, rubbed his nose and coughed, patted his chest. I'm sorry, he repeated. Insile watched the other man for a moment as he reached for a handkerchief from the bedside table. Sayaz shrugged, grinned broadly. Hey, never mind. It'll come back to you. Maybe it was just some loony ground crewman pissed off because you'd stepped on his fingers once too often. If you want to remember, don't try too hard. Yeah. Get some rest? I've heard that before, Sayaz. He picked the fruit from his lap, placed it on the bedside cabinet. Can I get you anything for next time? Insile asked. Apart from Taliba, on whom I may have designs myself if you refuse to rise to the occasion. No thanks. Booze? No, I'm saving myself for the messroom bar. Books? Really, Sayaz, nothing. Zakalwe? Sayaz laughed. There isn't even anybody else here for you to talk to. What do you do all day? He looked at the window, then back at Sayaz. I think quite a lot, he said. I try to remember. Sayaz came over to the bed. He looked very young. He hesitated, then punched him gently in the chest. He glanced at the bandages. "Don't get lost in there, old buddy pal." He was expressionless for a moment. "Yeah, don't worry. But anyway, I'm a good navigator." There was something he'd meant to tell Sayaz in Sile, but he couldn't remember what that was either. Something that would warn him, because there was something that he knew about that he hadn't known about before, and something that required warning. The frustration of it made him want to scream sometimes, to tear the white plump pillows in half and pick up the white chair and smash it through the windows to let the mad white fury out there inside. He wondered how quickly he'd freeze if the windows were open. Well, at least it would be appropriate. He'd arrived here frozen, so why not leave the same way? He entertained the thought that some cell memory, some bone-remembered affinity had drawn him here, of all places, where the great battles were fought on the titanic, crashing tabular bergs, carved from their vast glaciers and swirling like ice cubes in some planet-sized cocktail glass, a scatter of ever-shifting frozen islands, some of them hundreds of kilometres long, circling the world between pole and tropic, their broad backs a white wasteland spattered with blood and bodies and the wrecks of tanks and planes. To fight for what would inevitably melt and could never provide food or minerals or a permanent place to live seemed an almost deliberate caricature of the conventional folly of war. He enjoyed the fight, but even the way the war was fought disturbed him, and he had made enemies amongst the other pilots and his superiors by speaking his mind. But somehow he knew that Sayaz was right. It had not been what he'd said in the mess that had led to somebody trying to kill him. At least, said something in him, not directly. Thone, the squadron's CO, came to see him. No flunkies for a change. "Thank you, Nuss," he said at the door, then closed it, smiled, and came over to the bed. He had the white chair. He sat in it and drew himself up so that his girth was made to look less. "Well, Captain Zakalwe, how are we coming along?" A flowery smell, Thone's preferred scent, drifted over from the man. "I hope to be flying within a couple of weeks, sir," he said. He'd never liked the CO, but made the effort of smiling bravely. "Do you?" Thone said. "Do you now? That's not what the doctors say, Captain Zakalwe, unless they're saying different things to me than they are to you." He frowned. "Well, it might be a few weeks, sir." "It might be we have to send you home, I think, Captain Zakalwe," Thone said, with an insincere smile. "Or at least to the mainland, as I'm told your home is further afield, eh?" "I'm sure I'll be able to return to my duties, sir. Of course, I realise there will be a medical, but—" Yes, Thone said. "Well, we'll just have to see, won't we? Very good." He stood up. "Is there anything—" "There's nothing you can get," he began, then saw the look on Thone's face. "I beg your pardon, sir." "As I was saying, Captain, is there anything I can get you?" He looked down at the white sheets. "No, sir. Thank you, sir." "A speedy recovery, Captain Zakalwe," Thone said frostily. He saluted Thone, who nodded, turned and left. He was left looking at the white chair. Nurse Taliba came in after a few moments, arms crossed, her round, pale face very calm and kind. "Try to sleep," she told him, and took the chair away. He woke in the night and saw the lights shining through the snow outside. Silhouetted against the floodlights, the falling flakes became translucent shadows, massing soft against the harsh, downward light. The whiteness beyond in the black night came compromised as grey. He woke with the smell of flowers in his nostrils. He clutched beneath the pillow, felt the single leg of the sharp, long-nosed scissor. He remembered Thone's face. He remembered the briefing room and the 4 COs. They'd invited him for a drink, said they wanted a word. In the room, one of them, he couldn't remember their names, but he would remember soon, and already he would recognise them. They asked him about what they'd heard he'd said in the mess. And a little drunk, and thinking he was very clever, thinking he might find out something interesting, he'd told them what he suspected they wanted to hear, not what he had said to the other pilots, and had discovered a plot. He wanted the new government to be true to its populist promises and end the war. They wanted to stage a coup, and they needed good pilots. High on the drink and his nerves, he'd left them, thinking he was for them, and gone straight to Thone. Thone, the hard but fair. Thone, the dislikable and petty. Thone, the vain, the perfumed. But Thone, the man known to be pro-government. Though Sayers Insail had once said the man was pro-government with the pilots and anti-government with their superiors. And the look on Thone's face. Not then. Later. After Thone had told him to say nothing to anybody else, because he thought there might be traitors amongst the pilots too, and told him to go to bed as though nothing had happened and he'd gone, and because he'd still been drunk, maybe, woken up that second too late as they came for him, shoved some impregnated rag over his face and held it there while he struggled, but eventually had to breathe, and the choking fumes took him. Dragged through the corridors, socked feet sliding over the tiles, men on either side. They went to one of the hangars, and somebody went to the lift controls, and he still could only dimly see the floor in front of him and could not raise his head, but he could smell flowers from the man on his right. The clamshell doors opened overhead, cracking. He heard the noise of the storm, shrieking from the darkness. They dragged him over to the lift. He tensed, swung round, grabbed at Thone's collar, saw the man's face, appalled, full of fear. He felt the man on the other side of him grab at his free arm. He wriggled, got his other arm free from Thone, saw the pistol in the CO's holster. He got the gun. He remembered shouting, getting away but falling. He tried to shoot, but the gun would not work. Lights flickered on at the far side of the hangar. "It's not loaded! It's not loaded!" Thone shouted to the others. They looked over to the far side of the hangar. There were planes in the way, but there was somebody there, shouting about opening the hangar doors at night with the lights on. He never saw who shot him. A sledgehammer hit the side of his head, and the next thing he saw was the white chair. The snow boiled wildly beyond the floodlit windows. He watched it until dawn, remembering and remembering. "Taliba, will you send a message to Captain Sayers Insail? Tell him I need to see him, urgently. Please send a message to my squadron, will you?" "Yes, of course, but first your medication." He took her hand in his. "No, Taliba. First phone the squadron." He winked at her. "Please? For me?" She shook her head. "Pest." She walked away through the doors. "Well, is he coming?" "He's on leave," she told him, taking up the clipboard to check off the medication he was receiving. "Shit!" Sayers hadn't said anything about leave. "Captain," she said, shaking a bottle. "The police, Taliba. Call the military police. Do it now. This really is urgent. Medication first, Captain." "Well, as soon as I've taken it. You promise?" "Promise. Open wide. Ah." Damn Sayers for being on leave, and damn him twice for not mentioning it. And Thone, the nerve of the man, coming to see him, to check him out, to see if he remembered. And what would have happened if he had? He felt under the pillow again for the scissor. It was there, cool and sharp. "I told them it was urgent. They say they're on their way," Taliba said, coming in, not with the chair this time. She looked at the windows, where the storm still blew. "And I've to give you something to keep you awake. They want you perky." "I am perky. I am awake. Quiet. And take these." He took them. He fell asleep, clutching the scissor under the pillow, while the whiteness outside the windows went on, and eventually penetrated the glass, layer by layer, by a process of discrete osmosis, and gravitated naturally to his head, and spun slowly in orbit round him, and joined with the white torus of bandages, and dissolved them, and unwound them, and deposited the remains in one corner of the room, where the white chairs gathered, muttering, plotting, and slowly pressed in against his head, tighter and tighter, whirling in the silly snowflake dance, faster and faster as they came closer and closer, until eventually they became the bandage, cold and tight about his fevered head, and finding the treated wound, slunk in through his skin and his skull, coldly and crisply and crystally into his brain. Taliba unlocked the ward doors and let the officers in. "You're sure he's out?" "I gave him twice the usual dose. If he isn't out, he's dead." "Still got a pulse. You, take his arms." "Okay. Hup. Hey, look at this. Huh? My fault. I wonder where those had got to. Sorry. You did fine, kid. You better go. Thanks. This won't be forgotten. Okay. What? It will be quick, yes? Before he wakes up? Sure. Oh, sure, yeah. He won't ever know. Won't feel a thing. And so he awoke, in the cold snow, roused by the freezing blast inside him coming to the surface, piercing his skin at every pore, shrieking out. He woke, and knew he was dying. The blizzard had already numbed one side of his face. One hand was stuck to the hard-packed snow beneath him. He was still in the standard-issue hospital pyjamas. The cold was not cold. It was a stunning sort of pain eating into him from every direction. He raised his head, looking around. A few flat meters of snow in what might have been morning light. The blizzard a little quieter than it had been, but still fierce. The last temperature he'd heard quoted had been 10 below, but with the wind chill, it was much, much worse than that. His head and hands and feet and genitals all ached. The cold had woken him. It must have. It must have woken him quickly, or he would already be dead. They must just have left him. If he could find which way they'd gone, follow them. He tried to move, but could not. He screamed inside to produce the most awesome surge of will he had ever attempted, and succeeded only in rolling over and sitting up. The effort of it was almost too much. He had to put his hands behind him to steady himself. He felt them both freeze there. He knew he would never stand up. Talib, he thought. But the blizzard swept that away in an instant. Forget Taliba. You're dying. There are more important things. He stared into the milky depths of the blizzard as it swept towards and past him, like tiny soft stars all packed and hurrying. His face felt pierced by a million tiny hot needles, but then started to go numb. To have come all this way, he thought, just to die in somebody else's war. How silly it all seemed now. Zakalwe, Alithiamel, Stabarind, Livueta, Darkons. The names reeled off were blown away by the sapping cold of the howling wind. He felt his face shrivel, felt the cold burrow through skin and eyeballs to his tongue and teeth and bones. He ripped one hand away from the snow behind him, the cold already anaesthetizing the flayed palm. He opened the jacket of the pyjamas, tore off buttons, and exposed the puckered little mark on his chest over his heart to the cold blast. He put his hand on the ice behind him and tipped his head up. The bones in his neck seemed to grate, clicking as his head moved, as though the cold was seizing up his joints. "Darkons," he whispered, to the boiling chill of the blizzard. He saw the woman walking calmly towards him through the storm. She walked on the surface of the hard-packed snow, dressed in long black boots and a long coat with a furry black collar and cuffs, and she wore a small hat. Her neck and face were exposed, as were her gloveless hands. She had a long, oval face and deep dark eyes. She walked easily up to him, and the storm behind her seemed to part at her back, and he felt himself in the lee of something more than just her tall body, and something like warmth seemed to seep through his skin wherever it faced her. He closed his eyes. He shook his head, which hurt a little, but he did it all the same. He opened his eyes again. She was still there. She had half knelt in front of him, her hands folded on one skirted knee, her face level with his. He peered forward, wrenched one hand free from the snow again. It was numb, but when he brought the hand round, he saw the raw flesh he'd torn from the snow. He tried to touch her face, but she took his hand in one of hers. She was warm. He thought he had never felt such glorious warmth in all his life. He laughed as she held his hand, and the storm parted round her, and her breath clouded the air. "God damn," he said. He knew he sounded groggy with the cold and with the drug. "An atheist my entire fucking life. And it turns out the credulous assholes were right all along." He wheezed, coughed. Or do you surprise them too, by not turning up?
You flatter me, Mr. Zakalwe, the woman said, in a superbly deep and sexy voice. I am not death, or some imagined goddess. I am as real as you. She stroked his torn, bleeding palm with one long, strong thumb. If a little warmer.
Oh, I'm sure you're real, he said. I can feel you're
His voice faded. He looked behind the woman. There was a huge shape appearing inside the whirling snow. Grey-white like the snow, but a single shade darker, it floated up behind the woman, quiet and huge and steady. The storm seemed to die just around them. That's called a 12-person module, Shiradanine, the woman said. It's come to take you away, if you want to be taken away. To the mainland, if you like, or further afield. Away with us, if you'd prefer that. He was tired of blinking and shaking his head. Whatever insane part of his mind wanted to play this bizarre game out would just have to be humoured for as long as it took. What it had to do with the Stabberrind and the chair, he couldn't tell yet. But if that was what it was all about, and what else could it be about, then there was still no point, in this weakened, dying state, trying to fight it. Let it happen. He had no real choice.
With you,
he said, trying not to laugh. With us. We'd like to offer you a job. She smiled. But let's talk somewhere a little warmer, shall we?
Warmer?
She made a single tossing motion with her head. The module.
Oh, yeah, he agreed. That.
He tried to pull his other hand away from the packed snow behind. Failed. He looked back at her. She had taken a small flask from her pocket. She reached round behind him, slowly poured the flask's contents over his hand. It warmed and came away, steaming gently. Okay, she said, taking his hand, gently helping him up. She pulled some slippers from her pocket. Here.
Oh, he laughed. Yeah, thanks.
She put her arm under one of his, her hand under his other shoulder. She was strong.
You seem to know my name, he said. What's yours, if that isn't an impertinent question?
She smiled as they walked through the few flakes of gently falling snow towards the slab-sided bulk of the thing she'd called a module. It had got so quiet, despite the snow nearby streaking past, that he could hear their feet making the snow creak. My name, she said, is Razd Koduresa Diziet Embles Sma de Marenhide.
No kidding.
But you may call me Diziet.
He laughed. Yeah, right. Diziet.
She walked, he stumbled, into the orange warmth of the module interior. The walls looked like highly polished wood, the seats like burnished hide, the floor like a fur rug. It all smelled like a mountain garden. He tried to fill his lungs with the warm, fragrant air. He swayed and turned, stunned to the woman.
This is real, he breathed.
With enough breath, he might have screamed it. The woman nodded. Welcome aboard, Shiradanine Zakalwe. He fainted. Chapter 12. He stood in the long gallery and faced into the light. The tall white curtains billowed softly around him, quiet in the warm breeze. His long black hair was lifted only slightly by the gentle wind. His hands were clasped behind his back. He looked pensive. The silent, lightly clouded skies over the mountains, beyond the fortress and the city, threw a blank, pervasive light across his face, and standing there like that, in plain dark clothes, he looked somehow insubstantial, like some statue, or a dead man propped against the battlements to fool the foe. Somebody spoke his name.
Zakalwe? Shiradanine?
What?
He came to. He looked into the face of an old man who looked vaguely familiar.
Beishai?
He heard himself say.
Of course. The old man was Soldrin Beishai, older looking than he remembered. He looked around, listening. He heard a hum and saw a small, bare cabin. Seaship? Spaceship? Osom Imananish, a voice from his memory told him. Spaceship, clipper, bound for somewhere near Imprin, whatever and wherever that was. Imprin habitats. He had to get Soldrin Beishai to the Imprin habitats. Then he remembered the little doctor and his wonderful field machine with the cutting blue disc. Digging deeper, in a way that would not have been possible without the culture's training and subtle changes, he found the little running loop of memory that took over from what his brain had already stored. The room with the fibre optics, blowing a kiss because it was just what he'd wanted. The explosion, sailing across the bar into the lounge, crashing, hitting his head. The rest was very vague. Distant screams and being picked up and carried. Nothing sensible from the voices he'd registered while he'd been unconscious. He lay for a moment, listening to what his body was telling him. No concussion, slight damage to his right kidney, lots of bruises, abrasions on both knees, cuts on right hand, nose still mending. He raised himself up, looked again at the cabin. Bare metal walls, 2 bunks, 1 small stool Beishai was sitting on. This the brig? Beishai nodded. Yes, the prison. He lay back. He noticed he was wearing a disposable crew jumpsuit. The terminal bead had gone from his ear, and the lobe was raw and sore enough to make him suspect the transceiver hadn't relinquished its grip there without a struggle. You too, or just me? He asked. Just you. What about the ship? I believe we're heading for the nearest stellar system on the vessel's backup drive. What's the nearest system? Well, the one inhabited planet is called Mersey. There's a war going on in part of it, one of those brushfire conflicts you mentioned. Apparently the ship may not be allowed to land. Land? He grunted, feeling the back of his head. Largish bruise. This ship can't land. It's not built for in-atmosphere stuff. Oh, Soldrin said. Well, perhaps they meant we wouldn't be able to go down to the surface. Must have some sort of orbiter, a space station, yes? Beishai shrugged. I suppose so. He looked round the cabin, making it obvious he was looking for something. What do they know about you? He gestured round the cabin with his eyes. Beishai smiled. They know who I am. I've talked to the captain, Shiradanin. They did receive an order from the shipping company to turn back, though they didn't know why. Now they know why. The captain had the choice of waiting for humanist naval units to pick us up or heading for Mersey, and he chose the latter, despite some pressure, I believe, from governance via the shipping company. Apparently, he insisted that the distress channel was used when he informed the shipping line of both what had happened to the ship and who I was. So now everybody knows? Yes. I imagine by now the whole cluster knows exactly who both of us are. But the point is that I think the captain might not be entirely unsympathetic to our cause. Yeah? But what happens when we get to Mersey? Looks like we get rid of you, Mr. Zakalwe, said a voice from a speaker overhead. He looked at Beishai. I hope you heard that too. I believe that might be the captain, Beishai said. It is, said the man's voice. And we just got informed that we part company before we even get to Mersey Station. The man sounded peeved. Really, Captain? Yes, really, Mr. Zakalwe. I have just received a military communication from the Balzite hegemonicy of Mersey. They want to uplift you and Mr. Beishai before we connect with the station. As they're threatening to attack us if we don't comply, I intend to do as they ask, technically under protest. But frankly, it will be a relief to be rid of you. I may add that the vessel they intend to take you off with must be a couple of centuries old, and was not thought to be spaceworthy until now. If it survives to make the rendezvous in a couple of hours, you ought to have an eventful journey through Mersey's atmosphere. Mr. Beishai, I believe if you reasoned with the Balzite people, they might let you continue with us to Mersey Station. Whatever you decide, sir. Let me wish you a safe trip. Beishai sat back on the small stool. Balzite, he said, nodding thoughtfully. I wonder why they want us. They want you, Soldrin, he said, swinging his feet off the bed. He looked uncertain. They're on the good guys' side. There's so damn many of these little wars. Well, in theory they are.
Beishai said. I think they believe planets and machines can have souls.
Yeah, I thought they were, he said, getting slowly to his feet. He flexed his arms, moved his shoulders. If this Mersey station is neutral territory, you'd be better going there, though I'd guess this Balzite gang want you, not me. He rubbed the back of his head again, trying to remember what the situation was on Mersey. Mersey was just the sort of place that could start a full-scale war. There was, in effect, a consolidationist humanist war taking place between relatively archaic military forces on Mersey. Balzite was on the consolidationist side, even though the High Command was some sort of priesthood. Why they wanted Beishai he wasn't sure, though he vaguely recalled that the priests were into hero worship in a fairly serious way. Though having heard that Beishai was nearby, maybe they just wanted to hold him to ransom. 6 hours later, they rendezvoused with the ancient Balzite spacecraft. "They want me," he said. They stood by the airlock, him, Beishai, the awesome Imananish's captain, and 4 suited figures with guns. The suited men wore visored helmets, their pale brown faces visible inside, foreheads marked with a blue circle. The circles actually seemed to glow, he thought, and he wondered if they were there because of some generous religious principle to help snipers. "Yes, Mr. Zakalwe," the captain said. He was a rotund little man with a shaved head. He smiled. "They want you, not Mr. Beishai." He looked at the 4 armed men. "What are they up to?" he asked Beishai. "I have no idea," Beishai admitted. He waved his hands out, appealing to the 4 men. "Why do you want me?" "Please come with us, sir," one of the suited men said, via a suit speaker in what was obviously not his first language. "Please," he said. "You mean I have a choice?" The man looked uncomfortable in his suit. He talked for a while without any noise coming from the speaker, then said, "Sir Zakalwe, it's very important you come. You must. It's very important." He shook his head. "I must," he repeated, seemingly to himself. He turned to the captain. "Captain, sir, could I have my earring back, please?" "No," the captain said with a beatific grin. "Now get off my ship." The craft was cramped and very low-tech, and the air was warm and smelled of electrics. They gave him an old suit to put on, and he was shown to a couch and belted in. It was a bad sign when they made you put a suit on inside a ship. The troopers who'd taken him from the clipper sat behind him. The 3-man crew, also suited up, seemed suspiciously busy, and he had the disquieting impression that the manual controls in front of them were not just for emergencies. The craft re-entered the atmosphere spectacularly, buffeted, creaking, surrounded by gas glowing bright. Seen through, he realized with a gut-wrenching shock, windows, crystal or glass, not screens, and with a gradually increasing howl. The air got even warmer. Flashing lights, hurried chatter between the crew, and some hurried movements and more excited talk did not make him feel any happier. The glow disappeared, and the sky turned from violet to blue. The buffeting returned. They swept into the night and plunged into cloud. The flashing lights all over the control panels looked even more worrying in the darkness. It was a rolling landing on some sort of runway in a thunderstorm. The 4 troopers who'd boarded the awesome Imananish cheered weakly from behind him as the landing gear, wheels he supposed, touched down. The craft trundled on for a worryingly long time, slewing twice. When they finally rolled to a stop, the 3 crewmen all sat back, slumped in their seats, arms dangling over the edges, silent and staring out into the rain-filled night. He undid the belts, took off the helmet. The troopers opened the interior airlock. When they opened the outer door, it was to reveal rain and lights, and trucks and tanks, and some low buildings in the background, and a couple of 100 people, some in military uniforms, some in long robes, rain-slicked, some trying to hold umbrellas over others. All seemed to have the circular marks on their foreheads. A group of a dozen or so, all old, robed, white-haired, faces spattered with rain, walked to the bottom of the steps that led from the craft to the ground. "Please, sir," one of the troopers held out a hand to indicate they should descend. The white-haired men in the robes gathered in an arrowhead formation at the foot of the steps. He stepped out, stood on the little platform before the stairs, The rain battered into one side of his head. A great shout went up, and the dozen old men at the foot of the steps each bowed their head and went down on one knee, into the puddles on the dark and wind-whipped runway. A blast of blue light ripped the blackness beyond the low buildings, its flickering brilliance momentarily illuminating hills and mountains in the distance. The assembled people started to chant. It took him a few moments to work out what it was, then realized they were yelling, Zakalwe! Zakalwe! Uh-oh, he said to himself. Thunder bellowed in the hills. Yeah, could you just run that past me again? Messiah, I really wish you wouldn't use that word. Oh, well, Sir Zakalwe, what do you wish? How about... He gestured with his hands. Mister? Sir Zakalwe, sir, you are preordained. You have been beseen. The high priest, sitting across the railway carriage, clenched his hands. Beseen? Indeed, you are our salvation, our divine recompense. You have been sent. Sent, he repeated, still trying to come to terms with what had happened to him. They'd switched the floodlights off shortly after he'd set foot on the ground. The priests enveloped him, took him, many arms round his shoulders, from the concrete apron to an armoured truck. The lights went out on the runway, and they were left with the slit light from the truck and tank lights. Cones made fans by blinkers clipped over the lights. He was bustled away down a track to a railway station where they transferred to a shuttered carriage that clattered into the night. There were no windows. Why, yes, our faith has a tradition of finding outside influences because they are always greater. The high priest, Napueria, he'd said his name was, made a bowing motion. And what can be greater than the man who was Commill? Commill. He had to dredge his memory for that one. Commill. That was what he had been, according to the cluster's media. Director of military operations, when he and Soldrin Beishai had been involved in the whole crazy dance the last time. Beishai had been Com-Pol, in charge of politics. Ah, these fine divisions. Com-Mill. He nodded, not really much the wiser. And you think I can help you? Sir Zakalwe, the high priest said, shifting down from his seat to kneel on the floor again. You are what we believe in. He sat back in the upholstered cushions. May I ask why? Sir, your deeds are legend. Forever since the last unpleasantness, our guider, before he died, prophesied that our salvation would come from beyond the skies, and your name was one of those mentioned. So coming to us in our hour of need, you must be our salvation. I see, he said, seeing nothing. Well, we'll see what we can do. Messiah! The train drew up in a station somewhere. They were escorted from it to an elevator, then to a suite of rooms that he was told looked out over the city beneath, but it was all in blackout. The internal screens were closed. The rooms themselves were quite opulent. He inspected them. Yes, very nice, thank you. And here are your boys, the high priest said, sweeping aside a curtain in the bedroom to reveal a languorously displayed half-dozen or so young men lying on a very large bed. Well, thank you, he said, nodding to the high priest. He smiled at the boys, who all smiled back. He lay awake in the ceremonial bed in the palace, hands behind his neck. After a while, in the darkness, there was a distinct pop, and in a disappearing blue sphere of light, there was a tiny machine about the size of a human thumb. Zakalwe? Hi, Sma. Listen, no, you listen. I would really like to know what the fuck is going on here. Zakalwe, Sma said through the scout missile. It's complicated, but I'm in here with a gang of homosexual priests who think I'm going to solve all their military problems. Shradanine, Sma said in her winning voice. These people have successfully incorporated a belief in your martial prowess into their religion. How can you deny them? Believe me, it would be easy. Like it or not, Shradanine, you've become a legend to these people.
They think you can do things.
So what am I supposed to do?
Guide them. Be their general.
That's what they expect me to be, I think. But what should I really do?
Just that, Smar's voice said. Lead them. Meanwhile, Beishai's in the station, Murse station. That counts as neutral territory for now, and he's making the right noises. Don't you see, Zakalwe? Smar's voice sounded tense, exultant. We've got them. Beishai's doing just what we wanted, and all you have to do is what? Just be yourself. Operate for these guys. He shook his head.
Smar, spell it out for me. What am I supposed to do?
He heard Smar sigh. Win their war, Zakalwe. We're putting our weight behind the forces you're working with. Maybe if they can win this, and Beishai gets behind the winning side here, we can, perhaps, swing the cluster. He heard her take another deep breath. Zakalwe, we need this. To a degree, our hands are tied, but we need you to make the whole thing settle out. Win their war for them, and we might just be able to get it all together, seriously.
Fine, seriously, he said to the scout missile. But I've already had a quick look at their maps, and these guys are in deep shit. If they're going to win this war, they're going to need a real miracle.
Just try, Shiradaneen, please.
Do I get any help?
How do you mean?
Intelligence, Smar. If you could keep an eye on what the enemies are...
No, Shiradaneen, I'm sorry, we can't.
What? He said loudly, sitting up in the bed.
I'm sorry, Zakalwe. Really I am. But we've had to agree to that. This is a really delicate deal here, and we're having to keep strictly out of it. This missile shouldn't even be here, and it'll have to leave soon.
So I'm on my own?
I'm sorry, Smar said.
You're sorry, he said, collapsing back dramatically on the bed. No soldiering, he recalled Smar saying some time ago now. No fucking soldiering, he muttered to himself, as he gathered his hair at the nape of his neck and pulled the little hide band over it. It was dawn. He patted the ponytail and looked out through thick, distorting glass to the mist-shrouded city, just starting to wake to the dawn-rouged mountain peaks and the blue-glowing skies above. He looked with distaste at the over-ornamented long robes the priests expected him to wear, then reluctantly put them on. The hegemonicy and its opponents, the Glassine Empire, had been fighting on and off for control of their modestly sized subcontinent for 600 years, before the rest of the cluster came calling in its strange floating skyships a century ago. They'd been backward even then, compared to the other societies on Murse, which were decades ahead in technology, and, arguably, several centuries ahead morally and politically. Before they'd been contacted, the natives had the crossbow and the muzzle-loading cannon. Now, a century later, they had tanks. Lots of tanks. Tanks and artillery and trucks and a few very inefficient aircraft. Each side also had one prestige system, partially bought from but mostly just donated by some of the cluster's more advanced societies. The hegemonicy had its single sixth or seventh-hand spacecraft. The Empire had a clutch of missiles which were generally reckoned to be inoperable and probably were politically unusable anyway, because they were supposed to be nuclear-tipped. Public opinion in the cluster could tolerate the technologically enhanced continuation of a pointless war so long as men, women and children died in relatively small, regular batches. But the thought of 1 million or so being incinerated at once, nuked in a city, was not to be tolerated. The Empire was winning a conventional war then, being waged across 2 impoverished countries, which left to themselves would probably just be harnessing steam power. Instead, refugee peasants filled the roads. Carts loaded with whole households swayed between the hedgerows, while the tanks ploughed the crop fields and the droning planes dropping bombs took care of slum clearance. The hegemonicy was retreating across the plains and into the mountains, as its beleaguered forces fell back before the Empire's motorized cavalry. He went straight to the map room after dressing. A few dozy general staff officers jumped to attention and rubbed sleep from their eyes. The maps didn't look any better in the morning than they had the previous evening, but he stood looking at them for a long time, sizing up the positions of their forces and the Empire's, asking the officers questions and trying to gauge how accurate their intelligence was, and what level their own troops' morale was at. The officers seemed to know more about the disposition of their enemy's forces than they did about the feelings of their own men. He nodded to himself, scanned all the maps, then left for breakfast with Napueria and the rest of the priests. He dragged them all back down into the map room afterwards. They would normally have returned to their own apartments for contemplation, and asked even more questions. "And I want a uniform like these guys," he said, pointing at one of the junior regular army officers in the map room. "But Sir Zakalwe," Napueria said, looking worried, "those would demean you." "And these will slow me down," he said, indicating the long, heavy robes he was wearing. "I want to take a look at the front myself." "But, sir, this is the Holy Citadel. All our intelligence comes here. All our people's prayers are directed here." "Napueria," he said, putting his hand on the other man's shoulder. "I know, but I need to see things for myself. I only just got here, remember?" He looked round the unhappy faces of the other high priests. "I'm sure you always work when circumstances are as they have been in the past," he told them straight-faced. "But I'm new, so I have to use new ways to discover what you probably already know." He turned back to Napueria. "I want my own plane. A modified reconnaissance aircraft should do. 2 fighters as an escort." The priests had thought it the height of daring and orthodoxy to venture out to the spaceport, 30 kilometers away by train and truck. They thought he was mad to want to start flying all over the subcontinent. It was what he did for the next few days, however. There was a lull of sorts in the fighting just at that point, as the hegemonychy's forces fled and the empires consolidated, which made his task a little easier. He wore a plain uniform, without even the half-dozen or so medal ribbons that even the most junior officer seemed to warrant just for existing. He spoke to the mostly dull, demoralized and thoroughly hidebound field generals and colonels, to their staff, and to the foot soldiers and tank crews, as well as to the cooks and the supply teams and the orderlies and doctors. Most of the time he needed an interpreter. Only the top brass spoke the cluster's common tongue. But even so, he suspected the troops felt closer to somebody who spoke a different language but asked them questions than they did to somebody who shared their language and only ever used it to give orders. He toured every major airfield in the course of that first week, sounding out the Air Force staff for their feelings and opinions. About the only person he tended to ignore on such occasions was the always watchful priest every squadron, regiment and fort had as its titular head. The first few of these priests he'd encountered had had nothing useful to say, and none of those he saw subsequently ever seemed to have anything interesting to add beyond the ritualized initial greetings. He had decided within the first couple of days that the main problem the priests had was themselves. "Shinastri province?" Napueria exclaimed. "But there are a dozen important religious sites there. More, and you propose to surrender without a fight? You'll get the temples back once we've won the war, and probably lots of new treasure to put inside them. They're going to fall whether we try to hold there or not, and they'll probably be damaged if not destroyed in the fighting. This way they'll survive intact, and it stretches their supply lines like crazy. Look, the rains start in, what, a month? By the time we're ready to counterattack, they'll have even worse supply problems. The wetlands behind them mean they can't bring stuff that way, and they can't retreat there once we do attack. Nappy, old son, this is beautiful, believe me. If I was a commander on the other side, and I saw this area being offered, I wouldn't go within a million clicks of it. But the Imperial Army boys are going to have to, because the court won't let them do anything else. But they'll know it's a trap. Terrible for the morale." "I don't know. I don't know." Napueria shook his head, both his hands at his mouth, massaging his lower lip while he looked worriedly at the map. "No, you don't know," he thought to himself, watching the man's nervous body language. "You lot haven't known anything very useful for generations, chum." "It must be done," he said. "The withdrawal should start today." He turned to another map. "Aircraft, stop the bombing and strafing of the roads. Give the pilots 2 days' rest, then raid the oil refineries here." He pointed. "A mass raid. Use everything with the range that'll fly." "But if we stop attacking the roads, they'll fill with even more refugees," he told the man. "That'll slow the Imperial Army down more than our planes. I do want some of these bridges taken out." He tapped a couple of river crossings. He looked mystified at Napuere. You guys signed some sort of agreement not to bomb bridges or something. It has always been felt that destroying bridges would hinder a counterattack, as well as being wasteful, the priest said, unhappily. Well, these three have to go anyway. He tapped the surface of the map. That and the refinery raid should put some sand in their fuel lines, he said, clapping his hands together and rubbing them. But we believe the Imperial Army has great reserves of fuel, Napuere said, looking very unhappy. Even if they have, he told the High Priest, commanders will move more cautiously, knowing supplies have been interrupted. They're careful guys. But I bet they never did have the supplies you thought. They probably think you have bigger supplies than you do. And with the advance they've had to fund recently, believe me, they may panic a little if the refinery raid comes off the way I hope it will. Napuere looked downcast, rubbed his chin while he gazed forlornly at the maps. It all sounds very, he began, very adventurous. The High Priest invested the word with a degree of loathing and contempt that might have been amusing in other circumstances. Under great protest, the High Priests were persuaded they must give up their precious province and its many important religious sites to the enemy. They agreed to the mass raid on the refinery. He visited the retreating soldiers and the main airfields that would take part in the refinery raid. Then he took a couple of days travelling the mountains by truck, inspecting the defences. There was a valley with a dam at its head that might also provide an effective trap if the Imperial Army made it that far. He remembered the concrete island, the snivelling girl in the chair. While he was driven along the rough roads between the hill forts, he saw 100 or more aircraft drone overhead, heading out across the still peaceful-looking plains, their wings loaded with bombs. The refinery raid was expensive. Almost a quarter of the planes never came back, but the Imperial Army's advance halted a day later. He had hoped they would keep on coming for a bit. Their supplies hadn't been supplied straight from the refinery, so they could have kept going for a week or so. But they'd done the sensible thing and stopped for the moment. He flew to the spaceport, where the lumbering spaceship, it looked even more dangerous and dilapidated in daylight, was being slowly patched up and repaired in case it was ever wanted again. He talked to the technicians, took a look round the ancient device. The ship had a name, he discovered, the Hegemonici Victorious. It's called decapitation, he told the priests. The Imperial Court travels to Willetice Lake at the start of every second season. The High Command comes to brief them. We drop the Victorious in on them the day the General Staff arrive. The priests looked puzzled. With what, Sir Zakalwe? A commando force? The Victorious is only able to hold... No, he said. When I say drop it, I mean we bomb them with it. We put it into space and then bring it back in, down on top of the Lake Palace. It's a good 400 tons. Even travelling at only 10 times the speed of sound, it'll hit like a small nuke going off. We'll get the entire court and the General Staff in one go. We offer peace to the Commoners' Parliament immediately. With any luck at all, we cause immense civil disturbance. Probably the Commoners' Parliament will see this as their chance to grab real power. The army will want to take up the reins itself and may even have to turn round and fight a civil war. Junior aristos filing competing claims should complicate the situation nicely. But, Napuere said, this means destroying the Victorious, does it not? The other priests were shaking their heads. Well, impacting at 4 or 5 kilometres a second wouldn't leave it totally undented, I suspect. But Zakalwe! Napuere roared, doing a reasonable impression of a small nuclear explosion himself. That's absurd! You can't do it! The Victorious is a symbol of... It's our hope! All the people look at her! He smiled, letting the priest ramble on for a little while. He was fairly certain the priests looked on the Hegemonici Victorious as their escape route if things went badly in the end. He waited until Napuere had almost finished, then said, I understand, but the craft is on its last legs already, gentlemen. I've talked to the technicians and the pilots. It's a death trap. It was more luck than anything else that it got me here safely. He paused, watching the men with the blue circles on their foreheads look wide-eyed at each other. The muttering increased. He wanted to smile. That had put the fear of God into them. I'm sorry, but this is the one thing the Victorious is good for. He smiled. and it could indeed produce victory. He left them to mull over the concepts of high hypersonic dive bombing. No suicide mission required. The craft's computers were perfectly capable of taking it up and bringing it straight down. Symbol trashing. A lot the peasants and factory workers would care about their piece of high-tech bulblery getting junked. And decapitation. Probably the most worrying idea of the lot for the high priests. What if the Empire thought of doing it to them? He assured them that the Empire would be in no state to retaliate, and when they offered peace, the priests would hint heavily they had used a missile of their own, not the spacecraft, and pretend there were more where that came from. Even though this would not be difficult to disprove, especially if one of the world's more sophisticated societies chose to tell the Empire what had really happened, it would still be worrying for whoever was trying to work out what to do on the other side. Besides, they could always just get out of the city. Meanwhile, he went to visit more army units. The Imperial Army started its advance again, though slower than before. He had drawn his troops back almost to the foothills of the mountains, burning the few unharvested fields and razing the towns behind them. Whenever they abandoned an airfield, they planted bombs under runways with days-long time delays and dug plenty of other holes that looked like they might contain bombs. In the foothills, he supervised much of the layout of their defensive lines himself and kept up his visits to airfields, regional headquarters and operational units. He kept up, too, the pressure on the high priests at least to consider using the spacecraft for a decapitation strike. He was busy, he realized one day, as he lay down to sleep in an old castle that had become operational HQ for this section of the front. The sky had bloomed with light on the tree-lined horizon, and the air shaken with the sound of a bombardment just after dusk. Busy and, he had to admit as he put the last reports on the floor under the camp bed and put the light out and was almost instantly asleep, happy. 2 weeks, 3 weeks from his arrival, the little news that came in from outside seemed to indicate there was an awful lot of nothing going on. He suspected there was a lot of intense politicking taking place. Beishai's name was mentioned. He was still on the Mersey station, in touch with the various parties. No word of the culture, or from it. He wondered if they ever just forgot things. Maybe they'd forget about him, leave him here, struggling forever in the priests' and the Empire's insane war. The defences grew. The hegemony's soldiers dug and built, but were mostly not under fire, and the Imperial Army gradually lapped against the foothills and paused. He had the Air Force harry the supply lines and the front-line units and pound the nearest airfields. There are far too many troops stationed here around the city. The best troops should be at the front. The attack will come soon, and if we're to counterattack successfully, and it could be very successfully if they're tempted to go for a knockout, they've little left in reserve, then we need those elite squads where they can do some good. There is the problem of civil unrest, Napueria said. He looked old and tired. Keep a few units here, and keep them in the streets, so people don't forget they're here. But damn it, Napuera, most of these guys spend all their time in barracks. They're needed at the front. I have just the place for them. Look. Actually, he wanted to tempt the Imperial Army to go for the knockout, and the city was to be the bait. He sent the crack troops into the mountain passes. The priests looked at how much territory they'd now lost, and tentatively gave the go-ahead for preparing for decapitation. The hegemony victorious would be readied for its final flight, though not used unless the situation appeared genuinely desperate. He promised he would try to win the war conventionally first. The attack came 40 days after he had arrived on Mersey. The Imperial Army crashed into the foothill forests. The priests began to panic. He had the Air Force attack the supply lines the majority of the time, not the front. The defensive lines gradually gave way. Units retreated. Bridges were blown. Gradually, as the foothills led into the mountains, the Imperial Army was concentrated, funneled into the valleys. The trick with the dam didn't work this time. The charges placed under it just didn't go off. He had to move fast to shift 2 elite units to cover the pass above that valley. But if we leave the city, the priests looked stunned. Their eyes looked as empty as the painted blue circle on their foreheads. The Imperial Army was slowly moving up the valleys, forcing their soldiers back. He kept telling them things would be all right, but things just got worse and worse. There was nothing else for them to do. It all seemed too hopeless and too late to take things back into their own hands. Last night, with the wind blowing down from the mountains to the city, the sound of distant artillery had been audible. "They'll try to take Balzite City if they think they can," he said. "It's a symbol. Well, fine. But it doesn't actually have much military importance. They'll grab at it. We let just so many through. Then we close the passes here," he said, tapping the map. The priests shook their heads. "Gents, we are not in disarray. We are falling back, but they are in much worse shape than we are, taking far heavier casualties. Each metre is costing them blood. And all the time, their supply lines get longer. We must take them to the point where they start to think about pulling back, then present them with the possibility, the seeming possibility, of a knockout blow. But it won't knock us out. It knocks them out." He looked round them. "Believe me, it'll work. You may have to leave the citadel for a while, but when you return, I guarantee it will be in triumph." They did not look convinced, but, possibly because they were just too stunned to fight, they let him have his way. It took a few days while the Imperial army struggled up the valleys, and the Hegemoniki's forces resisted, retreated, resisted, retreated, but eventually, watching for signs that the Imperial soldiers were tiring, and the tanks and trucks were not always moving when they might have wanted to, starved of fuel, he decided that were he on the other side, he'd be thinking about halting the advance. That night, in the pass which led down to the city, most of the Hegemoniki troops left their positions. In the morning, the battle resumed, and the Hegemoniki's men suddenly retreated shortly before they would have been overrun. A puzzled, excited, but still exhausted and worried general in the Imperial High Command watched through field glasses as a distant convoy of trucks crawled away down the pass towards the city, occasionally strafed by Imperial aircraft. Reconnaissance suggested the infidel priests were making preparations to leave their citadel. Spies indicated that their spacecraft was being readied for some special mission. The general radioed the court high command. The order to advance on the city was given the following day. He watched the terminally worried-looking priests leave from the train station under the citadel. In the end, he had to dissuade them from ordering the decapitation attack. "Let me try this first," he told them. They could not understand each other. The priests looked at the territory they had lost, and the fraction they had left, and thought it was all over for them. He looked at his relatively unscathed divisions, his fresh units, his crack squads, all positioned just where they should be, knives laid against and inside the body of an overextended, worn-out enemy, just ready to cut, and thought it was all over for the Empire. The train pulled out, and, unable to resist, he waved cheerily. The high priests would be better out of the way, in one of their great monasteries in the next mountain range. He ran back upstairs to the map room to see how things were going. He waited until a couple of divisions had made it through the pass, then had the units that had held it, and mostly retreated into the forests around the pass, not gone down the pass at all, take it again. The city and the citadel were bombed, though not well. The Hegemoniki's fighters shot most of the bombers down. The counterattack finally began. He started with the elite troops, then brought in the rest. The Air Force still concentrated on the supply lines for the first couple of days, then switched to the front line. The Imperial Army wavered, line crinkling. It seemed to hesitate like some wash of water, almost but not quite capable of overspilling the damning line of mountains, save in one place, and that trickle was drying, still pushing for the city, leaving the pass, fighting through the forests and fields for the shining goal they still hoped might win the war. Then the line fell back, the soldiers too exhausted, their supplies of ammunition and fuel too sporadic. The passes stayed with the Hegemoniki, and slowly they pushed down from them again, so that it must have seemed to the Imperial soldiers that they were forever shooting uphill, and that while advancing had been a heavy, dangerous slog, retreating was only too easy. The retreat became a rout in valley after valley. He insisted on keeping the counterattack going, The priests cabled that more forces ought to be deployed to stop the advance of the 2 Imperial divisions on the capital. He ignored them. There was barely enough left of the 2 tattered divisions to make one whole one, and they were being gradually eroded further all the time. It was possible they might make it to the city, but after that they would have nowhere to go. He thought it might be satisfying to accept their eventual surrender personally. The rains came on the far side of the mountains, and as the bedraggled Imperial forces made their way through the dripping forests, their air force was all too often grounded by bad weather, while the hegemony's planes bombed and strafed them with impunity. People fled to the city. Artillery duels thundered nearby. The remnants of the 2 divisions that had broken through the mountains fought desperately on towards their goal. On the distant plains on the far side of the mountains, the rest of the Imperial army was retreating as fast as it could. The divisions trapped in Shinastri province, unable to retreat through the quagmire behind them, surrendered en masse. The Imperial court signalled its desire for peace the day what was left of its 2 divisions entered Balzite city. They had 12 tanks and 1,000 men, but they left their artillery in the fields, bereft of ammunition. The few thousand people left in the city sought refuge in the wide parade grounds of the citadel. He watched them stream in through the gates in the high walls, far in the distance. He'd been going to quit the citadel that day. The priests had been screaming at him to do so for days, and most of the general staff had already left. But now he held a transcript of the message they'd just received from the Imperial court. 2 hegemonic divisions were, anyway, on their way out of the mountains, coming to the aid of the city. He radioed the priests. They decided to accept a truce. Fighting would stop immediately if the Imperial army withdrew to the positions it had held before the war. There were a few more radio exchanges. He left the priests and the Imperial court to sort it all out. He took off his uniform, and for the first time since he'd arrived, dressed as a civilian. He went to a high tower with some field glasses and watched the tiny specks that were enemy tanks as they rolled down a street far away. The citadel gates were closed. A truce was declared at midday. The weary Imperial soldiers outside the citadel gates billeted themselves in the bars and hotels nearby. He stood in the long gallery and faced into the light. The tall white curtains billowed softly around him, quiet in the warm breeze. His long black hair was lifted only slightly by the gentle wind. His hands were clasped behind his back. He looked pensive. The silent, lightly clouded skies over the mountains, beyond the fortress and the city, threw a blank, pervasive light across his face, and standing there like that, in plain, dark clothes, he looked insubstantial, like some statue or a dead man propped against the battlements to fool the foe. Zakalwe? He turned. His eyes widened in surprise. Scaffin Antiscore! This is an unexpected honour. Smar letting you out alone these days, or is she about too? He looked the length of the citadel's long gallery. Good day, Shiradaneen, the drone said, floating towards him. Miss Smar is on her way in a module. And how is Dizzy? He sat down on a small bench set against the wall, which faced the long line of white-curtained windows. What's the news? I believe it is mostly good, Scaffin Antiscore said, floating level with his face. Mr. Beishai is on his way to the Imperin habitats, where a summit conference between the cluster's 2 main tendencies is to be held. It would appear the danger of war is lessening. Well, isn't this all very wonderful, he said, sitting back with his hands behind his neck. Peace here, peace out there. He squinted at the drone, his head to one side. And yet, drone, somehow you do not seem to be overflowing with joy and happiness. You seem, dare I say it, positively sombre. What's the matter? Batteries low? The machine was silent for a second or two. Then it said, I believe Ms. Smar's module is about to land. Shall we go to the roof? He looked puzzled for a moment, then nodded, stood smartly and clapped his hands once, indicating the way forward. Certainly. Let's go. They went to his apartments. He thought Smar seemed rather subdued, too. He'd imagined she'd be bubbling over with excitement because the cluster looked like it wasn't going to go to war after all. What's the problem, Dizzy? he asked, pouring her a drink. She was pacing up and down in front of the room's shuttered windows. She took the drink from him, but didn't seem interested in it. She turned to face him, her long, oval face looking... He wasn't sure. But there was a cold feeling somewhere in his guts. "You have to leave, Shiradaneen," she told him. "Leave? When?" "Now. Tonight. Tomorrow morning at the latest." He looked confused, then laughed. "Okay. I confess the Catamites were starting to look attractive, but—" "No," Smar said. "I'm serious, Shiradaneen. You have to go." He shook his head. "I can't. There's no guarantee the truce will hold. They might need me." "The truce isn't going to hold," Smar told him, looking away. "Not on one side, anyway." She put her glass down on a shelf. "Eh?" he said. He glanced at the drone, which was looking non-committal. "Dizzy-it? What are you talking about?" "Zakalwe," she said, eyes blinking rapidly. She tried to look at him. "A deal's been done. You have to leave." He stared at her. "What's the deal, Dizzy?" he said softly. "There was some fairly low-level help being given to the Empire by the humanist faction," she told him, walking towards one wall, then returning, talking not to him, but to the tile and carpet floor. "They had face invested in what's been happening here. The whole delicate structure of the deal did rather depend on the Empire triumphing here." She stopped, glanced at the drone, looking away again. "Which is what everybody agreed was going to happen, up until a few days ago." "So," he said slowly, putting aside his own drink, sitting down in a great chair that looked like a throne. "I messed things up by turning the game against the Empire, did I?" "Yes," Smar said, swallowing. "Yes, you did. I'm sorry. And I know it's crazy, but that's the way things are here. The way the people are here. The humanists are divided at the moment, and there are factions within them that would use any excuse to argue for getting out of the deal, however insignificant that excuse might be. They might just be able to pull the whole thing down. We can't take that risk. The Empire has to win." He sat, looking at a small table in front of him. He sighed. "I see. And all I have to do is leave?" "Yes, come with us." "What happens after that?" "The High Priests will be kidnapped by an Imperial commando squad brought in by humanist-controlled aircraft. The Citadel here will be taken over by the troops outside. There are raids planned on the field HQs. They should be pretty bloodless. If necessary, the hegemonic planes, tanks, artillery pieces and trucks will be put out of action, should the armed forces ignore the call put out by the High Priesthood to surrender their arms. Once they've seen a few planes and tanks laser-blasted from space, it's expected the fight will go out of the army." Smar stopped pacing, came to stand in front of him on the far side of the little table. "It all happens at dawn tomorrow. It should be fairly bloodless, really, Zakalwe. You might as well leave now. It would be best." He heard her exhale. "You've done brilliantly, Shiradaneen. It's worked. You did it. Brought Beishai out, got him motivated or whatever. We're grateful. We're very grateful. And it's not easy." He raised one hand to stop her. He heard her sigh. He looked up from the small table, up to her face. "I can't leave right away. There are a few things I have to do. I'd rather you left now and then came back. Pick me up tomorrow at dawn." He shook his head. "I won't desert them until then." Smar opened her mouth, then closed it, glanced at the drone. "All right, we'll be back tomorrow." "Zakalwe, it's all right, Dizzy-it," he interrupted calmly, and slowly stood up. He looked into her eyes. She had to look away. "It'll be as you say. Goodbye." He didn't hold out his hand. Smar walked to the door. The drone followed her. The woman looked back. He nodded once, She hesitated, seemed to think the better of saying anything, and went out. The drone stopped there too. "Zakalwe," it said, "I just want to add—" "Out!" he screamed, and in one movement turned, swooped, caught the small table between the legs, and threw it with all his might at the floating machine. The table bounced off an invisible field and clattered to the floor. The drone swept out and the door closed. He stood, staring at it for some time. Numeral 2. He was younger then. The memories were still fresh. He discussed them with the frozen, seemingly sleeping people sometimes, on his wanderings through the cold, dark ship, and wondered, in its silence, if he really was mad. The experience of being frozen and of then being woken up had done nothing to dull his memories. They remained keen and bright. He had rather hoped that the claims they made for freezing were over-optimistic, and the brain did indeed lose at least some of its information. He'd secretly desired that attrition, but been disappointed. The process of warning and revival was actually rather less traumatic and confusing than coming round after being knocked unconscious, something that had happened to him a few times in his life. Revival was smoother, took longer, and was really quite pleasant. In truth, quite like waking up after a good night's sleep. They left him alone for a couple of hours after they'd run the medical checks and pronounced him fit and well. He sat wrapped in a big thick towel on the bed and, like somebody probing a diseased tooth with tongue or finger, unable to stop checking that it really does hurt every now and again, he called up his memories, going through the roll call of those old and recent adversaries he'd hoped he might have lost somewhere in the darkness and the cold of space. All his past was indeed present, and everything that had been wrong present too, and correct. The ship was called the Absent Friends. Its journey would take it over a century. It was a mercy voyage, in a way. Its services donated by its alien owners to help assuage the after-effects of a terrible war. He had not really deserved his place, and had used false papers and a false name to secure his escape. He'd volunteered to be woken up near the middle of the journey, to provide part of the human crew, because he thought it would be a shame to travel in space and never really know it, never appreciate it, never look out into that void. Those who did not choose to do crew duty would be drugged on planet, taken into space unconscious, frozen out there, and then wake up on another planet. This seemed undignified to him. To be treated so was to become cargo. The two other people on duty when he was woken were Kai and Ahrens. Ahrens had been supposed to return to the ranks of the frozen people 5 years earlier, after a few months of duty on the ship, but had decided to stay awake until they arrived at their destination. Kai had been revived 3 years later and should also have gone back to sleep, to be replaced after a few months by the next person on the crew rota. But by then, Ahrens and Kai had started to argue, and neither wanted to be the first to return to the stasis of the freeze. There had been stalemate for 2.5 years, while the great slow ship moved, quiet and cold, past the distant pinprick lights that were the stars. Finally, they'd woken him up at last, because he was next on the rota, and they wanted somebody else to talk to. As a rule, however, he just sat in the crew section and listened to the two of them argue. "There's still 50 years to go," Kai reminded Ahrens. Ahrens waved a bottle. "I can wait, it isn't forever." Kai nodded at the bottle. "You'll kill yourself with that stuff, and all the other junk you take. You'll never make it. You'll never see real sunlight again, or taste rain. You won't last 1 year, let alone 50. You should go back to sleep." "It isn't sleep." "You should go back to it, whatever you want to call it. You should let yourself be frozen again,
And it isn't literally frozen, freezing either."
Ahrens looked annoyed and puzzled at the same time. The man they'd woken up wondered how many hundreds of times the two had been through this argument. "You should go back into your little cold cubicle like you were supposed to 5 years ago, and get them to treat you for your addictions when they revive you," Kai said.
"The ship already treats me,"
Ahrens told Kai, with a kind of slow, drunken dignity.
"I am in a state of grace with my enthusiasms, sublimely tensioned grace."
So saying, Ahrens tipped the bottle back and drained it. "You'll kill yourself,"
It's my life. You might kill us all. Everybody in the whole ship, sleepers too. The ship looks after itself, Erin sighed, looking round the crew lounge. It was the only dirty place on the ship. Everywhere else, the ship's robots tidied, but Erin's had worked out how to delete the crew lounge from the craft's memory, and so the place could look good and scruffy. Erin's stretched, kicking a couple of small recyclable cups off the table. Kai said. What if you've damaged it with all your messing around? I have not been messing around with it, Erin said with a small sneer. I have altered a few of the more basic housekeeping programs. It doesn't talk to us anymore, and it lets us keep this place looking lived in. That's about it. Nothing that's going to make the ship wander into a star or start thinking it's human, and what are these intestinal parasites doing in there? But you wouldn't understand. No technical background. Livo here, he might understand, eh? Erin's stretched out further, sliding down the grubby seat, boots scraping on the filthy surface of the table. You understand, don't you, Darak? I don't know, he admitted. He was used to answering to Darak or Mr. Livu or just Livu by now. I suppose if you know what you're doing, there's no real harm. Erin's looked pleased. On the other hand, a lot of disasters have been caused by people who thought they knew what they were doing. Amen, Kai said, looking triumphant, and leant aggressively towards Erin's. See? As our friend said, Erin's pointed out, reaching for another bottle. He doesn't know. You should go back with the sleepers, Kai said. They're not sleeping. You're not supposed to be up right now. There's only supposed to be 2 people up at any point. You go back then. It isn't my turn. You were up first. He left them to argue. Sometimes he would put a spacesuit on and go through the airlock into the storage sections, which were in vacuum. The storage sections made up most of the ship, over 99% of it. There was a tiny drive unit at one end of the craft, an even tinier living unit at the other, and, in between, the bulging bulk of the ship, packed with the undead. He walked the cold, dark corridors, looking from side to side at the sleeper units. They looked like drawers in a filing cabinet. Each was the head end of something very like a coffin. A little red light glowed faintly on each one, so that standing in one of the gently spiralling corridors, with his own suit light switched off, those small and steady sparks curved away in a ruby lattice folded over the darkness, like some infinite corridor of red giant suns set up by some obsessively tidy-minded god. Spiralling gradually upwards, moving away from the living unit at what he always thought of as the head of the ship, he walked up through its quiet, dark body. Usually he took the outermost corridor, just to appreciate the scale of the vessel. As he ascended, the pull of the ship's fake gravity gradually decreased. Eventually, walking became a series of skidding leaps, in which it was always easier to hit the ceiling than make any forward progress. There were handles on the coffin drawers. He used them once walking became too inefficient, pulling himself along towards the waist of the ship, which, as he approached it, turned one wall of coffin drawers to a floor and the other to a ceiling in places. Standing under a radial corridor, he leapt up, floated towards what was now the ceiling, with the radial corridor a chimney up through it. He caught a coffin drawer handle and used a succession of them as rungs, climbing into the centre of the ship. Running through the centre of the absent friends, there was an elevator shaft that extended from living unit to drive unit. In the very centre of the whole ship, he would summon the elevator, if it wasn't already waiting there from last time. When it came, he would enter it, floating inside the squat yellow-lit cylinder. He would take out a pen, or a small torch, and place it in the centre of the elevator car, and just float there, watching the pen or torch, waiting to see if he had stationed it so exactly in the centre of the whole slowly spinning mass of the ship that it would stay where he'd left it. He got very good at doing this eventually, and could spend hours sitting there, with the suit lights and the elevator lights on sometimes, if it was a pen, or off if it was a torch, watching the little object, waiting for his own dexterity to prove greater than his patience, waiting for, in other words, he could admit to himself, one part of his obsession to win over the other. If the pen or torch moved
and eventually connected with the walls or floor or ceiling of the elevator car, or drifted through the open door, then he had to float, climb down, and then pull and walk back the way he had come. If it stayed still in the centre of the car, he was allowed to take the elevator back to the living unit.
"Come on, Darak," Aaron said, lighting up a pipe. "What brought you along on this one-way ride, eh?"
"I don't want to talk about it." He turned up the ventilation to get rid of Aaron's drug fumes. They were in the viewing carousel, the one place in the ship where you could get a direct view of the stars. He came up here every now and again, opened the shutters, and watched the stars spin slowly overhead. Sometimes he tried to read poetry. Aaron's still visited the carousel alone as well, but Kai no longer did. Aaron's reckoned Kai got homesick, seeing the silent nothingness out there, and the lonely specks that were other suns.
"Why not?" Aaron said.
He shook his head and sat back in the couch, looking out into the darkness.
"It isn't any of your business." "I'll tell you why I came along if you tell me why you did."
Aaron's grinned, making the words sound childish, conspiratorial.
"Get lost, Aaron's." "Mine is an interesting story. You'd be fascinated."
"I'm sure," he sighed.
"But I won't tell you unless you tell me first. You're missing a lot.
"Well, I'll just have to live with that," he said. He turned down the lighting in the carousel until the brightest thing in it was Aaron's face, glowing red with reflected light on each drawer of the pipe. He shook his head when Aaron's offered him the drug.
"You need to loosen up, my friend," Aaron's told him, slumping back in the other seat. "Get high. Share your problems."
"What problems?" He saw Aaron's head shake in the darkness.
"Nobody on this ship hasn't got problems, friend. Nobody out here not running away from something."
"Ah, ship psychiatrists now, are we?"
"Hey, come on. Nobody's going back, are they? Nobody on here's ever going back home. Half the people we know are probably dead already, and the ones that aren't will be by the time we get where we're going. So if we can't ever see the people we used to know again, and probably never see home again, it has to be something pretty damn important and pretty damn bad, pretty damn evil to make a body up and leave like that. We all got to be running from something, whether it's something we did or something we had done to us."
"Maybe some people just like travelling."
"That's crap. Nobody likes travelling that much."
He shrugged. "Whatever."
"Oh, Darak, come on. Argue, damn it."
"I don't believe in argument," he said, looking out into the darkness, and saw a towering ship, a capital ship, ringed with its layers and levels of armament and armour, dark against the dusk light, but not dead.
"You don't?"
Aaron said, genuinely surprised.
"Shit. And I thought I was the cynical one."
"It's not cynicism," he said flatly. "I just think people overvalue argument because they like to hear themselves talk."
"Oh, well, thank you."
"It's comforting, I suppose." He watched the stars wheel like absurdly slow shells seen at night, rising, peaking, falling, and reminded himself that the stars too would explode, perhaps one day. "Most people are not prepared to have their minds changed," he said. "And I think they know in their hearts that other people are just the same. And one of the reasons people become angry when they argue is that they realize just that as they trot out their excuses."
"Excuses, eh? Well, if this ain't cynicism, what is?"
Aaron snorted. "Yes, excuses," he said, with what Aaron's thought might just have been a trace of bitterness. "I strongly suspect the things people believe in are usually just what they instinctively feel is right. The excuses, the justifications, the things you're supposed to argue about come later. They're the least important part of the belief. That's why you can destroy them, win an argument, prove the other person wrong, and still they believe what they did in the first place." He looked at Aaron's. "You've attacked the wrong thing."
"So what do you suggest one does, Professor, if one is not to indulge in this futile, arguing stuff?"
"Agree to disagree," he said. "Or fight."
"Fight?"
He shrugged. "What else is left?"
"Negotiate?"
Negotiation is a way to come to a conclusion. It's the type of conclusion that I'm talking about.
Which basically is disagree or fight,
if it comes to it. Ahrens was silent for a while, drawing on the pipe until its red glow faded, then saying,
"You have a military background at all, yeah?"
He sat and watched the stars. Eventually, he turned his head and looked at Ahrens. I think the war gave us all a military background. Don't you?
Ahrens said.
They both studied the slowly moving starfield. Twice, in the depths of the sleeping ship, he almost killed somebody. One of those times, it was somebody else. He stopped on the long, spiralling outer corridor, about halfway to the waist of the ship, where he felt very light on his feet, and his face was a little flushed with effects of normal blood pressure working against the reduced pull. He hadn't intended to look at any of the stored people. The truth was, he never really thought about them in any but the most abstract way. But suddenly, he wanted to see something more of a sleeper than just a little red light. He stopped at one of the coffin drawers. He had been shown how to work them after he'd volunteered to act as crew, and had another, rather perfunctory run through the procedures shortly after being revived. He turned the suit lights on, flipped out the drawer's control pad, and carefully, using one bulky gloved finger, keyed in the code that Ahrens said turned off the ship's monitoring system. A little blue light came on. The red light stayed steady. If it flashed, the ship knew there was something wrong. He unlocked the cabinet, drew the whole device, sliding out. He looked at the woman's name, printed on a plastic strip stuck to the head unit. No one he knew anyway, he thought. He opened the inner cover. He looked in at the woman's calm, deathly pale face. His lights reflected on the crinkled, transparent plastic wrapping covering her like something you'd buy in a shop. Tubes in her nose and mouth leading away beneath her. A small screen flashed on above her tied-up hair on the head unit. He looked. She seemed in good shape, for somebody so nearly completely dead. Her hands were crossed across the chest of the paper tunic she wore. He looked at her fingernails, like Ahrens had said. Quite long, but he'd seen people grow them longer. He looked at the control pad again, entered another code. Lights flashed all over the control surface. The red light did not start flashing, but almost everything else did. He opened a little red and green door set in the top of the head unit. Out of it, he took a small sphere of what looked like fine green wires, containing an ice blue cube. A compartment alongside gave access to a covered switch. He pushed the cover back, put his finger down to the switch. He held the woman's recorded brain patterns, backed up onto the little blue cube. Easily crushable. His other hand, finger resting on the small switch, could turn off her life. He wondered if he would do it, and seemed to wait for a while, as if expecting some part of his own mind to assume control from him. A couple of times it seemed to him that he felt the start of the impulse to throw the switch, and could have started to do so just an instant later, but each time suppressed the urge. He left his finger there, looked at the small cube inside its protective cage. He thought how remarkable, and at the same time how oddly sad it was, that all of a human mind could be contained in something so small. Then he reflected that a human brain was not so very much bigger than the little blue cube, and used resources and techniques far more ancient, and so was no less impressive, and still as sad. He closed the woman up again in her chill sleep, and continued on his slow-motion walk to the centre of the ship. I don't know any stories. Everybody knows stories, Kai told him. I don't. Not proper stories. What's a proper story? Kai sneered. They sat in the crew lounge, surrounded by their debris. He shrugged. An interesting one. One people want to listen to. People want to listen to different things. What one person would call a proper story might not please somebody else. Well, I can only go by what I think would be a proper story, and I don't have any. Not stories that I want to tell, anyway. He grinned coldly at Kai. Ah, that's different. Kai nodded.
Indeed it is.
Well, tell me what you believe in, then, Kai said, leaning towards him.
Why should I?
Why shouldn't you? Tell me because I asked.
No.
Don't be so standoffish. We're the only 3 people for billions of kilometres, and the ship's a bore. Who else is there to talk to?
Nothing.
Exactly. Nothing and nobody.
Kai looked pleased. No, I meant that's what I believe in. Nothing.
At all?
He nodded. Kai sat back, thoughtful, nodding.
They must have hurt you bad.
Who?
Whoever robbed you of whatever it was you used to believe in.
He shook his head slowly. Nobody ever robbed me of anything, he said. Kai was silent for a while, so he sighed and said, So, Kai, what do you believe in? Kai looked at the blank screen that covered most of one wall of the lounge.
Something other than nothing.
Anything with a name is other than nothing, he said.
I believe in what's around us, Kai said,
arms crossed, sitting back in the seat.
I believe in what you can see from the carousel, what we'd see if that screen was on. Although what you'd see wouldn't be the only sort of what I believe in that I believe in.
In a word, Kai, he said.
Emptiness, Kai said, with a flickering, jittery smile. I believe in emptiness.
He laughed. That's pretty close to nothing.
Not really, Kai said.
Looks it to most of us.
Let me tell you a sort of story.
Must you?
No more than you must listen.
Yeah, okay then. Anything to pass the time.
The story is this. It's a true story, by the way, not that that matters. There is a place where the existence or non-existence of souls is taken very seriously indeed. Many people, whole seminaries, colleges, universities, cities, and even states devote almost all their time to the contemplation and disputation of this matter and related topics. About 1,000 years ago, a wise philosopher king, who was considered the wisest man in the world, announced that people spent too much time discussing these things, and could, if the matter was settled, apply their energies to more practical pursuits, which would benefit everybody. So he would end the argument once and for all. He summoned the wisest men and women from every part of the world and of every known persuasion to discuss the matter. It took many years to assemble every single person who wished to take part, and the resulting debates, papers, tracts, books, intrigues, and even fights and murders took even longer. The philosopher king took himself off to the mountains to spend these years alone, emptying his mind of everything so that he would be able, he hoped, to come back once the process of argument was ended and pronounce the final decision. After many years, they sent for the king, and when he felt ready, he listened to everyone who thought they had something to say on the existence of souls. When they had all said their piece, the king went away to think. After a year, the king announced he had come to his decision. He said that the answer was not quite so simple as everybody had thought, and he would publish a book in several volumes to explain the answer. The king set up 2 publishing houses, and each published a great and mighty volume. One repeated the sentences, "Souls do exist, souls do not exist," time after time, part after part, page after page, section after section, chapter after chapter, book after book. The other repeated the words, "Souls do not exist, souls do exist," in the same fashion. In the language of the kingdom, I might add, each sentence had the same number of words, even the same number of letters. These were the only words to be found beyond the title page in all the thousands of pages in each volume. The king had made sure that the books began and finished printing at the same time, and were published at the same time, and that exactly the same number were published. Neither of the publishing houses had any perceivable superiority or seniority over the other. People searched the volumes for clues. They looked for a single repetition buried deep in the volumes, where a sentence or even a letter had been missed out or altered. But they found none. They turned to the king himself, but he had taken a vow of silence and bound up his writing hand. He would still nod or shake his head in reply to questions concerning the governing of his kingdom, but on the subject of the 2 volumes and the existence or otherwise of souls, the king would give no sign. Furious disputes arose. Many books were written. New cults began. Then A half-year after the 2 volumes had been published, 2 more appeared, and this time the house that had published the volume beginning Souls Do Not Exist published the volume which began Souls Do Exist. The other publisher followed suit, so that theirs now began Souls Do Not Exist. This became the pattern. The king lived to be very old and saw several dozen volumes published. When he was on his deathbed, the court philosopher placed copies of the book on either side of him, hoping the king's head would fall to one side or the other at the moment of death, so indicating by the first sentence of the appropriate volume which conclusion he had really come to. But he died with his head straight on the pillow and with his eyes, under the eyelids, looking straight ahead. "That was 1,000 years ago," Kai said. "The books are published still. They have become an entire industry, an entire philosophy, a source of unending argument. And is there an ending to this story?" he asked, holding up one hand. "No," Kai smiled smugly. "There is not, but that is just the point." He shook his head, got up and left the crew lounge. "But just because something does not have an ending," Kai shouted, "doesn't mean it doesn't have a—" The man closed the elevator door outside in the corridor. Kai rocked forward in the seat and watched the lift level indicator ascend to the middle of the ship. "Conclusion," Kai said quietly. He'd been revived nearly half a year when he almost killed himself. He was in the elevator car, watching a torch he had left in the centre of the car as it slowly spun. He had left the torch switched on and put out all the other lights. He watched the tiny spot of light move slowly around the circular wall of the car, slow as any clock hand. He remembered the searchlights of the Stabberrind and wondered how far they were away from it now. So far that even the sun itself must be weaker than a searchlight seen from space. He did not know why that made him think of just taking off the helmet, but found himself starting to do it nevertheless. He stopped. It was quite a complicated procedure to open the suit while in vacuum. He knew each of the steps, but it would take some time. He looked at the white spot of light which the torch was shining on the wall of the lift, not far from his head. The white spot was gradually coming closer as the torch spun. He would start to ready the suit to take the helmet off. If the torch beam hit his eye, no, his face, any part of his head, before that, then he would stop and go back as though nothing had happened. Otherwise, if the spot of light did not strike his face in time, he would take the helmet off and die. He allowed himself the luxury of letting the memories wash over him, while his hands slowly began the sequence that would end, unless interrupted, with the helmet being blasted off his shoulders by the air pressure. Stabberrind, the great metal ship stuck in stone, and a stone ship, a building stuck in water. And the 2 sisters, d'Arcance, Livueta. And of course he'd realized at the time that he was taking their names, or something like their names, in making the one he masqueraded under now. And Zakalwe, and Alithiomel. Alithiomel the Terrible. Alithiomel the Chairmaker. The suit beeped at him, trying to warn him he was doing something very dangerous. The spot of light was a few centimetres from his head. Zakalwe. He tried to ask himself what the name meant to him. What did it mean to anybody? Ask them all back home, what does this name mean to you? War, perhaps, in the immediate aftermath. A great family, if your memory was long enough. A kind of tragedy, if you knew the story. He saw the chair again, small and white. He closed his eyes, tasting bitterness in his throat. He opened his eyes. 3 final clips to go, then one quick twist. He looked at the spot of light. It was invisible, so close to the helmet, so close to his head. The torch in the centre of the elevator car was facing almost straight at him, its lens bright. He undid one of the 3 final helmet clips. There was a tiny hiss, barely noticeable. Dead, he thought, seeing the girl's pale face. He undid another clip. The hiss grew no louder. There was a sense of brightness at the side of the helmet, where the light would be shining. Metal ship, stone ship, and the unconventional chair. He felt tears come to his eyes, and one hand, the one not undoing the 3rd helmet clip,
went to his chest, where, under the many synthetic layers of the suit, beneath the fabric of the undersuit, there was a small puckered mark on the skin just over his heart. A scar that was 2 decades old, or 7 decades old, depending how you measured time. The torch swung, and just as the final clip came undone and the spot of light started to leave the inside edge of the suit to shine on his face, the torch flickered and went out. He stared. It was almost totally dark. There was the hint of light from outside the car, the faintest of red glows produced by all the near-dead people and the quietly watching equipment. Out. The torch had gone out. Charge exhausted or just a fault, it didn't matter. It had gone out. It hadn't shone on his face. The suit beeped again, plaintive above the quiet hiss of escaping air. He looked down at the hand that lay over his chest. He looked back up at where the torch must be, unseen in the centre of the car, in the centre of the ship, in the middle of its journey. How do I die now? He thought. He did go back to his chill sleep after a year. Aarons and Kai, their sexual predilections forever estranging them, despite the fact they seemed like a well-matched couple otherwise, were still arguing when he left. He ended up in another low-tech war, learning to fly, because he knew now that aircraft would always win against a battleship, and flying the frosty vortices of air above the vast white islands that were the colliding tabular icebergs. Chapter 13. Where they lay, the discarded robes looked like the just-shed skin of some exotic reptile. He had been going to wear those, but then changed his mind. He would wear the clothes he had come here in. He stood in the bathroom, in its steams and smells, stropping the razor again, then putting it to his head, slowly and carefully, as though pulling a comb through his hair in slow motion. The razor scraped through the foam on his skin, catching a last few stubbly hairs. He swept the razor past the tops of his ears, then took up a towel, wiped the gleaming skin of his skull, inspecting the baby-smooth landscape he had revealed. The long, dark hair lay scattered on the floor, like plumage scattered during a fight. He looked out to the Citadel parade grounds, where a few weak fires glowed. Above the mountains, the sky was just starting to become light. From the window, he could see a few craggy levels of the Citadel's curbed wall and jutting towers. In that first outlining light, it looked, he thought, though trying hard not to feel maudlin, poignant, even noble, now that he knew it was doomed. He turned from the sight and went to put on his shoes. The air moved over his shaven skull, feeling very strange. He missed the feel and sweep of his hair on the nape of his neck. He sat on the bed, pulled on the shoes and clasped them, then looked at the telephone sitting on the bedside cabinet. He lifted the device. He recalled, he seemed to remember, contacting the spaceport last night, after Smar and Skaffen Amtiskor had gone. He had been feeling bad, dissociated and remote somehow, and he was not at all certain he really did remember calling the technicians there, but he thought he probably had. He'd told them to ready the ancient spacecraft for the decapitation strike, sometime that morning. Or he hadn't. One of the two. Maybe he had been dreaming. He heard the Citadel operator asking him who he wanted. He asked for the spaceport. He talked to the technicians. The chief flight engineer sounded tense, excited. The craft was ready, fueled up, coordinates locked in. It could be launched within a few minutes as soon as he gave the word. He nodded to himself as he listened to the man. He heard the chief flight engineer pause. The question was unasked, but there. He watched the skies outside the window. They still looked dark from inside here. "Sir," the chief flight engineer said. "Sir Zakalwe, what are your orders, sir?" He saw the little blue cube, the button. He heard the whisper of escaping air. There was a shudder just then. He thought it was his own body reacting involuntarily, but it was not. The shudder ran through the fabric of the Citadel, through the walls of the room, through the bed beneath him. Glass rattled in the room. The noise of the explosion rumbled through the air beyond the thick windows, low and unsettling. "Sir," the man said, "are you still there?" They would probably intercept the spacecraft, the culture itself,
The xenophobe, probably, would use effectors on it. The decapitation strike was bound to fail. "What should we do, sir?" But there was always a possibility. "Hello? Hello, sir!" Another explosion shook the citadel. He looked at the handset he held. "Sir, do we go ahead?" he heard a man say, or remembered a man saying, from long ago and far away. And he had said yes, and taken on a terrible cargo of memories and all the names that might bury him. "Stand down," he said quietly. "We won't need the strike now," he said. He put the handset down and left the room quickly, taking the rear stairs away from the main entrance to his apartments, where he could already hear a commotion building. More explosions shook the citadel, dislodging dust around him as the curtain wall was breached and breached again. He wondered how it would be with the regional headquarters, how they would fall, and whether the raid to capture the high priests would be as bloodless as Smar had hoped. But he realized, even as he thought about it all, that he no longer really cared. He left the citadel via a postern and entered the great square that was the parade ground. The small fires still burned outside the tents of the refugees. In the distance, great clouds of dust and smoke floated slowly into the grey dawn sky above the curtain wall. He could see a couple of gaps in the wall from here. The people in the tents were starting to wake up and come out. From the citadel walls at his back and above him, he could hear the crackle of gunfire. A heavier gun fired from the breached walls, and a huge explosion shook the ground, ripping a great hole in the cliff that was the citadel. An avalanche of stone thundered into the parade ground, burying a dozen tents. He wondered what sort of ammunition the tank was firing. Not a type they'd had until this morning, he suspected. He walked on through the tent city as the people appeared, blinking from their sleep. Scattered firing continued from the citadel. The vast cloud of dust rolled over the parade ground from the great tumbled breach in the towering walls. Another shot from near the curtain walls, another ground-quaking detonation that brought a whole side of the citadel down. The stones bursting from the wall as though with relief, falling and tumbling in their own rolling dust, released, returning to the earth. There was less firing from the citadel ramparts now, as the dust drifted and the sky slowly lightened, and the frightened people clutched at each other outside their tents. More firing came from the breached curtain walls and from inside the parade ground within the tent city. He walked on. Nobody stopped him. Few people really seemed to notice him. He saw a soldier fall from the curtain wall to his right, tumbling into the dust. He saw the people running this way and that. He saw the Imperial Army soldiers in the distance, riding on a tank. He walked through the clustered tents, avoiding people running, stepping over a couple of the smouldering fires. The huge breaches in the curtain wall and the citadel itself smoked in the increasing grey light, which was just starting to take on colour as the sky burned pink and blue. Sometimes, as the people milled and streamed around him, running past, clutching babies, dragging children, he thought he saw people he recognised, and several times was on the point of turning and talking to them, putting out his hand to stop the snowfall of faces rushing past him, shouting after them. Suddenly, aircraft screamed overhead, tearing through the air over the curtain wall, dropping long canisters into the tents, which erupted in flame and black, black smoke. He saw burning people, heard the screams, smelled the roasting flesh. He shook his head. Terrified people jostled him, bumped into him, once knocked him down so that he had to pick himself up, dust himself down, and suffer the knocks and the shouts and screams and curses. The aircraft came back, strafing, and he was the only one who stayed upright, walking while the rest fell to the ground. He watched the puffs and bursts of dust fountain in lines around him, saw the clothing of a few of the fallen people suddenly jerk and flap as a round hit home. It was getting lighter as he encountered the first troops. He dodged behind a tent and rolled as a trooper fired at him, then got back on his feet and ran round the rear of a tent, almost bumping into another soldier, who swung his carbine round too late. He kicked it away. The soldier drew a knife. He let him lunge and took the knife, throwing the soldier to the ground. He looked at the blade he held in his hand and shook his head. He threw the knife away, looked at the soldier, lying on the ground, staring fearfully up at him, then shrugged and walked away. Still, people rushing past, soldiers shouting. He saw one take aim at him and could not see anywhere to go for cover. He raised his hand to explain, to say there was really no need, but the man shot him anyway. Not a very good shot, considering the range, he thought, as he was kicked back and spun round by the force of the impact. Upper chest near the shoulder. No lung damage, and possibly not even a chipped rib, he thought, as the shock and pain burst through him and he fell. He lay still in the dust, near the staring face of a dead city guardsman. As he'd spun round, he'd seen the culture module, a clear shape hovering uselessly over the remains of his apartments high in the ruined citadel. Somebody kicked him, turning him over and bursting a rib at the same time. He tried not to react to the stab of pain, but looked through cracked eyes. He waited for the coup de grace, but it did not come. The shadow figure above him, dark against light, passed on. He lay a while longer, then got up. It wasn't too difficult to walk at first, but then the planes came back again, and though he didn't get hit by a bullet, something splintered somewhere nearby as he passed by some tents that shook and rippled as the bullets hit them, and he wondered if the sharp, puncturing pain in his thigh was a bit of wood or stone, or even bone, from somebody in one of the tents. No, he muttered to himself as he limped away, heading for the biggest breach in the wall. No, not funny. Not bone. Not funny. An explosion blew him off his feet, into and through a tent. He got up, head buzzing. He looked round and up at the citadel, its summit starting to glow with the first direct sunlight of the day. He couldn't see the module anymore. He took a shattered wooden tent pole to use as a crutch. His leg was hurting. Dust wrapped him. Screams of engines and aircraft and human voices pierced him. The smells of burning and stone dust and exhaust fumes choked him. His wounds talked to him in the languages of pain and damage, and he had to listen to them, but paid them no further heed. He was shaken and pummeled, and tripped and stumbled and drained, and fell to his knees, and thought perhaps he was hit by more bullets, but was no longer sure. Eventually, near the breach, he fell, and thought he might just lie here for a while. The light was better, and he felt tired. The dust drifted like pale shrouds. He looked up at the sky, pale blue, and thought how beautiful it was, even through all this dust, and listening to the tanks as they came crunching up through the slope of wrecked stones, reflected that, like tanks everywhere, they squeaked more than they roared. "Gentlemen," he whispered to the rabid blue sky, "I am reminded of something the worshipful Smar said to me once, on the subject of heroism, which was something like, 'Zakalwe, in all the human societies we have ever reviewed in every age and every state, there has seldom if ever been a shortage of eager young males prepared to kill and die to preserve the security, comfort, and prejudices of their elders. And what you call heroism is just an expression of this simple fact. There is never a scarcity of idiots.'" He sighed. "Well, no doubt she didn't say every age and every state, because the culture just loves there to be exceptions to everything, but that was the gist of it, I think." He rolled over, away from the achingly blue sky, to stare at the blurred dust. Eventually, reluctantly, he pushed himself over, and then half up, then to his knees, then clutched at the tent-pole crutch and forced down onto it and got to his feet, ignoring all the pestering aches and pains, and staggered for the piled wreckage of the walls, and somehow dragged and hauled and scraped his way to the top, where the walls ran smooth and wide for a way, like roadways in the sky, and the bodies of a dozen or so soldiers lay blood pooling, the ramparts around them scarred with bullet holes and grey with dust. He staggered towards them, as though anxious to be one of their number. He scanned the skies for the module. It was some time before they spotted the Z sign he made from the bodies on the top of the walls, but in that language it was a complicated letter, and he kept getting mixed up. Numeral 1. No lights burned on the Stabberrind. It sat squat against the grey leachings of the false dawn, its dim silhouette a piled cone which only hinted at the concentric loops and lines of its decks and guns. Some effect of the marsh mists between him and the ziggurat of the ship made it look as though its black shape was not attached to the land at all, but floated over it, poised like some threatening dark cloud. He watched with tired eyes, stood on tired feet. This close to the city and the ship, he could smell the sea, and nose, this close to the concrete of the bunker, a limey scent, acrid and bitter. He tried to remember the garden and the smell of flowers, the way he sometimes did whenever the fighting started to seem just too futile and cruel to have any point whatsoever. But for once, he could not conjure up that faintly remembered, beguilingly poignant perfume, or recall anything good that had come out of that garden. Instead, he saw again those sun-tanned hands on his sister's pale hips, the ridiculous little chair they'd chosen for their fornication. And he remembered the last time he had seen the garden, the last time he'd been to the estate with the tank corps, and he'd seen the chaos and ruin Elithiamel had visited upon the place that had been the cradle for both of them, the great house gutted, the stone boat wrecked, the woods burned, and his last glimpse of the hateful little summer house where he'd found them, as he took his own retaliatory action against the tyranny of memory. The tank rocking beneath him, the already flare-lit clearing whiting out with bright flame, his ears ringing with a sound that was no sound, and the little house was still there. The shot had gone right through, exploded somewhere in the woods behind, and he'd wanted to weep and scream and tear it all down with his own hands. But then had remembered the man who had sat there and thought how he might treat something like this, and so had gathered the strength to laugh at it, and ordered the gunner to aim at the top step beneath the little house, and saw it all finally lift and burst into the air. The debris fell around the tank, sprinkling him with earth and wood and ripped bundles of thatch. The night beyond the bunker was warm and oppressive. The land's daytime heat, trapped and pressed to the ground by the weight of clouds above, sticking against the skin of the land like some sweat-soaked shirt. Perhaps the wind changed then, for he thought he detected the smell of the grass and the hay in the air, swept hundreds of kilometres from the great prairies inland by some wind since spent, the old fragrance going stale now. He closed his eyes and leant his forehead against the rough concrete of the bunker wall, beneath the slit he'd been looking through. His fingers splayed out lightly on the hard, grainy surface, and he felt the warm material press into his flesh. Sometimes all he wanted was for it all to be over, and the way of it did not really seem to matter. Cessation was all, simple and demanding and seductive, and worth almost anything. That was when he had to think of D'Arcance, trapped on the ship, held captive by Elithiamel. He knew she didn't love their cousin anymore. That had been something brief and juvenile, something she'd used in her adolescence to get back at the family for some imagined slight, some favouring of Livwaiter over her. It might have seemed like love at the time, but he suspected even she knew it was not now. He believed that D'Arcance really was an unwilling hostage. Many people had been taken by surprise when Elithiamel attacked the city. Just the speed of the advance had trapped half the population, and D'Arcance had been unlucky to be discovered trying to leave from the chaos of the airport. Elithiamel had had agents out looking for her. So for her, he had to go on fighting, even if he had almost worn away the hate in his heart for Elithiamel, the hate that had kept him fighting these last years, but now was running out, just worn down by the abrading course of the long war. How could Elithiamel do it? Even if he didn't still love her, and the monster claimed that Livwaiter was his real desire, how could he use her like another shell stored in the battleship's cavernous magazines? And what was he supposed to do in reply? Use Livwaiter against Elithiamel? Attempt the same level of cunning cruelty? Already, Livwaiter blamed him, not Elithiamel, for all that had happened. What was he supposed to do? Surrender? Barter sister for sister? Mount some mad, doomed rescue attempt? Simply attack? He had tried to explain that only a prolonged siege guaranteed success, but argued about it so often now that he was starting to wonder if he was right. "Sir!" He turned, looked at the dim figures of the commanders behind him. "What?" he snapped. "Sir!" It was Swales. "Sir, perhaps we should be setting off now, back to headquarters. The cloud is breaking from the east, and it will be dawn soon. We shouldn't be caught in range." "I know that," he said. He glanced out at the dark outline of the Stabberhind and felt himself flinch a little, as though he expected its huge guns to belch flame right there and then, straight at him. He drew a metal shutter across the concrete slit. It was very dark in the bunker for a second. Then somebody switched on the harsh yellow lights, and they all stood there, blinking in the glare. They left the bunker. The long mass of the armoured staff car waited in the darkness. Assorted aides and junior officers leapt to attention, straightened caps, saluted and opened doors. He climbed into the car, sitting on the fur-covered rear bench, watching as 3 of the other commanders followed, sitting in a line opposite him. The armoured door clanged shut. The car growled and moved, bumping over the uneven ground and back into the forest, away from the dark shape resting in the night behind. "Sir," Swale said, exchanging looks with the other 2 commanders. "The other commanders and I have discussed. You are going to tell me that we should attack, bomb and shell the Stabberind until it is a flaming hulk, and then storm it with troop hollows," he said, holding up one hand. "I know what you've been discussing, and I know what decisions you think you've arrived at. They do not interest me." "Sir, we all realise the strain you are under because your sister is held on the ship, but that has nothing to do with it, Swales," he told the other man. "You insult me by implying that I even consider that a reason for holding off. My reasons are sound military reasons, and foremost of those is that the enemy has succeeded in creating a fortress that is, at the moment, almost impregnable. We must wait until the winter floods, when the fleet can negotiate the estuary and the channel, and engage the Stabberind on equal terms. To send in aircraft or attempt to engage in an artillery duel would be the height of folly." "Sir," Swale said, "much as we are distressed at having to disagree with you, we nevertheless—" "You will be silent, Commander Swales," he said icily. The other man swallowed. "I have sufficient matters to worry about without having to concern myself with the drivel that passes for serious military planning between my senior officers, or, I might add, with replacing any of those senior officers." For a while, there was only the distant grumbling noise of the car engine. Swales looked shocked. The other 2 commanders were staring at the rug floor. Swales's face looked shiny. He swallowed again. The voice of the labouring car seemed to emphasise the silence in the rear compartment as the 4 men were jostled and shaken. Then the car found a metalled road and roared off, pressing him back in the seat, making the other 3 sway towards him before sitting back again. "Sir, I am ready to leave—" "Must this go on?" he complained, hoping to stop Swales. "Can't you lift even this small burden from me? All I ask is that you do as you ought. Let there be no disagreement. Let us fight the enemy, not amongst ourselves." "To leave your staff, if you so wish," Swales continued. Now it was as though the noise of the engine did not intrude inside the passenger cell at all. A frozen silence, held not in the air, but in the expression of Swales's face and the still, tensed bodies of the other 2 commanders, seemed to settle over the 4, like some prescient breath of winter that was still half a year away. He wanted to close his eyes, but could not show such weakness. He kept his gaze fixed on the man directly across from him. "Sir, I have to tell you that I disagree with the course you are pursuing, and I am not alone. Sir, please believe me that I and the other commanders love you as we love our country, with all our hearts. But because of that love, we cannot stand by while you throw away everything you stand for and all we believe in, trying to defend a mistaken decision." He saw Swales's hands knit together, as though in supplication. No gentleman of breeding, he thought almost dreamily, ought to begin a sentence with the unfortunate word "but." "Sir, believe me, I wish that I was wrong. I and the other commanders have done everything to try to accommodate your views, but we cannot. Sir, if you have any love for any of your commanders, we beseech you, think again. Remove me if you feel you must, sir, for having spoken like this. Court-martial me, demote me, execute me, forbid my name, but, sir, reconsider while there is still time." They sat still, as the car hummed along the road, swerving occasionally for corners, jiggling left, right, or right, left to avoid craters, and we must all look, he thought, as we sit here, frozen in the weak yellow light, like the stiffening dead. "Stop the car," he heard himself saying. His finger was already depressing the intercom button. The car rumbled down through the gears and came to a halt. He opened the door. Swales's eyes were closed. "Get out," he told him. Swales looked suddenly like an old man hit by the first of many blows. It was as though he had shrunk, collapsed inside. A warm gust of wind threatened to close the door again. He held it open with one hand. Swales bent forward and got slowly out of the car. He stood by the dark roadside for a moment. The cone of light thrown out by the staff car's interior lights swept across his face, then disappeared. Zakalwe locked the door. "Drive on," he told the driver. They raced away from the dawn and the Stabberrind before its guns could find and destroy them. They had thought they'd won. In the spring, they'd had more men and more materiel, and in particular, they had more heavy guns. At sea, the Stabberrind lurked as a threat, but not a presence, famished of the fuel it needed for effective raids against their forces and convoys, almost more of a liability. But then, Elithium had had the great battleship tugged and dredged through the seasonal channels, over the ever-changing banks to the empty dry dock, where they'd blasted the extra room and somehow got the ship inside, closed the gates, pumped out the water and pumped in concrete, and, so his advisers had suggested, probably some sort of shock-absorbing cushion between the metal and the concrete, or the half-metre caliber guns would have shaken the vessel to pieces by now. They suspected Elithium had used rubbish, junk to line the sides of his improvised fortress. He found that almost amusing. The Stabberrind was not really impregnable, though it was now quite literally unsinkable. It could be taken, but it would exact a terrible price in the taking. And, of course, having had their breathing space and time to re-equip, perhaps the forces in and around the ship and the city would break out. That possibility had been discussed too, and Elithium was quite capable of it. But whatever he thought about it, however he approached the problem, it always came back to him. The men would do as he asked, the commanders would too, or he'd have them replaced. The politicians and the church had given him a free hand and would back him in anything he did. He felt secure in that, as secure as any commander ever could. But what was he to do? He had expected to inherit a perfectly drilled peacetime army, splendid and impressive, and eventually to hand that over to some other young scion of the court in the same creditable condition, so that the traditions of honour and obedience and duty could be continued. Instead, he found himself at the head of an army going to furious war against an enemy he knew was largely made up of his own countrymen, and commanded by a man he had once thought of as a friend, as well as almost a brother. So he had to give orders that meant men died, and sometimes sacrifice hundreds, thousands of them, knowingly sending them to their near-certain deaths, just to secure some important position or goal, or protect some vital position. And always, whether they liked it or not, the civilians suffered too. The very people they both claimed to be fighting for made up perhaps the bulk of the casualties in their bloody struggle. He had tried to stop it, tried to bargain from the beginning, but neither side wanted peace on anything except its own terms, and he had no real political power, and so had had to fight. His success had amazed him, as it had others, probably not least Elithium, but now, poised on the brink of victory, perhaps, he just did not know what to do. More than anything else now, though, he wanted to save Darkance. He had seen too many dead, dry eyes, too much air-blackened blood, too much fly-blown flesh, to be able to relate such ghastly truths to the nebulous ideas of honour and tradition that people claimed they were fighting for. Only the well-being of one loved person seemed really worth fighting for now. It was all that seemed real, all that could save his sanity. To acknowledge the interest millions of other people had in whatever happened here was to place too great a burden on him. It would be to admit, by implication, that he was at least partially responsible for the deaths already of hundreds of thousands, even if nobody else could have fought more humanely. So he waited, held back the commanders and the squadron leaders, and waited for Elithium to reply to his signals. The two other commanders said nothing. He put out the lights in the car, unshuttered the doors, and looked out at the dark mass of the forest, racing past under dull dawn skies the colour of steel. They moved past dim bunkers and dark trenches, still figures, stopped trucks, sunken tanks, taped windows, hooded guns, raised poles, grey clearings, wrecked buildings and slitted lamps. All the paraphernalia of the outskirts of the headquarters camp. He watched it all and wished, as they moved closer to the centre, to the old castle that had become his home in all but name over the last couple of months. He wished that he did not have to stop, and could just go on driving through the dawn and the day and the night again forever, cleaving the finally unyielding trees towards nothing and nowhere and no one, even if it was in an icy silence. Secure in the nadir of his sufferings, perversely content that at least now they could grow no worse. Just to go on, and never have to stop and make decisions that would not wait, but which might mean he would commit mistakes he could never forget and would never be forgiven for. The car reached the castle courtyard, and he got out. Surrounded by aides, he swept into the grand old house that had once been Elithiomel's HQ. They pestered him with 100 details of logistics and intelligence reports, and skirmishes, and small amounts of ground lost or gained. There were requests from civilians and the foreign press for this and that. He dismissed them all, told the junior commanders to deal with them. He took the stairs to his offices 2 at a time, handed his jacket and cap to his ADC, and closed himself in his darkened study. His eyes closed, his back against the double doors, the brass handles still clutched in his hands at the small of his back. The quiet, dark room was a balm. "Been out to gaze upon the beast, have you?" He started, then recognized Livweta's voice. He saw her by the windows, a dark figure. He relaxed. "Yes," he said. "Close the drapes." He turned on the room lights. "What are you going to do?" she said, walking slowly closer, her arms folded, her dark hair gathered up, her face troubled. "I don't know," he admitted, going to the desk and sitting. He put his face in his hands and rubbed it. "What would you have me do?" "Talk with him," she said, sitting on the corner of the desk, arms still crossed. She was dressed in a long dark skirt, dark jacket. She was always in dark clothes nowadays. "He won't talk to me," he said, sitting back in the ornate chair he knew the junior officers called his throne. "I can't make him reply." "You can't be saying the right things," she said. "I don't know what to say then," he said, closing his eyes again. "Why don't you compose the next message?" "You wouldn't let me say what I'd want to say, or if you let me say it, you wouldn't live up to it." "We can't just all lay down our weapons, Livy, and I don't think anything else would work. He wouldn't pay any attention. You could meet face to face. That might be the way to settle things. Livy, the first messenger we sent personally came back without his skin!" He screamed the last word, suddenly losing all patience and control. Livweta flinched and stepped away from the desk. She sat in an ornamental winged couch, her long fingers rubbing at the gold thread sewn into an arm. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I didn't mean to shout." "She's our sister, Shiradanin. There must be more we can do." He looked about the room, as though for some fresh inspiration. "Livy, we have been over this and over this and over this. Can't I get it through? Isn't it clear?" He slapped both hands on the desk. "I am doing all I can. I want her out of there as much as you do, but while he has her, there is just nothing more I can do except attack, and that would probably be the death of her." She shook her head. "What is it between you two?" she asked. "Why won't you talk to each other? How can you forget everything from when we were children?" He shook his head, pushed himself up from the desk, turned to the book-lined wall behind, gaze running over the hundreds of titles without really seeing them. "Oh," he said tiredly, "I haven't forgotten, Livweta." He felt a terrible sadness then, as though the extent of what he felt they had all lost only became real to him when there was somebody else there to acknowledge it. "I haven't forgotten anything." "There must be something else you can do," she insisted. "Livweta, please, believe me. There isn't." "I believed you when you told me she was safe and well," the woman said, looking down at the arm of the couch, where her long nails had started to pick at the precious thread. Her mouth was a tight line. "You were ill," he sighed. "What difference does that make? You might have died," he said. He went to the curtains and began straightening them. "Livweta, I couldn't have told you they had Darkle. The shock for this poor, weak woman, Livweta said, shaking her head, still tearing at the threads on the couch arm. I'd rather you spared me that insulting nonsense than spare me the truth about my own sister. I was only trying to do what was best, he told her, starting towards her, then stopping, retreating to the corner of the desk where she had sat. I'm sure, she said laconically. The habit of taking responsibility comes with your exalted position, I suppose. I am expected to be grateful, no doubt. Livy, please, must I what? She looked at him, eyes sparkling. Must I make life difficult for you? Yes. All I want, he said slowly, trying to control himself, is for you to try and understand. We need to stick together, to support each other right now. You mean I have to support you even though you won't support Darkle? Livweta said. Damn it, Livy, he shouted. I am doing my best. There isn't just her. There's a lot of other people I have to worry about. All my men, the civilians in the city, the whole damn country. He went forward to her, knelt in front of the winged couch, put his hand on the same arm that her long-nailed hand picked at. Livweta, please. I am doing all it is possible to do. Help me in this. Back me up. The other commanders want to attack. I'm all there is between Darkance and... Maybe you should attack, she said suddenly. Maybe that's the one thing he isn't expecting. He shook his head. He has her in the ship. We'd have to destroy that before we can take the city. He looked her in the eye. Do you trust him not to kill her, even if she isn't killed in the attack? Yes, Livweta said. Yes, I do. He held her gaze for a while, certain that she would recant, or at least look away. But she just kept looking straight back at him. Well, he said eventually, I can't take that risk. He sighed, closing his eyes, resting his head against the arm of the couch. There's so much pressure on me. He tried to take her hand, but she pulled it away. Livweta, don't you think I feel? Don't you think I care about what happens to Darkle? Do you think that I'm not still the brother you knew, as well as the soldier they made me? Do you think that because I have an army to do my bidding, and ADCs and junior officers to obey every whim, I don't get lonely? She stood up suddenly, without touching him. Yes, she said, looking down at him, while he looked at the threads of gold on the couch arm. You are lonely, and I am lonely, and Darkance is lonely, and he is lonely, and everybody is lonely. She turned quickly, the long skirt briefly belling, and walked to the door and out. He heard the doors slam, and stayed where he was, kneeling in front of the abandoned couch like some rejected suitor. He pushed his smallest finger through a loop in the gold thread Livweta had teased from the couch arm, and pulled at it until it burst. He got up slowly, walked to the window, slipped through the drapes, and stood looking out at the grey dawn. Men and machines moved through the vague wisps of mist, grey skeins like nature's own gauzy camouflage nets. He envied the men he could see. He was sure most of them envied him in return. He was in control. He had the soft bed and did not have to tread through trench mud or deliberately stub his toes against rocks to keep awake on guard duty. But he envied them, nevertheless, because they only had to do what they were told. And, he admitted to himself, he envied Alithiamel. Would that he were more like him, he thought all too often, to have that ruthless cunning, that extemporizing guile. He wanted that. He slunk back through the drapes, guilty at the thought. At the desk, he turned the room lights off and sat back in the seat. His throne, he thought, and for the first time in days laughed a little, because it was such an image of power, and he felt so utterly powerless. He heard a truck draw up outside the window where it was not supposed to. He sat still, suddenly thinking a massive bomb just out there, and was suddenly terrified. He heard a sergeant barking, some talk, and then the truck moved a little way off, though he could still hear its engine. After a while, he heard raised voices in the hall stairwell. There was something about the tone of the voices that chilled him. He tried to tell himself he was being foolish and turned all the lights back on, but he could still hear them. Then there was something like a scream cut off abruptly. He shook. He unholstered his pistol, wishing he had something more lethal than this slim little dress uniform gun. He went to the door. The voices sounded odd. Some were raised, while some people were apparently trying to keep theirs quiet. He opened the door a crack, then went through. His ADC was at the far door onto the stairs, looking down. He put the pistol back in his holster. He walked out to join the ADC and followed his gaze down into the hall. He saw Liv Witter staring wide-eyed back up at him. There were a few other soldiers, one of the other commanders. They stood round a small white chair. He frowned. Liv Witter looked upset. He went quickly down the steps. Liv Witter suddenly came bounding up to meet him, skirt hem flying. She pushed into him, both hands against his chest. He staggered back, amazed. "No," she said. Her eyes were bright and staring. Her face looked more pale than he'd ever seen. "Go back," she said. Her voice sounded thick, like it was not her own. "Liv Witter," he said, annoyed, and pushed himself away from the wall, trying to glance round her at whatever was happening in the hall round the little white chair. She pushed him again. "Go back," the thick, strange voice said. He took her wrists in his hands. "Liv Witter," he said, voice low, eyes flicking to indicate the people standing beneath in the hall. "Go back," the strange, terrifying voice said. He pushed her away, annoyed at her, tried to go past her. She attempted to grab him from behind. "Back!" she gasped. "Liv Witter, stop this!" He shook her off, embarrassed now. He clattered quickly down the steps before she could grab him again. Still, she threw herself down after him, clutched at his waist. "Go back!" she wailed. He turned round. "Get off me! I want to see what's going on!" He was stronger than her. He tore her arms free, threw her down on the stairs. He went down, walked across the flagstones to where the silent group of men stood round the little white chair. It was very small. It looked so delicate that an adult might have broken it. It was small and white, and as he took a couple of more paces forwards, as the rest of the people and the hall and the castle and the world and the universe disappeared into the darkness and the silence, and he came closer and slowly closer to the chair, he saw that it had been made out of the bones of Darkon's Zakalwe. Femora formed the back legs, tibiae and some other bones the front. Arm bones made the seat frame, the ribs were the back. Beneath them was the pelvis that had been shattered years earlier in the stone boat, its bone fragments rejoined, the darker material the surgeons had used quite visible too. Above the ribs there was the collarbone, also broken and healed, memoir of a riding accident. They had tanned her skin and made a little cushion out of it, a tiny plain button in her navel, and at one corner just the hint, the start of some dark but slightly red-tinged hair. There were stairs and Liv Witter and the ADC and the ADC's office between there and here, he found himself thinking, as he stood at his desk again. He tasted blood in his mouth, looked down at his right hand. He seemed to recall having punched Liv Witter on his way up the stairs. What a terrible thing to do to one's own sister. He looked about, distracted for a moment. Everything looked blurred. Intending to rub his eyes, he raised one hand and found the pistol in it. He put it to his right temple. This was, of course, he realized, exactly what Elithium wanted him to do. But then, what chance did one have against such a monster? There was only so much a man could take, after all. He smiled at the doors. Somebody was thumping on them, calling out a word that might have been his name. He couldn't remember now. So silly. Doing the right thing. The only way out. The honourable exit. What a load of nonsense. Just despair. Just the last laugh to have. Opening a mouth through the bone to confront the world direct. Here. But such consummate skill, such ability, such adaptability, such numbing ruthlessness, such a use of weapons, when anything could become weapon. His hand was shaking. He could see the doors starting to give way. Somebody must be hitting them very hard. He supposed he must have locked them. There was nobody else in the room. He ought to have chosen a bigger gun, he realized. This one might not be big enough to do the job. His mouth was very dry. He pressed the gun hard against his temple and pulled the trigger. The besieged forces round the Stabberrind broke out within the hour, while the surgeons were still fighting for his life. It was a good battle, and they nearly won. Chapter 14. Zakalwe, no. Still the same refusal. They stood in a park at the edge of a large, neatly mown lawn, under some tall, pollarded trees. The warm breeze carried the ocean scent and a hint of flowers, whispering through the copse. The clearing morning mist still veiled 2 suns. Smar shook her head in exasperation and walked off a little way. He leant against a tree, clutching at his chest, breathing with difficulty. Scaffan Amtiskor hovered nearby, keeping a watch on the man, but playing with an insect on the trunk of another tree. Scaffan Amtiskor thought the man was mad. Certainly he was weird. He had never really explained why he'd gone wandering through the mayhem of the citadel storming. When Smar and the drone had finally found him and picked him up, bullet-riddled, half-dead, and raving from the top of the curtain wall, he had insisted they stabilize his condition, no more. He did not want to be made well. He would not listen to sense, and still the xenophobe, when it had picked them all up, had refused to pronounce the man insane and incapable of making up his own mind, and so had dutifully put him into a low-metabolism sleep for the 15-day journey to the planet where the woman called Livweta Zakalwe now lived. He'd come out of his slow sleep as ill as he'd gone into it. The man was a walking mess, and there were still 2 bullets inside him, but he refused to accept any treatment until he'd seen this woman. Bizarre, Scaffan Amtiskor thought, using an extended field to block the path of a small insect as it felt and picked its way up the trunk of the tree. The insect changed direction, feelers waving. There was another type of insect further up the trunk, and Scaffan Amtiskor was trying to get them to meet to see what would happen. Bizarre, and even, indeed, perverse. Okay, he coughed. One lung, the drone knew, filling up with blood. Let's go. He pushed himself away from the tree. Scaffan Amtiskor abandoned its game with the 2 insects regretfully. The drone felt odd being here. The planet was known about, but had not yet been fully investigated by contact. It had been discovered through research rather than physical exploration, and, while there was nothing obviously outlandish about the place, and a very rudimentary survey had been carried out, technically it was still terra incognita, and Scaffan Amtiskor was on a relatively high state of alert, just in case the place held any nasty surprises. Smar went to the bald-headed man and put her arm round his waist, helping to support him. Together they walked up the small slope of lawn towards a low ridge. Scaffan Amtiskor watched them go from the cover of the treetops, then swooped slowly down towards them as they walked to the summit of the gentle slope. The man staggered when he saw what was on the far side in the distance. The drone suspected he would have fallen to the grass if Smar hadn't been there to hold him up. Shit, he breathed, and tried to straighten, blinking in a sudden slant of sunlight as the mists continued to evaporate. He stumbled another couple of steps, shook Smar off, and turned round once, taking in the parkland, shaped trees and manicured lawns, ornamental walls and delicate pergolas, stone-bordered ponds and shady paths through quiet groves. And in the distance, set amongst mature trees, the tattered black shape of the Stabberrind. They've made a fucking park out of it, he breathed, and stood swaying, bent slightly at the waist, looking at the battered silhouette of the old warship. Smar walked to his side. He seemed to sag a little, and she put her arm round his waist again. He grimaced with pain. They walked on, down towards a path which led to the ship. Why did you want to see this, Shiradanin? Smar said quietly, as they crunched along the gravel. The drone floated behind and above. The man said, taking his eyes off the ship for a second. Why did you want to come here, Shiradanin? Smar asked. She isn't here. This isn't where she is. I know, he breathed.
I know that.
So why do you want to see this wreck? He was silent for a little while. It was as though he hadn't heard. But then he took a deep breath, flinching with pain as he did so, and shook his sweat-sheened head as he said, "Oh, just for old time's sake." They passed through another copse of trees. He shook his shaved head again as they came out of the grove and saw the ship better. "I just didn't think they'd do this to it," he said. "Do what?" Smar asked. "This." He nodded at the blackened hulk. "What have they done, Shiradenin?" Smar asked patiently. "Made it," he began, then stopped, coughed, body tense with pain. "Made the damn thing an ornament. Preserved it." "What? The ship?" He looked at her as though she were crazy. "Yes," he said. "Yes, the ship." Just a big old battleship hulk cemented into a dock as far as Scafin Amtiscore could see. It contacted the xenophobe, which was passing the time by making a detailed map of the planet. "Hello, ship. This ship ruin in the park. Zakalwe seems very interested. Just wondering why. Care to do some research?"
In a while. I've still got one continent, the deep sea beds, and the subsurface to do.
"They'll still be there later. This could prove interesting now."
Patience, Scafin Amtiscore.
"Pedant," thought the drone, breaking off. The two humans walked down twisty paths past litter bins and benches, picnic tables and information points. Scafin Amtiscore activated one of the old information points as it passed. A slow and crackly tape started up. "The vessel you see before you—" This was going to take ages, Scafin Amtiscore thought. It used its effector to speed the machine up, winding the voice up into a high-pitched warble. The tape broke. Scafin Amtiscore delivered the effector equivalent of an annoyed slap, and left the information machine smoking and dripping burning plastic onto the gravel beneath, as the two humans walked into the shadow of the battered ship. The ship had been left as it was, bombed, shelled, strafed, blasted and ripped, but not destroyed. Where hands could not reach and rain did not strike, traces of the original soot from flames 2 centuries old still marked the armour plate. Gun turrets lay peeled open like tin cans. Gun barrels and rangefinders bristled askew all over the mounting levels of deck. Tangled stays and fallen aerials lay strewn over shattered searchlights and lopsided radar dishes. The single great funnel looked tipped and subsided, metal pitted and flayed. A little awning-covered stairway led up to the ship's main deck. They followed a couple with 2 young children. Scafin Amtiscore floated almost invisible 10 metres away, rising slowly with them. One of the toddlers cried when she saw the hobbling, bald-headed man with the staring eyes behind her. Her mother lifted her up and carried her. He had to stop and rest when they got to the deck. Smar guided him to a bench. He sat doubled up for a while, then looked at the ship above, taking in the blackened, rusted wreckage all around. He shook his shaven head, muttered to himself once, then ended up laughing quietly, holding his chest and coughing. "Museum," he said. "Museum." Smar put a hand on his damp brow. She thought he looked terrible, and the baldness didn't suit him. The simple dark clothes they'd found him wearing when they picked him up from the Citadel's curtain wall had been torn and crusted with blood. They'd been cleaned and repaired on the xenophobe, but they looked out of place here, where everybody seemed to be dressed in bright colours. Even Smar's culottes and jacket was sombre compared to the gaily decorated dresses and smocks most of the people were wearing. "This an old haunt of yours, Shiradenin?" she asked him. He nodded. "Yes," he breathed, looking up at a last few tendrils of mist flowing and disappearing like gaseous pennants from the tilted mainmast. "Yes," he repeated. Smar looked round at the park behind and the city off to one side. "This where you came from?" He seemed not to hear. After a while, he stood slowly and looked distracted into Smar's eyes. She felt herself shiver and tried to remember exactly how old Zakalwe was. "Let's go, is it?" He smiled, a watery sort of smile. "Take me to her, please." Smar shrugged and supported the man by one shoulder. They went back to the steps that led back down to the ground. "Drone," Smar said to a brooch on her lapel. "Yep." "Our lady still where we last heard?" "Indeed," said the drone's voice. "Want to take the module?"
"No," he said, stumbling down a stair until Smar caught him. "Not the module. Let's take a train or a cab or—"
"You sure?" Smar said.
"Yes, sure."
"Zakalwe," Smar sighed. "Please accept some treatment."
"No," the man said, as they reached the ground.
"There's an underground station right and right again," the drone told Smar. "A light central station, platform 8 for trains to Kuraz." "Okay," Smar said reluctantly, glancing at him. He was looking down at the gravel path, as though concentrating on working out which foot to put in front of another. He swung his head as they passed under the stem of the ruined battleship, squinting up at the tall, curving V of the bows. Smar watched the expression on his sweating face, and could not decide whether it was awe, disbelief, or something like terror. The underground train whisked them into the city centre, down concrete-lined tunnels. The main station was crowded, tall, echoing and clean. Sunlight sparkled on the vault of the arched glass roof. Scafin Antiscore had done its suitcase impression and sat lightly in Smar's hand. The wounded man was a heavier weight on her other arm. The maglev train drew in, disgorged its passengers. They boarded with a few other people. "You going to make it, Shiradaneen?" Smar asked him. He was slumped in the seat, resting his arms on the table in a way that, somehow, made them look as though they were broken or paralysed. He stared at the seat across from him, ignoring the cityscape as it slid by, the train accelerating along viaducts towards the suburbs in the countryside. He nodded.
"I'll survive."
"Yes, but for how much longer?" said the drone, sitting on the table in front of Smar. "You are in terrible shape, Zakalwe."
"Better than looking like a suitcase," he said, glancing at the machine.
"Oh, how droll,"
the machine said.
"You finished drawing things yet?" it asked the xenophobe.
"No."
"Can't you devote just a little of your supposedly bogglingly fast mind to finding out why he was so interested in that ship?"
"Oh, I suppose so, but—"
"Wait a minute. What have we here? Listen to this."
"You'll find out, I suppose. Past time I told you," he said,
looking out of the window but talking to Smar. The city slid by beyond, bright in the sunlight. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and somehow Smar got the impression he was looking at one city, but seeing another, or seeing the same one but long ago, as though in some time-polarized light only his distressed and fevered eyes could see. "This is where you come from?"
"Long time ago now,"
he said, coughing, doubling up, holding one arm tight to his side. He took a long, slow breath.
"I was born here."
The woman listened. The drone listened. The ship listened, while he told them the story of the great house that lay halfway between the mountains and the sea, upstream from the great city. He told them about the estate surrounding the house, and the beautiful gardens, and about the 3, later 4, children who were brought up in the house and who played in the garden. He told them about the summer houses, and the stone boat, and the maze, and the fountains, and the lawns, and the ruins, and the animals in the woods. He told them about the 2 boys, and the 2 girls, and the 2 mothers, and the one strict father, and the one unseen father imprisoned in the city. He told them about the visits to the city, which the children always thought lasted too long, and about the time when they were no longer allowed to go into the garden without guards to escort them, and about how they stole a gun one day and were going to take it out into the estate to shoot it, but only got as far as the stone boat and surprised an assassination squad come to kill the family and save the day by alerting the house. He told them about the bullet that hit Darkance and the sliver of her bone that pierced him almost to his heart. He started to dry up, voice croaking. Smar saw a waiter pushing a trolley into the far end of the coach. She bought a couple of soft drinks. He gulped at first, but coughed painfully, and then just sipped his.
"And the war did start," he said,
looking at, but not seeing the last of the suburbs flow past. The countryside was a green blur as they accelerated again.
"And the 2 boys that had become men ended up on different sides."
"Fascinating,"
the xenophobe communicated to Scafin Amtiscore.
I think I will do a little quick research.
About time too, the drone sent back, listening to the man talk at the same time. He told them about the war, and the siege that involved the Stabberrind, and the besieged forces breaking out. And he told them about the man, the boy who'd played in the garden, who in the depths of one terrible night had caused the thing to be done which led him to being called the Chairmaker, and the dawn when Darkance's sister and brother had found what Elithiamel had done, and the brother trying to take his own life, giving up his generalship, abandoning the armies and his sister in the selfishness of despair. And he told them about Livweta, who had never forgiven, and had followed him, though he did not know it at the time, on another cold ship, for a century through the intractable calm slowness of real space, to a place where the icebergs swirled round a continental pole, forever carving and crashing and shrinking. But then she had lost him, the trail gone appropriately cold, and she had stayed there, searching for years, and could not have known that he had left for another life entirely, taken away by the tall lady who walked through the blizzard as though it wasn't there, a small spaceship at her back like a faithful pet. And so Livweta Zakalwe gave up, and took another long journey to get away from the burden of her memories, and where she had ended up, the ship quizzed the drone for the location. Scaffin Amtiscore gave it the name of the planet in the system a few decades away. That had been where she'd finally been tracked down after his last job for them. Scaffin Amtiscore remembered. The grey-haired woman in her late years, working in a clinic in the slums. A delicate shanty town, strewn like trash across the mud and tree-lined slopes above a tropical city, looking out across sparkling lagoons and golden sandbars to the rollers of a vast ocean. Thin, marks under her eyes, a pot-bellied child on each hip when they first went to see her, standing in the middle of the crowded room, wailing children tugging at her hems. The drone had learned to appreciate the full range of pan-human facial expressions, and thought that, in witnessing the one that appeared on Livweta Zakalwe's face when she saw Zakalwe, it had experienced something close to unique. Such surprise, but such hatred. "Shiradaneen," Smar said tenderly, gently laying one hand on his. She put her other hand to the nape of his neck, stroking him there as his head bent lower to the table. He turned and watched the prairie stream past like a sea of gold. He put one hand up, smoothing it slowly over his brow and shaved scalp, as though through long hair. Kuraz had been everything. Ice and fire, land and water. Once the broad isthmus had been a place of rock and glaciers, then a land of forests, as the world and its continents shifted and the climate altered. Later it became a desert, but then suffered something beyond the capacity of the globe itself to provide. An asteroid, the size of a mountain, hit the isthmus like a bullet striking flesh. It burst into the granite heart of the land, ringing the planet like a bell. Two oceans met for the first time. The dust of the immense explosion blocked out the sun, started a small ice age, wiped out thousands of species. The ancestors of the species that later came to rule the planet took their initial opportunity from that cataclysm. The crater became a dome as the planet reacted over the millennia. The oceans were separated again when the rocks, even the seemingly solid layers flowing and warping over those great scales of time and distance, pushed back, like an eon's late bruise forming on the skin of the world. Smar had found the information brochure in a seat pocket. She looked up from it for a moment at the man in the seat beside her. He'd fallen asleep. His face looked drawn and grey and old. She could not remember ever having seen him look so ancient and ill. Damn it, he looked healthier when he'd been beheaded. "Zakalwe," she whispered, shaking her head. "What's wrong with you?" "Death wish," the drone muttered quietly, "with extrovert complications." Smar shook her head and went back to the brochure. The man slept fitfully, and the drone monitored him. Reading about Kuraz, Smar suddenly recalled the great fortress she'd been picked up from by the Xenophobes module on a sunny day that now seemed as long ago as it was far away. She looked up, sighing, from a photograph of the isthmus taken from space, and thought back to the house under the dam, and felt homesick. Kuraz had been a fortified town, a prison, a fortress, a city, a target. Now, perhaps appropriately, Smar thought, looking at the injured, shivering man at her side, the great dome of rock held a small city that was mostly taken up with the biggest hospital in the world. The train hurtled into a tunnel carved from naked rock. They passed through the station, took an elevator to one of the hospital reception levels. They sat on a couch surrounded by potted plants and soft music, while the drone, sitting on the floor at their feet, plundered the nearest computer workstation for information. "Got her," it announced quietly. "Go to the receptionist and tell her your name. I've ordered you a pass, no verification required." "Come on, Zakalwe." Smar rose, collected her pass, and helped him to his feet. He staggered. "Look," she said. "Shiradunin, let me just take me to her." "Let me talk to her first." "No." "Take me to her, now." The ward was up another few levels in the sunlight. The light came through clear, high windows. The sky was white with scudding cloud outside, and way in the distance, beyond the dappled fields and woodland, the ocean was a line of blue haze beneath the sky. Old men lay quietly in the broad, partitioned ward. Smar helped him towards the far end, where the drone said Livweta must be. They entered a short, broad corridor. Livweta came out of a side room. She stopped when she saw them. Livweta Zakalwe looked older, white-haired, skin soft and lined with age. Her eyes were undulled. She drew herself up a little. She was holding a deep-sided tray full of little boxes and bottles. Livweta looked at them. The man, the woman, the little pale suitcase that was the drone. Smar glanced to one side, hissed, "Zakalwe." She hauled him more upright. His eyes had been shut. They blinked open, and he squinted uncertainly at the woman standing in front of them. He appeared not to recognize her at first. Then, slowly, understanding seemed to filter through. "Livy?" he said, blinking quickly, squinting at her. "Livy." "Hello, Miss Zakalwe," Smar said, when the woman did not reply. Livweta Zakalwe turned contemptuous eyes from the man half hanging from Smar's right arm. She looked at Smar and shook her head, so that just for an instant, Smar thought she was going to say no, she wasn't Livweta. "Why do you keep doing this?" Livweta Zakalwe said softly. Her voice was still young, the drone thought, just as the xenophobe came back with some fascinating information it had gleaned from historical records. "Really?" the drone signalled. "Dead?" "Why do you do this?" she said. "Why do you do this to him? To me? Why? Can't you just leave us all alone?" Smar shrugged a little awkwardly. "Livy," he said. "I'm sorry, Miss Zakalwe," Smar said. "It's what he wanted, we promised." "Livy, please, talk to me. Let me You shouldn't do this," Livweta told Smar. Then she turned her gaze to the man, who was rubbing one hand over his shaved scalp, grinning inanely at her, blinking. "He looks sick," she said flatly. "He is," Smar said. "Bring him in here." Livweta Zakalwe opened another door, a room with a bed. Scafin Amtiskor, still wondering exactly what was going on in the light of the information it had just received from the ship, still found the time to be mildly surprised that the woman was taking it all so calmly this time. Last time she'd tried to kill the fellow, and it had had to move in smartly. "I don't want to lie down," he protested when he saw the bed. "Then just sit, Shiradunin," Smar said. Livweta Zakalwe made a shaking motion with her head, muttered something even the drone could not make out. She placed the tray of drugs down on a table, stood in one corner of the room, arms crossed, while the man sat down on the bed. "I'll leave you alone," Smar said to the woman. "We'll be just outside." "Close enough for me to hear," thought the drone, "and to stop her trying to murder you again, if that's what she decides to do." "No," the woman said, shaking her head, looking with an odd dispassion at the man on the bed. "No, don't leave. There's nothing—" "But I want them to leave," he said, and coughed, doubling over and almost falling off the bed. Smar went to help him and pulled him a little further onto the bed. "What can't you say in front of them?" Livweta Zakalwe asked. "What don't they know?" "I just want to have a talk in private. Livy, please," he said, looking up at her. "Please, I have nothing to say to you, and there is nothing you can say to me." The drone heard somebody in the corridor outside. There was a knock at the door. Livweta opened it. A young female nurse who called Livweta's sister told her that it was time to prepare one of the patients. Livweta Zakalwe looked at her watch. "I have to go," she told them. "Livy, Livy, please. He leant forward on the bed, both elbows tight by his sides, both hands clawed out, palm up in front of him. Please. There were tears in his eyes. This is pointless. The old woman shook her head. And you are a fool. She looked at Smar. Don't bring him to me again. Livy! He collapsed on the bed, curled up and quivering. The drone sensed heat from the shaven head, could see blood vessels throb on his neck and hands. Shiradenin, it's all right, Smar said, going to the bed and down on one knee, taking his shoulders in her hands. There was a crack as one of Livueta Zakalwe's hands thumped down into the top of a table she stood beside. The man wept, shaking. The drone sensed odd brainwave patterns. Smar looked up at the woman. Don't call him that, Livueta Zakalwe said. Don't call him what? Smar said. Smar could be pretty thick, the drone thought. Don't call him Shiradenin. Why not? It isn't his name. It isn't. Smar looked mystified. The drone monitored the man's brain activity and blood flow and thought there was trouble coming. No, it isn't. But, Smar began. She shook her head suddenly. He's your brother. He's Shiradenin Zakalwe. No, Miss Smar, Livueta Zakalwe said, taking the drug tray up again and opening the door with one hand. No, he isn't. Aneurysm, the drone said quickly, and slipped through the air past Smar to the bed, where the man was shaking spastically. It scanned him more thoroughly, found a massive blood vessel leakage pouring into the man's brain. It whirled him round, straightened him out, using its effector to make him unconscious. Inside his brain, the blood continued to pump through the tear into the surrounding tissue, invading the cortex. Sorry about this, ladies, the drone said. It produced a cutting field and sliced through his skull. He stopped breathing. Scaffin Amtiscore used another aspect of its force field to keep his chest moving in and out, while its effector gently persuaded the muscles that opened his lungs to work again. It took the top of his skull off. A quick, low-powered crew blast mirrored off another field component, cauterized all the appropriate blood vessels. It held his skull to one side. Blood was already visible, welling through the folded grey geography of the man's brain tissue. His heart stopped. The drone kept it going with its effector. Both women had stopped, fascinated and appalled at the actions of the machine. It stripped away the layers of the man's brain with its own senses, cortex, limbic, thalamus, cerebellum. It moved through his defences and armaments, down his thoroughfares and ways, through the stores on the lands of his memories, searching and mapping and tapping and searing. What do you mean? Smar said, in an almost dreamlike way, to the elderly woman just about to quit the room. What do you mean? No. What do you mean he isn't your brother? I mean he is not Shiradenin Zakalwe. Livueta sighed, watching the drone's bizarre operation upon the man. She was. Smar found herself frowning into the woman's face. What, then? Go back. Go right back. What was I to do? Go back. The point is to win. Go back. Everything must bend to that truth. Shiradenin Zakalwe, my brother, Livueta Zakalwe said, died nearly 200 years ago. Died not long after he received the bones of our sister made into a chair. The drone sucked the blood from the man's brain, teasing a hollow field filament through the broken tissue, collecting the red fluid in a little transparent bulb. A second filament tube spun knit the torn tissue back together. It sucked more blood to decrease the man's blood pressure, used its effector to alter the settings in the appropriate glands, so that the pressure would not grow so great again for a while. It sent a narrow tube of field over to a small sink under the window, jetting the excess blood down the drain hole, then briefly turning on the tap. The blood flushed away, gurgling. The man you know as Shiradenin Zakalwe. Facing it, by facing it. That's all I ever did. Stabberhind. Zakalwe. The name's hurt, but how else could I? It's the man who took my brother's name, just as he took my brother's life, just as he took my sister's life. But he was the commander of the Stabberhind. He is the chairmaker. He is a lithiumel. Livueta Zakalwe walked out, closing the door behind her. Smar turned, face almost bloodless, to look at the body of the man lying on the bed, while Scafin Amtiscore worked on, engrossed in its struggle to make good. Epilogue. Dust, as usual, followed them, though the young man said several times he thought it might rain. The old man disagreed and said the clouds over the mountains were deceptive. They drove on through the deserted lands, past blackened fields and the shells of cottages and the ruins of farms, and the burned villages and the still smoking towns, until they came to the abandoned city. In the city, they drove resoundingly through the wide, empty streets, and once took the vehicle crashing and careering up a narrow alley, crammed with bare market stalls and rickety poles supporting tattered shade-cloths, demolishing it all in a fine welter of splintering wood and wildly flapping fabric. They chose the Royal Park as the best place to plant the bomb, because the troops could be comfortably accommodated in the park's wide spaces, and the High Command would likely take to the grand pavilions. The old man thought that they'd want to occupy the palace, but the young man was convinced that in their hearts the invaders were desert people, and would prefer the spaces of the park to the clutter of the citadel. So they planted the bomb in the great pavilion and armed it, and then they argued about whether they'd done the right thing. They argued about where to wait things out, and what to do if the army ignored the city altogether and just went on by, and whether after the prospective event the other armies would retire in terror, or split up into smaller units to continue the invasion, or know the weapon used had been unique, and so maintain their steady progress, doubtless in an even more ruthless spirit of vengeance than before. They argued about whether the invaders would bombard the city first, or send in scouts, and, if they did shell, where they would target. They had a bet on that. About the only thing they agreed on was that what they were doing was a waste of the one nuke their side, indeed either side, possessed, because even if they had guessed correctly, and the invaders behaved as they'd anticipated, the most they could hope to do was wipe out one army, and that would still leave 3 more, any one of which could probably complete the invasion. So the warhead, like the lives, would be wasted. They radioed their superiors, and with a code word, told them what they had done. After a little while, they received the blessing of the High Command in the form of another single word. Their masters didn't really believe the weapon would work. The older man was called Cullis, and he won the argument about where they ought to wait, and so they settled into their high, grand citadel, and found lots of weapons and wine and got drunk, and talked and told jokes and swapped outrageous stories of derring-do and conquest. And at one point, one of them asked the other what happiness was, and received a fairly flippant reply. But later, neither could remember which one had asked and which one had answered. They slept, and they woke, and they got drunk again, and they told more jokes and lies, and a light shower of rain blew softly over the city at one point. And sometimes the young man would move his hand over his shaved head, through long, thick hair that was not there anymore. Still they waited, and when the first shells started to fall, they found they'd picked the wrong place to wait. And so in scrambling out of it, down the steps and into the courtyard, and into the half-track, and then away out into the desert, and the wasteland beyond, where they camped at dusk and got drunk again, and stayed up specially that night to watch the flash. Zakalwe's Song. Watching from the room as the troops go by. You ought to be able to tell, I think, where they're going or coming back by just leaving the gaps in the ranks. You are a fool, I said, and turned to leave, or maybe only mix a drink for that deft throat to swallow like all my finest lies. I faced into the shadows of things. You leant against the window, gazing at nothing. When are we going to leave? We could get stuck here, caught if we tried to stay too long. Turning. Why don't we leave? I said nothing, stroked a cracked glass. Exclusive knowledge in the silence. The bomb lives only as it is falling. Shias Engin, Complete Collected Works, Posthumous Edition, Month 18, 355th Great Year, Shtala Prophetition Calendar. Volume 9, Juvenilia and Discarded Drafts. States of War. Prologue. The path up to the highest cultivation terrace followed an extravagantly zigzag route to allow the wheelchairs to cope with the gradient. It took him 6.5 minutes of hard work to get to the highest terrace, He was sweating when he got there, but he had beaten his previous record, and so he was pleased. His breath smoked in the cold air as he undid the heavy quilted jacket and wheeled the chair along to one of the raised beds. He lifted the basket out of his lap and balanced it on the retaining wall, took the cutters from his jacket pocket and looked carefully at the selection of small plants, trying to gauge which cuttings had fared best since their planting. He hadn't chosen the first one when some movement upslope attracted his attention. He looked through the high fence to the dark green forest. The distant peaks were white against the blue sky above. At first he thought it was an animal. Then the figure moved out of the trees and walked over the frost-whitened grass towards the gate in the fence. The woman opened the gate, closed it behind her. She wore a thin-looking coat and trousers. He was mildly surprised to see that she didn't have a rucksack. Perhaps she'd walked up through the grounds of the Institute earlier and was now returning. A visiting doctor, maybe. He had been going to wave if she looked at him as she took the steps down to the Institute buildings, but she left the gate and walked straight towards him. She was tall, dark hair and a light brown face under a curious-looking fur hat. "Mr. Esqueria," she said, extending a hand. He put down the cutters, shook her hand. "Good morning, Miss—" She didn't reply, but sat down on the wall, clapped ungloved hands together, looked around the valley, at the mountains and the forest, the river and the Institute buildings downslope. "How are you, Mr. Esqueria? Are you well?" He looked down at what was left of his legs, amputated above the knees. "What is left of me is well, ma'am." It had become his usual reply. He knew it might sound bitter to some people, but really it was his way of showing he did not want to pretend that there was nothing wrong with him. She looked at the trousered stumps with a frankness he had only known before from children. "It was a tank, wasn't it?" "Yes," he said, taking up the clippers again. "Tried to trip it up on the way to Balzite City. Didn't work." He leant over, took a cutting and placed it in the basket. He made a note of which plant he'd taken it from and attached it to the twig. "Excuse me." He moved the wheelchair along a little, and the woman got out of his way as he took another cutting. She stepped round in front of him again. "Story I heard said you were dragging one of your comrades out of its—" "Yes," he interrupted. "Yes, that's the story. Of course, I didn't know then the price of charity is developing extremely strong arm muscles." "You get your medal yet?" She squatted down on her haunches, putting one of her hands on a wheel of his chair. He looked at the hand, then at her face, but she just grinned. He opened his quilted jacket, showed the uniform tunic underneath with all its ribbons. "Yes, I got my medal." He ignored her hand, pushed the chair along again. The woman rose, squatted down again beside him. "Impressive display for one so young. Surprised you weren't promoted faster. Is it true you didn't show the right attitude to your superiors? That why—" He threw the clippers down in the basket, wheeled the chair round to face her. "Yeah, lady," he sneered. "I said the wrong things. My family never were very well connected, even when they were alive, and now they're not even that, thanks to the Imperial Glassine Air Force, and these." He clutched at the chest of the tunic, hauling at the medal ribbons, brandishing them. "These I'd trade you, all of them for a pair of shoes I could wear. Now." He leant forward at her, took up the clippers. "I have work to do. There's a guy down in the Institute who stepped on a mine. He hasn't got any legs at all, and he lost an arm. Maybe you'll find it even more fun to go and patronize him. Excuse me." He whirled the chair around, moved off a few meters, and took a couple of cuttings, tearing at two plants almost at random. He heard the woman on the path behind him and put his hands on the wheels, pushing himself away. She stopped him. Her hand held the back of the wheelchair, and she was stronger than she looked. His arms strained against the wheels, the rubber buzzed against the stone path, wheels turning but not propelling him anywhere. He relaxed, looked up at the sky. She came round in front of him, squatted down again. He sighed. "What exactly do you want, lady?" "You, Mr. Esqueria." The woman smiled her beautiful smile. She nodded at the stumps. "By the way, the deal with the medals and the shoes? Fair enough." She shrugged. "Except you can keep the medals." She reached into the basket, took out the clippers and stuck them into the earth under the plants, then put her hands, clasped, on the front of the seat. "Now, Mr. Esqueria," Smar said, shivering, "how would you like a proper job?" This has been Use of Weapons, written by Ian M. Banks and read by Peter Kenny.